The story opens with a scene of a girl kneeling on the ground shouting, "I am your fiancé, your majesty the emperor. The one who can stay by your side, even if scorned, is none other than Scarlet Armand." Saying this, she slowly looked up at the man in front of her and called, "Your Highness Callior." Her words were met with a sword pressed against her neck. Scarlet Armand's tears streamed down. "Please love only me." That was a small scene from The Tyrant's Private Life. This is a romantic fantasy novel, and the male lead is Emperor Charlenier Callior. He committed countless atrocities and brutally murdered his own siblings. That tyrant fell in love when he met the female lead and thus became a peace-loving person, because with just her little finger, the female lead could command this tyrant. For that reason, only those close to the tyrant knew about his private life and were forced to keep it a secret. That's how it was. Next is a scene of a girl hugging a pillow, lamenting her fate. She said, "But what is this ridiculous ending?" Two streams of tears ran down her face. Didn't the original story end when that tyrant changed? She recalled, "One day, when I was in my 20s, I died and transmigrated into this book, becoming the tyrant's fiancé and taking over Scarlet Armand's body."
She was madly in love with the tyrant, so she always picked fights with the female lead. As a villain, she would of course die by the tyrant's hand. Of all people to transmigrate into, I transmigrated into Scarlet, who would be stabbed to death by the man she loved. And I transmigrated into the middle of the original story, didn't I? Even so, it was fortunate that the original story hadn't started yet. I almost died before I could even say a word. As soon as the original story began, Scarlet started picking fights with Shirla. Even so, I hadn't committed any serious crime like murder, so why was my opponent a tyrant, for heaven's sake? Thinking this, she got out of bed and rearranged the plot. A tyrant falling in love for the first time was nothing short of a disaster. He was the youngest swordmaster and the youngest to achieve the title of sage. But what good was that? Aside from his friends, he didn't treat her like a human being. Afterwards, she went to find the maids to ask about the emperor. The maid replied with a less than pleased attitude. "The reason His Majesty the Emperor is called a sage, you ask? It's because few are more knowledgeable than His Majesty." The maid mumbled with a sigh. "Good heavens, I'm terribly busy." Scarlet, overhearing this, wished she could turn invisible, thinking to herself, "I heard all of that." Returning to her room, Scarlet said with a headache, "In short, this title is inversely proportional to his character."
She drew Charlene's face on paper with the words "evil person," then crossed them out and wrote, "Live with compassion." First of all, this method won't work. Her family is truly outrageous. How could they send their only daughter to someone like that? No matter how cold and cruel he is, they should still break off the engagement with that tyrant, for heaven's sake. Is that what family is like? Fortunately, when I was sent here, I still retained Scarlet's memories.
In her memories, the Duke was a very cold person. Scarlet remembered the Duke's slap that felt like it shook the heavens, along with a voice full of love. Lock her in her room and don't give her a single drop of water until tomorrow morning. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't bring herself to call someone who could act so mercilessly father. Even when she did nothing, others would glare at her, and even the servants would ignore her. In her memories, this family was one where no one would ever respond, no matter how much she hoped. Scarlet closed her notebook, calculating. Escaping quickly is the answer to this ducal family, isn't it? But the most important issue right now was to annul the engagement with that tyrant. Scarlet glanced at the invitation card on the table. In 10 days, the Emperor's birthday celebration would take place. This was Scarlet Armand's official debut as a fiancé. This was a sign that the story was about to enter its main plot. And Scarlet's love, no, it was more like the moment her destruction would begin. Scarlet held the invitation card and sighed. Phew, in her memories, she only ever saw the tyrant's back. What on earth did she see to fall in love with him at first sight, she wondered. I won't chase after you just because I've fallen for you. But the problem here is that when the female lead appears, I don't know when I'll be killed. Or should I just run away? Meeting him only brings misfortune, so why meet at all? If I can't annul the engagement, what's the point? Should I just directly say I want to annul the engagement? Scarlet imagined the scene. I'm sorry, let's pretend we were never engaged. Charlene would say, how dare you insult me? That would be game over. It can't be like this. If things continue like this, Scarlet's memories will become my future. I'd rather log out myself than create a difference. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Wait, create a difference.
The engagement to the Emperor was sealed by a magic contract. If the engagement is to be annulled, it requires the mutual consent of both parties or the death of one. I must obtain his consent. According to the contract, I have to continue meeting my fiancé. Even if he is a ruthless tyrant who kills without batting an eye, that won't change. Scarlet smirked. That meant there were still many opportunities. Opportunities to make him sick of me with crazy actions. Pretending to be insane wouldn't matter. Just wait and see. Her laughter echoed out into the hallway. A maid came and knocked on the door. Worried. The young lady has been laughing and crying by herself for a while now. Is she all right? In the blink of an eye, the day of the banquet arrived. A memory from the original Scarlet flashed in Scarlet's mind. This is the first time someone has treated me kindly. Even if I die, I won't forget. The Emperor is a sentimental person. He won't change easily.
The memory faded, and Scarlet was fed up. What kind of feelings were these? She'd probably freeze to death from the sheer cold. It was beyond words. But why did this memory of Scarlet surface now? A maid called out, "Milady, are you all right?" "Oh, it's nothing." The one serving her was Lucy. "I'll go get your dress, so please stay here." Scarlet waved her hand dismissively. All right. If I could break off this engagement, I'd run away immediately, so there's not need to be so proper." That's why her maids always followed her, reminding her, "Milady, eating while walking like that will affect the family's reputation, and the Duke's as well." No one cares anyway. The party isn't until tonight, and it's only morning. I have to prepare so many things. But even if I don't prepare, I'm already beautiful, aren't I? Her self-congratulatory act was witnessed by Lucy, who had just entered. Scarlet wailed inwardly, "Oh my God, how embarrassing." Looking at the dresses in Lucy's hands, she was drawn to a pink dress. She picked it up. "This dress. Don't you like it, milady?" "No, I'll take this one." Lucy looked bewildered. "Pardon? I choose this dress." "Milady, do you really want that dress? Isn't it too simple?" "All right, wouldn't it be better with some accessories? Are you planning to wear such a plain dress to the royal banquet?" After she appeared in that dress, the maids whispered, "Is that young lady?"
Is she crazy? Scarlet chuckled to herself. You guys, I can hear everything, you know. Their reaction was exactly what I wanted. Even dressed simply, this beauty shines through. I even thought I didn't suit Peach. I didn't believe Peach could make me look so adorable. Scarlet asked, "Lucy, you think so too, right? This kind of makeup really is useful." Lucy remained silent, not saying anything further. Scarlet turned around and saw the maid's gloomy face. "What's wrong? Why are you still standing there dumbfounded?" The maid stammered, No, this servant apologizes, young lady. Young Lady Scarlet, a carriage is waiting for you out front."
The maid stood there, utterly surprised to see Scarlet. "Please, young lady, what's with the big surprise?" "Well, it's true, I'm dressed quite simply for the Emperor's birthday banquet, but this outfit will be the start of my crazy actions, and it must be because they're rich that I get to sit on such a high-quality cushion, huh?" As I was chuckling to myself about my perfect plan, I suddenly noticed a gloomy atmosphere around me. Opposite me was the Duke's scowling gaze. I thought to myself, his gaze isn't bad, but what's the point of glaring like that? The Duke treated his daughter like trash, and the Duchess always looked half dead wherever she went, avoiding me like the plague, probably fearing implication. Forget them. Suddenly someone called out, "Hey, are you out of your mind?" This person was Isa Armin, Scarlet's paternal half-brother. In the original story, he was the only one who helped Scarlet when she was sentenced to death, and when Scarlet decided to end her own life, it was Isa who discovered and saved me, the one who had transmigrated into Scarlet's body.
She recalled that time. Her hand hurt so much. The doctor's vague instructions at the time. Although the young lady had passed the critical stage, she still needed further monitoring. Just as Scarlet asked who, Izarman frowned irritably. "This girl." He was about to speak, then stopped himself. Izar gritted his teeth and quietly said, "Go rest." He stared at me intently, then sighed. Perhaps he was just too worried about me. In her memory, Izar was the one who treated Scarlet well. Scarlet looked over with a kindly gaze. "Truly commendable, or perhaps I should treat you more specially." Izar's face darkened, and he broke out in a sweat. What's with that look on her face? No wonder I'm getting goosebumps all over. Scarlet cheerfully asked, "What's the matter?" "Are you really asking because you don't know?" "The dress you're wearing." "Oh, the dress? It suits me well, doesn't it?"
"You truly look beautiful in anything you wear." Izar was at a loss for words. "There have been rumors lately that you're crazy, so it's actually true, huh?" Izar quickly covered his mouth after blurting out his thoughts. "All right, stop talking." Nee saw Izar suddenly turned to look at the door. She was bewildered. "Huh? What's wrong? What's going on?" "Lately, you've been very careful with your words, haven't you?" A loud bang echoed. The Duke roared. "Scarlet Armin, you're truly insane, aren't you? Even if you're going to disgrace the family, that's enough. Don't you dare get out of the carriage. Just turn around and go straight back." Scarlet frowned. That good-for-nothing Duke is always so difficult, she thought. Scarlet asked, "What's there to be ashamed of? Is it because of this dress? Last time I was slapped in the face for buying too many flashy outfits, so this time I tried wearing a very simple dress. If the family's reputation is affected, it's not because of me. It seems your son came home completely drunk yesterday. Rumors of him getting completely drunk and singing in the streets must have spread throughout the capital by now. The family's reputation? Don't you care about it at all, father?" Scarlet then chuckled to herself. How about that? He must be absolutely furious, huh? Because Scarlet never talks back to him.
If you can't argue back and only resort to violence, then don't provoke me. Thinking this, she squinted her eyes and looked towards her brother. Huh, I thought he'd go crazy after I sold him out. Why is he so quiet? The Duke roared again. Scarlet, you insolent girl. Duchess Milia Arman replied blandly. Both of you, that's enough.
Honestly, there's nothing mature about it, Scarlet thought to herself. After the Duchess passed away, the Duke brought her back. Before their marriage, she had been abandoned by the Duke. The problem here was that she became pregnant while he was already engaged, and that child was Izar Man, which is why Izar is older than Scarlet. From her standpoint, I am very displeased, because this is proof of his betrayal, although I understand that she was merely a victim, but she recalled the original Scarlet's past. Stepmother, please forgive me. Lock her up until she comes to her senses. Yes, I won't do it again, Mother, I beg you. Even though things happened that way, she couldn't just vent all her anger on Scarlet. Returning to the present, she said, Scarlet, be quiet, and let him—
Scarlet ignored her with complete indifference. Oh, speaking of Azana, is it true that he sings in the street every time he gets drunk? Milia Arman frowned at the mention of her son. Scarlet chuckled to herself. You should worry about taking care of your son, madam, she continued. I heard he even gets beaten up. That's not always the case, is it? Oh, madam. Milia gritted her teeth when Scarlet called her madam. If madam wants to hear me call her mother, then don't worry so much about me. She angrily turned her face away. If you all think I'm crazy, wouldn't it be better to just call off the engagement? That's enough, but that would also take time. Before I cause a scene, I'll just take a nap. A second later, she was sound asleep, snoring, to the astonishment of her family. Milia snorted with laughter upon seeing Scarlet sleeping soundly and snoring. While sleeping, she vaguely heard crying. What was that sound? Wah wah, who's crying? A blonde girl sitting on the ground slowly looked up. It was her. Seeing the terrifying scene in her dream, Scarlet screamed so loudly it felt like the carriage would explode. By this time, everyone had already left the carriage and entered the palace. So it was just a dream. Scarlet stepped out of the carriage, thinking, to be able to sleep like that, I must truly be crazy, no joke. Luckily, it wasn't too late, and of course, no one bothered to wake her up. That dream, no, it was simply just a dream. I don't need to pay attention to it, because I have other things to do. Now then, it's time to go meet my tyrannical fiancé. Scarlet arrived at the party quite late, looking utterly fed up with life.
She quickly regained her composure. I'm not late, am I? Open the door for me. The guard replied, We can't miss, because His Majesty has already entered. We can no longer announce your name. So that means I have to go in silently. But how can I do that? I need to draw people's attention. I understand, no problem. Just open the door for me. Yes, young lady. The door opened, and seeing all the luxurious splendor inside, she gasped. Oh my, it's incredibly grand. That tyrant said he would host a birthday banquet simpler than those of previous emperors. If a party like this is considered simple, how magnificent must the previous banquets have been? And where is my tyrant fiancé? The moment she stepped in, all eyes were fixed on her. Look over there, that's Lady Arman. What's gotten into her today, dressing like that for a party? Scarlet thought to herself, Ha, this is enough to attract attention. She glanced at the man nearby. Damn handsome. Is he the emperor? Blonde hair. According to the description in the book, the emperor has silver hair and purple eyes, so that person isn't the emperor. Where on earth is that emperor? How annoying. Why are there so many people? Suddenly she heard someone say, Lady Freda, look over there. There's a rumor that Lady Arman of the Arman family isn't mentally sound, and it seems that rumor isn't wrong. What's that? What's with those people?
The blue-haired girl turned around and met Scarlet's judgmental, bewildered gaze. Suddenly she exclaimed, Ah, it's a traffic light. The three girls with red, yellow, and blue hair didn't understand what she was saying. They whispered amongst themselves, Lady Freda, what's a traffic light? Let's see, seeing her speak such nonsense, the rumors must be true. Scarlet walked over and patted her shoulder. Do you want to die? Don't touch me. I'm very busy, darling. Understand, young lady? Remember what I just said. Freda's limbs trembled upon hearing Scarlet's threat. Scarlet secretly scoffed. Her spirit is truly weak. I'm sensitive like this. Who asked you to cause trouble? So many people have come, but not a single one dares to approach me. They know better and avoid me. Perhaps it's because the bad reputation Scarlet earned a month ago still lingers. Scarlet came here only to meet the one person who needed her. Although the original story stated she loved the tyrant because of his courtesy towards her, in reality the biggest reason was that she was essential to him, because he was the only person in her life. Isn't that too foolish? To love someone based solely on that is too dangerous. Suddenly someone called out loudly, Over there is the eccentric young lady of the Arman family. Hearing this, Scarlet smiled disdainfully. Oh dear, I didn't expect someone to be so loud and looking for trouble. That name, let me see what he looks like.
Turning around, she saw a man with platinum blonde hair, her eyes widening as if recognizing something. She quickly curtsied. "I am Scarlet Barman of the Arman family. I respectfully greet your majesty." Scarlet secretly judged. It's not his politeness I'm drawn to, but his face, isn't it? Intelligent, handsome, but cold. Someone said to Charlene, "The rumors about the young lady are accurate, your majesty." In Scarlet's eyes, those standing near Charlene were all like squids. He truly had the ability to turn everyone around him into squids roasted by his radiant aura. How can he be so divinely handsome? No, I mustn't waver before that appearance. He's a tyrant, a murderer who could kill me at any moment. Therefore, I must absolutely stay alert. Charlene asked, "Young lady, is something the matter?" Scarlet was captivated by Charlene's beauty. How could someone who would become a tyrant stir people's hearts so much? Will that tyrant become the female lead's pet? Her cheeks suddenly flushed. "No, focus," she thought. "I didn't come here to play." She replied, "Nothing at all, your majesty. It's my first time meeting your majesty, so I was a little dazed because you are so handsome. Please forgive my impropriety."
However, I have a question. I heard your majesty is very fond of magical things, isn't that right? Miss, if you're planning to show me something magical, it's best to give up. A completely uninterested expression. I knew it. That's enough. This is the first time I've come to meet your majesty as your fiancé, so I have prepared something for your majesty. Won't you take a look, your majesty? All right, let me see what you've prepared, miss. She was overjoyed that the fish had taken the bait. Even if your majesty finds what I've prepared to be nothing magical, she thought, I'll see how long you can remain so indifferent. Don't worry, your majesty. Please look closely. Scarlet reached for the wine glass. Now, your majesty, watch closely. With my magic, I will now transform this ordinary dress into a dress that captivates thousands. Happy birthday, your majesty. With those words, she splashed the wine glass straight on him. Oh, what a rich fragrance, your majesty. Look, it is transformed into a vibrant red dress. What do you think? The people nearby murmured. She must be completely insane, right? Oh, what is this?
Did she pour wine on herself? How could she do that in front of your majesty? Scarlet chuckled to herself. How could he marry a madwoman like this, right? Isn't it quite miraculous, your majesty? Looking at that expression, if I play this well, I might be able to break off the engagement just with this one incident, right? Emperor Callior said this to Churla, who was about to wish him a happy birthday. No one will celebrate the day I was born. Those words were all lies. He was hiding the deep longing in his heart, so she shouldn't say such things either. He had said that in the original story. Usually the female lead would want to hear such words, but I hated it. She bowed cheerfully and said once more, Happy birthday, your majesty. Charlian's face immediately changed color upon hearing the wish, and among the nobles below, whispers arose. Heavens, his majesty's expression is terrifying. Anyway, thanks to this incident, I managed to leave a bad impression on our first meeting.
Let's make quick progress like this. The emperor then called out loudly, Duke Arman! Weaving through the crowd, the duke urgently replied, Yes, your majesty, I am at your service. Charlene said coldly, The young lady doesn't look well, does she? Aren't you going to take her back to the mansion for a checkup? A heavy atmosphere weighed on the duke's shoulders, making him bow his head, and he quickly pulled Scarlet away. I will take my daughter home immediately. Scarlet left with a hint of regret. Oh, but despite that murderous glare, she had to admit he was truly handsome. All right, my handsome man. This is also your first time seeing a crazy person like me, isn't it? If I do well this time, maybe I'll get a notice of annulment right away, huh? Scarlet didn't forget to blow Charlene a kiss. Charlene was so taken aback by the kiss it almost made his neck stiff, and he was so surprised he was speechless. Heavens!
She's not finished yet, just wait, your majesty. Outside the carriage, Duke Armand was practically itching to tear Scarlet apart. He slammed his hand against the seat. You're truly insane. Such a disgrace, just turning backwood. Despite the Duke fuming in front of her, Scarlet remained nonchalant, gazing at the sky and the ground. How noisy, but even so, seeing that reaction, I know I've succeeded, right? While she was lost in thought, Izar called out, Hey, are you drunk? And you smell terrible. Scarlet was displeased, another one to ruin the mood. What's wrong? It's beautiful, isn't it? Where is that beautiful, for heaven's sake? Look at this. Doesn't this vibrant red suit me perfectly? Scarlet leaned in and asked, Right? Right? Izar kept waving her away. At this moment, Duchess Melia Armand entered and said, When we get back to the mansion, I'll call a doctor to examine you. Be a little more sensible. What? A doctor? Why? Witnessing your behavior like this, you must need a doctor to help your brain return to normal. Oh my goodness, how could this be? Scarlet secretly wished, Yes, just cancel the engagement like this. No, I might even be exiled. Scarlet feigned injustice. I heard His Majesty likes blood red, so as his fiancé, I just wanted to give His Majesty a special birthday gift. What did I do wrong? Scarlet's rapid change of face made Izar freeze. All right, that then... What? Is he scared? Next is... The dress from head to toe was decorated in red. Then His Majesty will embrace me. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Of course not. His Majesty and I will officially become a couple. Become a couple? Later, I'll ask His Majesty for a strand of hair. Every time we meet, I'll ask for another strand of hair.
Why not? What's with the why? Isn't this the way to be happy? I'll put the strand of hair under my pillow and keep doing it until I get married. Izar, unable to believe his ears, asked again, Are you serious? Izar then let out a sigh. Seeing her brother's expression, Scarlet realized, Oh dear, I overdid it a bit. This is exactly how much I should do. Afterward, at Duke Armand's mansion, seeing the carriage return, a knight wondered, Why are they back so early? Did something happen?
Has Lady Scarlet caused trouble again, perhaps? She's been so well behaved for the past month. Before the knight's hand even touched the door, Scarlet had already kicked it wide open. The knight stared, utterly bewildered, as her foot flashed past him. Was that a foot? Scarlet darted down like a gust of wind and ran off. The Duke commanded, Quick, catch her. Huh? What? Melia ordered, Quick, call a doctor immediately. Scarlet is beyond saving. The knight still couldn't believe his eyes. Was that Lady Scarlet just now? Seeing the empty seats inside, the knight asked, But isn't the young master coming back with us? Melia Armand frowned and sighed, recalling that moment. No matter how he thought about it, it seemed she really had gone mad. If you really die, what will I do? I don't want to attend your funeral, you know. Izar, what about you? Immediately after, Izar was thrown out of the carriage. Hey, get out of the carriage. Take care of yourself, you idiot. Izar, left stranded in the middle of the road, was still bewildered. Huh? What was that? Duke Armand frowned and asked, Scarlet Armand, what did you just... Scarlet raised a hand to signal him to stop. Oh, and one more thing. I am now His Majesty's fiancé. You know that, right, Father?
So let's keep a little distance. She pointed a finger at his face. Right or not, this is the way it is. How could there be a wound on the body of his noble fiancé, right? Recalling this, the Duchess rubbed her throbbing head. She had never been so ill-mannered before. Now, truly, she had gone completely mad. The next day, Scarlet wrote a letter to Emperor Callior. To His Majesty Callior, the exalted sun, His Majesty like the moon, water, flowers, trees, sparrows. I regret having to bid farewell to your Majesty in such a manner at the birthday banquet. Therefore, I look forward to meeting your Majesty again. After writing it, she felt nauseous, gagging. Meet what? Meet whom? It would be so much better if the engagement was just called off like this. That being said, she still had to quickly decide when they should meet again. The Emperor and his fiancée had to meet a specific number of times per month as stipulated, and all events related to those meetings had to be recorded. Thinking of this, she felt embarrassed. Isn't this just public dating? She sent to His Majesty, the exalted sun, the date, time, and location of their next meeting. To ensure he wouldn't be uncomfortable, she chose a date, time, and location for their first meeting that suited him. The important thing here was to continuously show him she was crazy while maintaining a moderate limit.
That's perfect enough to deceive that suspicious tyrant. Let's see how he'll respond. If he replies to this letter, it means my actions yesterday weren't impressive enough. Lucy, are you there? I'm here, my lady. Could you please bring the ledgers to me? Scarlet Armand's mother, the late Duchess, had left her assets to Scarlet. Although the assets weren't substantial, in the original story, Scarlet used this money to cause trouble for Sherla. Because Scarlet spent all the money on such matters, she had to borrow from the elders of the family. Scarlet regretted. The money wasn't small. How could she spend it all in one go? Lucy brought a cup of tea and placed it on her table. Oh, you've prepared the kind I like to drink.
Thank you, Lucy. Upon hearing Scarlet's thanks, Lucy broke out in a cold sweat. No need. It's nothing at all, she stammered. Scarlet sipped her tea, thinking, Lucy, your expression gives everything away. She then said, Your expression is truly amusing, so I just have to keep thanking you. Thank you very much. Yes, my lady, just call me if you need anything. After Lucy left, Scarlet's face grew serious as she began to calculate. Right, the remaining problem is this. Just as I predicted, this amount of money is too meager. With this amount, I can't escape the Duke's household and live an independent life. Scarlet had saved this money over time, but it's clear I need to earn more. Fortunately, I have a way to earn money with just this small amount. The safe zone, or more precisely, this barren land, is called the Cradle. Because magic cannot pass through it, people have abandoned this land. But no one knows that this rejected land in the capital is a safe haven for spirits living in seclusion with the female lead, and it becomes an incredibly fertile land. Scarlet flashed a dangerous smile. Spirits, huh? If I gain recognition from the spirits, I won't have to worry about resources anymore. The most luxurious treasure in this world is spirit stones. If I take these stones and sell them, no sooner said than done. She pushed the door open and went out. Seeing this, Lucy ran after her, calling out, "My lady, where are you going?" "The bank. I'm going to withdraw some money. I'll take half of this family's assets and leave."
At the Imperial Palace, Charlene returned after his training. He lay down exhausted to rest, and at this moment, a memory resurfaced. "Happy birthday, Your Majesty." It was truly outrageous. She dared to do that right in front of him. His mother's words echoed in his ears. "Oh, Callior, my unfortunate child, how I wish you had never been born." And also the whispers of others behind his back. "You must be careful, every single bit, in front of His Majesty, if you don't want to die." The established order had now been shattered. The image of Scarlet that day kept lingering in his mind, making Charlene sit up. How annoying. The moment she made a heart gesture at him reappeared, and he blushed. No, it wasn't that he felt annoyed. Scarlet Armin, merely a name from a prestigious family. Although this family was gradually declining, he still agreed to the engagement because of the influence of this prestigious family.
According to the investigation results, Lady Armand is cruel and heartless. With such a personality, Your Majesty should consider whether she is worthy of the Empress's position. Cruel, you say? That lady? Remembering Scarlet's foolish demeanor that day, allow your servant to show Your Majesty something miraculous. It's difficult to know accurate information by only investigating superficially. What should I do? Vaguely insane, wanting to kill people. Even so, I haven't completely lost interest in that strange lady. Let's just wait and see. Not to watch Scarlet Armand, but Scarlet herself. At the Armand family estate, Lucy called out, "Lady." The royal palace sent a reply. Upon receiving the reply, she smiled brightly. "Good, very good. A 1-month schedule. I sent her a 1-month schedule, so I must show him I'm even crazier. I will show you what the pungent taste of madness is like, Callier."
In the Imperial Palace, Charlene was also pensive about this schedule. A person entered and said, "Your Majesty, you summoned me, but even if you hadn't, I would have something to report to you. It's fortunate you summoned me." Saying this, the person placed a pile of documents on the table. Seeing the stack of documents as high as a mountain, Charlene's face darkened. "It's only early morning, and you're already overdoing it." "Overdoing it, Your Majesty? It won't take up much of Your Majesty's time." This person was Callior's confidant, Count Clover. Clover said with dark circles under his eyes, "Breakfast is done, so it's time to work, Your Majesty." As he said this, he thought, some people don't even have time to eat, only sleep 2 hours, and then continue working. Charlene also thought to himself, "I know what you're thinking." At this moment, the communication orb glowed. Is that Count Lumen? Callior's close confidant and head of intelligence, Count Lumen. Count Clover worried. Both Count Lumen and I have been summoned? Could it be? Charlene threw the documents down and said, "Investigate it again." Clover lowered his face. It was just as he expected. Lumen, worried, asked with tears in his eyes, "Is my report not clear, Your Majesty?" If it's an investigation into the Armand family, then such an outcome is understandable. Their ancestors were heroes, standing shoulder to shoulder with the ancestors of the Callior and Rochelle families. What those heroic ancestors left for the Armand family, even the Tyrant's close retainers could not penetrate.
However, Scarlet was the type of person who often went out for walks, so at least some investigation could be done. Such careless information gathering. Charlene asked Lumen, "Are you sure you've investigated thoroughly?" Clover secretly grumbled, "This is too much, Your Majesty. This is awkward." After all, Count Lumen was prone to tears. If things continue like this and something happens to me again? Lumen had just called out, "Your Majesty." He had abruptly cut off communication, not expecting His Majesty to sever the connection completely. Clover's face darkened. "At this rate, I'll have to work overtime." As expected, Charlene said, "You choose, investigate the Armin family or investigate Scarlet Armin." Scarlet Armin. Several weeks had passed since she became the fiancée, and only now was she appearing. Even so, choosing this was better than being unable to do anything. It is indeed a difficult choice for me, but what exactly should I investigate about the young lady? Investigate what I want to know first. Remember, don't let me get annoyed. Yes, I will do my best. I'd rather eat cold porridge than investigate the Armin family. Then, Your Majesty, could you tell me about your official schedule? As always, won't Your Majesty meet the young lady twice a month? While Your Majesty proceeds with the schedule, if I am near Your Majesty, it will help me gather information. I have to see that face again. Images of Scarlet, difficult to keep at bay, flashed through Charlene's mind once more. He smiled and said, "Let it be. The schedule hasn't been decided yet."
Count, you know what to do. Go send the schedule to Armin. I'm entrusting you with the authority to decide on this once a month, Count. Yes, I understand. Then I'll take my leave. Clover left, wondering why His Majesty seemed so cheerful. A tyrant who ruled the empire almost never displayed joy. Who exactly was that young lady, or what had she done to His Majesty?
Clover imagined the son of this empire as her man. Could it be Scarlet Armin? I must quickly investigate her within a day. On the other hand, Scarlet said, of course, what's with a month-long schedule? Aren't we meeting again tomorrow? What's with the day after tomorrow, meet Miss Armin at the Red Palace? And here's the postscript, please walk there. What kind of damn training is this? Clearly they don't care about meeting quickly and getting it over with. Wait, so what should I do? Wear a red dress to make a strong impression? Wearing it a second time and leaving a less strong impression won't do. Or should I prepare with all my sincerity? What if that tyrant isn't satisfied? Indeed, how can one go to someone else's house empty-handed, right? After that, she literally wore a red outfit. Wow, the shopping street near the palace is truly magnificent. Thanks to that, I could easily find those items, pomelos and white flowers. These are the two things that Tyrant hates the most. Especially he dislikes white flowers, and I don't know why. The scent of these flowers is very fragrant, you know? In that case, I should give him another bouquet.
This one, and this one too, please. Give me the white one with a slightly strong scent. Very quickly, a bouquet was completed. The seller said, "Oh, I'm sure the person you love will adore this." Scarlet smiled gently, thinking to herself, like what? He'll absolutely detest it. Everything's ready. Time to hit the road, isn't it? Going like this should be fine, right? Excellent. I'll make him lose all his arrogance. As time passed, she arrived at the meeting point. Lady Armand, you are precisely 2 hours and 13 minutes late. There were some unavoidable circumstances on our way here, so it's quite all right. After all, the last item on today's schedule is very relaxed. I am the Count, and I will be guiding this itinerary. You may call me Clover, lady. It's a pleasure to meet you, Clover. His Majesty is waiting, so please hurry, lady. Just like in the original story, he's a workaholic. Last time I didn't get to meet him. I guess he was sleeping in some corner. It's a bit of a shame, though. We only arrived at our destination in the evening. Normally, the magic lights would be on, but today they had to be turned off by His Majesty's command. Next time you visit, lady, you can admire the Imperial Palace at night. Count, I have something I'd like to ask. Yes, please go ahead, lady. Isn't this a prison? Clover clapped his hands. Lady, you have such sharp eyes. It's your first time at the Imperial Palace, yet you know it so well. Uh-huh, is that so? Both wore dark expressions and laughed with feigned sincerity. Is he really going to appear in this manner? Clover, do you think I don't know for sure?
In the principle of the tyrant's private life, not only the heroine and hero, but also the tyrant's retainers are prominently featured. They are the ones who simultaneously monitor the tyrant's private life, because their role is to diligently provoke him, and according to the information in that book, the Count tried to press his face close to Clover, making him flustered and call out, "Lady." Scarlet deliberately let out a snort of laughter, spitting saliva onto Clover's glasses, making his face darken. She said, "I need to see His Majesty. This guy is famously fond of cleanliness. Oh dear, is the Count all right? How do you feel? What does it feel like to face disaster, huh?" Clover turned around trembling and said, "I'm fine." Scarlet, emboldened, took an old cloth and wiped Clover's face. Clover trembled even more. "Ah, lady, honestly, why is the Count like this? Are you really okay?" Scarlet gloated inwardly. "That's right. Who would mock someone like that upon first meeting them? The cleaning cloth I accidentally brought along turned out to be so useful." While she was gloating, a low voice rang out. "What are you two doing? Right before my eyes, and you're still dawdling like this." Both of them startled and called out, "Your Majesty." Charlene looked at the two of them with a cold, stern face, as if catching them in the act. "Greetings, son of the Empire. Has Lady Armin arrived?" "Yes, Your Majesty."
"I wish to see your Majesty as soon as possible." Charlene noticed the basket Scarlet was carrying. "My lady, but what is that?" "Oh, this? It's a gift. Your Majesty invited me, and it would be a bit impolite to come empty-handed. Your Majesty, please look at this. Aren't these white flowers beautiful?" Seeing the white flowers, Clover's face darkened as he screamed internally, "Oh no, oh no." That wasn't all. Scarlet also presented a pomelo in front of Charlene. "And this too. This is a pomelo." "Yes, because I really like pomelos." So Charlene's expression became taut like a bowstring. In Charlene's eyes, Scarlet was like a witch. These are wild pomelos from the Jeros territory. They are also products specially transported there by white mages. They look very delicious, don't they? Charlene, with a darkened face, called out, "Count Clover." "Yes, Your Majesty." "Count, you look very tired today, don't you?" "Not at all, Your Majesty. You should go rest for a bit. I will accompany the young lady inside."
"At your command, Your Majesty. Let's go inside." Scarlet felt a little afraid, but still quietly followed behind. It's been a bit too quiet, I think. What should I say now? "But Your Majesty, why did you order all the lights outside to be turned off earlier?" "Oh, could it be that this is a moment just for us and we can shine together more than ever?" Charlene replied with a look of endurance. "I am working now." "Working?" "Yes, this cannot be scheduled." "What's with that expression, young lady?"
Scarlet covered her face and said, I feel really hot. Hey.
I was just joking, Your Majesty. Do you want me to help you with your work? You said you'd help me? Yes. Otherwise, there's no reason Your Majesty would have chosen this time and place. I'm very curious, Your Majesty. Please tell me quickly. Any request is fine. I'm very willing. Yes, that's right. Just as you said, I have something I need to do, so I had someone call you here. There's someone I want to meet and talk to. Oh, talk? I'm very good at that. As soon as they both stepped in, they saw the prisoner's arms. Scarlet, frightened, hid behind Charlene. He secretly scoffed. Worthless. Hurry up. Speaking of which, what's with this giant underground prison? Who would he want to meet in a place like this? He's definitely not normal. It's better not to make eye contact. Suddenly, someone called out, Hey girl, over here. I said, over here. I've been wronged, miss. Please save me. Wait, Scarlet was grabbed by one of the arms. Hey, can't you let go of my hand? I'm with you. It hurts so much. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock when she heard Charlene call out, Miss, be careful with your hand. Charlene, like a demon, drew his sword and slashed it straight towards her. She froze, seeing blood splatter everywhere. Oh my God, this isn't like the original story. Charlene turned and said, It's all dirty with blood now. Isn't that right, miss? Isn't he just a madman beyond saving? Scarlet, terrified, collapsed to the ground.
Charlene walked over and stepped on the prisoner's severed arm, saying, The Count has more work to do. The road ahead is still long. Let's go. The person the young lady must meet is deep within this prison. Yes, who exactly are we going to meet? Moreover, he seems to be in a very cheerful mood, truly a madman. Is this what a tyrant is supposed to be like? Scarlet looked down at her hand and realized the gift basket she was carrying had been left behind earlier. Scarlet frowned at Charlene. Even before meeting the female lead, this guy's level of madness was already abnormal. If only I could just smack that adorable yet cunning nape. As Scarlet was raising her hand behind him, Charlene said, Stop. Scarlet startled and dropped her hand. What? Could he have heard her thoughts? Scarlet quickly explained, Ho-ho, if you walk for this long, it's good to stretch your whole body. But Charlene didn't address the topic she brought up. He said, There are 2 paths for you. Of the 2 paths, the one the young lady is most likely to choose is approaching, very close.
Both stood in front of a room, inside which a man holding a flower happily said, Chi-Chi said so. Oh, Chi-Chi. Me too. I also love Chi-Chi. I didn't expect you to whisper so sweetly, Chi-Chi. Scarlet asked curiously, Your Majesty, who is that? Charlene turned away without saying anything. At this moment, Scarlet bent down and called inside, Sir, are you all right? Charlene's gaze seemed to fall into a void. There was once a prophet who was called a sage. Although he had been in prison for 19 months at this time, he always remained silent. The old man's prophecies concerning the Armand family could not be underestimated. Charlene recalled him saying then, Please protect this old man from strangers. That's right, putting me in prison is best.
Instead, this old man will utter a prophecy. There are 2 paths, and the one with the highest probability of being chosen is approaching. However, that path leads to destruction. Your Majesty, you cannot hold on to even a sliver of happiness for yourself. Besides the Divine Temple, the only ones who can foresee future events are the Armand family, where the prophets are slumbering. Scarlet asked, Grandpa, who are you talking to? Those not of the Armand family had predicted that upon discovering the Armand family's secrets, they would feel envious. Perhaps I can use this old man to learn about that secret. Are you talking to elves? Cece, that elf. This girl's inner thoughts, perhaps she is one. For a moment, Charlene smiled, then quickly composed his face and stepped in front of Scarlet. Miss, he's a criminal feigning madness. You shouldn't go near him. Scarlet insisted, Are there really elves, Grandpa? Charlene tried to stop her. It would have been better, but then the old man spoke. What's wrong? You don't believe me either? Well, that's right. Only those with pure hearts can see elves. Oh, is that so? I only have an impure heart when it comes to my Your Majesty. Well, there's nothing to be done then. Did you just say my Your Majesty? Yes, we're on a date right now. Scarlet secretly chuckled at Charlene's expression, that utterly murderous look. Miss, you are currently... The old man reached out his hand. Oh, what a peculiar preference. Suddenly, Charlene's sword flashed out to block him. His eyes glared menacingly, preventing the old man from touching Scarlet.
Charlene warned, Miss, he is just a criminal who manipulates others' minds. It's best you don't believe blindly. You need to be careful of everyone. I apologize to you. That person doesn't just kill anyone they encounter, which is why I approached him.
Didn't Charlene notice? Was he protecting me? Of course not, right? Scarlet said, That person talked about elves, so I was very curious. I believe elves exist in this world. Elves? Yes, but it's useless because I can't see them. Charlene was a little surprised, then sneered. Let's get back on the path we should be on. Charlene sighed and said, Now I don't know if you can do well. Scarlet looked bewildered. What do you mean? But disguising yourself as a foolish, innocent person has its uses, doesn't it? That's right. Besides your usual crazy actions, you also need to properly acknowledge this shortcoming. If you're already crazy and also lack understanding, wouldn't that become a disaster? Suddenly, Charlene turned back and called, "Lady," then he held out his hand. Reflexively, Scarlet also reached out her hand towards him. She was still wondering why he suddenly held out his hand. Then, unexpectedly, Charlene pulled her towards him. Facing her now was a white-haired person. Sweating, she asked, "Is this the person I'm supposed to meet, Your Majesty?" "Yes, lady. You may ask anything." "Anything? But who is that person?" He didn't answer, but smirked. The woman in the cell asked, "Your Majesty, are you still well?" "Of course. It's been a long time, Fun." "Yes, Your Majesty." Charlene looked at Scarlet. "Lady, ask your questions." Charlene called a second time. "Lady?" Scarlet looked bewildered. Could these truly be the eyes of a sage? Fun said, "Really, lady, you're standing too far away, but it's enough for me to see." Seeing her hand reaching out towards her, Scarlet turned pale. "Oh, I'm so dizzy." It was time to make a choice.
Fan held Scarlet's hand and continued, "The poor lady. For that reason, everything will begin to change. What was destined will be broken. From now on, the lady will receive blessings." Suddenly, Charlene pulled Scarlet back. "That's enough. That's all you need to say." Fan gave a faint smirk and said, "All right." Charlene's eyes were now full of unspoken thoughts. "Your Majesty, could you please let go of her hand?" Whether out of embarrassment or something else, Charlene pushed Scarlet forward. "Honestly, let's just go back now." "Oh, Your Majesty, if you suddenly let go like that, what if something happens to me? Don't you have any reflexes?" Fan, sitting in the cell, suddenly gave a slight smile. At the end of the day, Clover came in to report. "Are you back, Your Majesty?" Charlene replied indifferently. "The lady just left the mansion." "All right. Your Majesty, did something happen in the basement prison?"
What did Fan say? Oh, what is it? Really? What exactly did Fran say in the end? Charlene put down her wineglass and said, "Fan said the demoness was truly pitiful. Don't mind it." Huh? Yes, Charlene recalled that moment. "I'm fine. My lady, you don't need to try to act like you're okay. Prophecies are merely possibilities. There's no need to shackle yourself to that prophecy." Haha, I'm truly fine. I don't pay attention to His Majesty's words. No matter what kind of life we live, we can only live each day to the fullest. So if Your Majesty feels content with how you've lived today, that's enough. That is my view. And today, I feel extremely content. Clover looked horrified upon hearing the Emperor recount what happened in prison. Oh my God. So,
"Still saying such unlucky words, and what's destined will be broken? Why such a gloomy prophecy? Is the young lady all right? On the contrary, she looks very good. Amazing. The prophecy, isn't it incredibly fantastical? She even laughed with great amusement, and her being like this isn't so bad." After returning to the mansion, Scarlet stretched, feeling more tired than she thought. "I'll just go to sleep quickly." At this moment, Izar came out and asked, "Just getting back now?" "Izar, it's this late. Aren't you sleeping? What are you doing? Is something wrong?" "That's what I should be asking you." "Ha, Izar, you're back. Just go to your room, wash up and so on." "What's wrong with him? Why is he annoyed?" Izar came closer. "Are you really asking that? Something like that happened and you're not worried at all? Could it be he? It seems you don't remember, but back then you were almost gone from this world. How could I not worry when something like that happened?" Seeing Izar so worried that his eyes were welling up, she widened her eyes in surprise. I'm sorry, Izar. I'll come home early, okay? I was wrong." "Back then? Is he talking about when I transmigrated?" "Anyway, thank you for worrying about me. But don't worry, from now on, I'll live well." Seeing her cheerful demeanor, Izar felt somewhat relieved. "Well, I'll go in first. Good night, Izar." "Young man, thank you. From now on, I'll try my best not to die."
Of course, starting tomorrow, I'll have to do something new. 3 days later, at the Imperial Bank, the smiling employee said, "So the west side of the Imperial Palace, you mean as many safe zones as possible?" Scarlet happily replied, "That's right. Given my current financial situation in sales, I can afford up to 300 sen, about half a stadium." Seeing Scarlet wanting to buy safe zones, people started whispering, "Is that Miss Armand, the crazy Armand?" Scarlet retorted, "You people, I can hear everything you're saying. It's not bad. I'll register for the largest standard. Yes, please sign here. The results will be communicated to you this evening."
Excellent. First, the land matter has been settled. Scarlet snapped her fingers and called, "William Lands." "Yes, young lady." "Prepare the carriage for me." "Will the young lady return to the mansion immediately?" "No, I have to go see my land, don't I?" "Just a little more waiting. My wealth? No, it should be my adorable little sprites." She quickly arrived at the location. Is this the safe zone? It's closer to the Imperial Palace than I thought. In the original story, when Shirla met the sprites, they said they had been born for half a year but hadn't eaten anything yet. At this point, the sprites must have already been born. The sprites love the sweet scent of fruit. They are important creatures who gave wings to Shirla, a person with nothing in her hands. Thus, for Scarlet, meeting Shirla was like a baptism. Since the sprites like fruit, on the way back I must buy some seeds at the magic garden.
I don't want to own too many. About 1 sprite stone will be enough. As Scarlet was walking, she heard voices nearby. It seemed they were refusing passage to Bizarre Peak. The reason was, it seemed the Temple of the Gods had interfered. Each Temple of the Gods has already caused 10 problems today. Forget it, everyone will die anyway. Your Majesty. Otherwise, just bring a boat and kill them all. Scarlet quickly hid behind a tree. She recognized the person. It was the Emperor and the golden squid from the banquet.
Startled, is he out for a stroll? Anyway, I will look into it further and report back to your Majesty. Even if the financial resources are embezzled, our dignity remains. Scarlet hid behind a tree. Wait, why am I hiding? From the perspective of a mad Scarlet, this is exactly what fun looks like. All right, I'll just surprise him. With that thought, she covered her mouth and made a sound. Callier heard it and immediately turned his head. What was that sound? Scarlet suddenly jumped out, startling Charlie Ann. She smiled foolishly and said, "Your Majesty, I missed you so much." As she spoke, she ran towards Charlie Ann, but unfortunately she twisted her ankle. Luckily, Charlie Ann quickly caught her. "I heard someone, so it's Lady Armin," Charlie Ann said. Scarlet was dumbfounded. This isn't according to plan. Up close, he's devastatingly handsome. About that, Charlie Ann asked with a terrifying expression. "What are you doing here?" How scary, Scarlet thought. Lumen now realized that the girl was Lady Armin Scarlet and wondered why she was running out of the forest. His mood was already foul due to the Divine Temple incident. If His Majesty were to even get rid of his own fiancée, that would truly be disastrous. Before everything explodes, I must intervene. "Your Majesty, are you all right? Your Majesty must be tired, so allow me to escort the lady," Lumen interjected. Charlie Ann completely ignored Lumen's words. He asked Scarlet, "Are you hurt?" She pouted and said, "Yes, I'm hurt in heart, Your Majesty."
She didn't even fall, yet she's claiming a heart injury? What kind of scene am I witnessing? It seems Your Majesty doesn't dislike being touched. Their relationship is better than I thought. Scarlet continued, "Because Your Majesty is so handsome. Seeing this face, my heart, seeing her still spouting such nonsense, she must be fine." Lumen felt a bit redundant and spoke up. "Your Majesty, I still have many matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." Charlene remained silent. Lumen implicitly understood silence is consent and quickly slipped away. Scarlet thought, puzzled. Why didn't Charlene leave too? If it were me, encountering someone this messy, I would have run away immediately. How many more times do I have to ruin my image right in front of him? If things continue like this, I'll die just like in the original story. Why is Charlene so hard-hearted? This won't do. I need to find a way to deal with this. She continued, "Your Majesty, you asked what I was doing here, didn't you?"
He simply replied, "Yes, I have come to inspect the land, because I am the one buying this plot." Charlene frowned. "What? Why exactly?" "It's simply because I heard that elves have appeared." Charlene was speechless. "Elves?" He remembered the old man's words in prison. "Cece, I love you too. Young lady, how old are you this year?" "Believing in elves has nothing to do with age, Your Majesty. If I could meet an elf, I wouldn't regret exchanging all my possessions." Saying this, she secretly smiled. "What do you think? Like a naive fool believing rumors and wasting my assets? Good, good, there's a reaction. In front of my handsome Majesty, do you find me so pathetic that you don't want to look at me? Can't you stop this? It's not over yet." She continued, "Your Majesty, that's why. As Your Majesty's fiancé, could Your Majesty sell it to me cheaply? Am I overdoing it?" After a moment of silence, Charlene said, "Excuse me. What? Why is he kicking off his glove? Is he going to hit me?" Charlene reached out toward Scarlet, making her close her eyes tightly in fear, but he merely picked a leaf from her hair and said, "It seems the young lady isn't afraid of me at all, is she?" "I'll consider that request. Thank you, Your Majesty. It's getting late. Let's head back. Your Majesty, please have a safe journey back." Back home, she pondered, why did I tell His Majesty to also return carefully? And yet I obediently said goodbye as if it were perfectly normal. But I have to admit, he's incredibly handsome. Is there some rule that villains have to be this handsome? Good heavens. Seriously though, he's the male lead, but when I met him at the banquet, I didn't feel this way, did I? Or is it because we met in the forest that I'm feeling this way? No, it's not the atmosphere. I'm sensing something else. How can I describe it? It's as if he feels the same way about me. The tyrant Charlene Callior had a clear distinction in his attitude between the woman he loved and other women. Towards the one he loved, he was incredibly kind, but towards others, he was as sharp as a knife. I am not Chala, so to him, I am no different from other women. But why? At that moment, he spoke and smiled gently. "It seems the young lady isn't afraid of me at all, is she?" I noticed his usual cold demeanor. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Who else could be coming at this hour? The Duke? Seriously, just as I was lost in thought, another problem arose. Lately, I haven't been obeying him, so if he wants to hit me, I'll run away from here immediately.
I still can't escape from here yet. She sat up and asked, "Who is it?" "It's me. Open the door. Are you already asleep?" The voice was Izar's. "It's me. Open the door." So it was Izar. Scarlet called out, "There's someone inside. Is this a restroom or something? All right, open the door." "Yes, yes, I thought it was the Duke." Scarlet reached out to open the door, then flinched, thinking again. What was Izar doing here so late at night?
Is he with the Duke? Scarlet changed her mind. She didn't like it anymore. "I won't open the door." "What? It's this late. What do you intend to do in a woman's bedroom? You're so perverted." "What are you talking about? And you keep speaking in such a commanding tone. I came here because I have something to say. Be a good girl and open the door for me." Scarlet thought to herself, even if that's not the case, I'd still bolt. He and I aren't close enough to sit down and talk, are we? Scarlet continued, "I'm not wearing any clothes, you know. See, I'm really going crazy. It seems he came alone. Keep your voice down. If you and I argue, who knows what the Duchess will do to me? You can just stand there and talk." "Seriously? Okay, I understand. It's nothing special, I just..." "Huh? Can you speak a little louder?" "It's nothing today. I just wanted to wish you good night." Scarlet was bewildered. "Huh? What was that? He came because he was worried about me? He was worried I'd be scared of the Duke and wouldn't be able to sleep?" Only then did Scarlet agree to open the door, and sure enough, upon seeing her, he asked, "You are wearing clothes, aren't you?" "Izar, you're sick, aren't you?" "What? No, it's just that lately you've been doing these cute things that you never used to do. Go to sleep quickly. You sleep well too." That night, the Duke did not summon Scarlet. Meanwhile, I had thought of a way to tease him. The falling winter flowers made my head go bald.
Like a ghastly spider nurtured in a magic tower, it was a pity for Izar. Meanwhile, Scarlet's fiancée, Charlene, was pondering her fearless demeanor, even in the presence of such a rumor-ridden emperor. The ill-fated star appeared at the time of His Royal Highness the Prince's birth. If we ignore this matter, the imperial family and the entire empire will be destroyed. The Pope's prophecy, though baseless, was something no one could oppose. By then, the power of the divine temple was immense to ensure the prosperity and eternal existence of this empire. His Royal Highness the Prince could hardly escape his fate. We must prevent the catastrophic consequences from befalling us. When everyone believed the prophecy and rejected him, he wielded his sword to protect his life, to survive, not caring if he had to kill. The blood of those he killed was enough to drench an entire mountain. A person like him could no longer be called human. At this point, all that remained was the title of Tyrant. To him, Armand Scarlet was very special.
She considered him a very different person and didn't give him a hard time. If she could hear this, would she deny it? Charlene could feel it. She wasn't afraid of her at all. The so-called Charlene looked down at the map, then remembered. She would think about it and then answer. Selling land cheaply? Is this bravery or sheer audacity? The land where elves live? Going there now is not an option. She would definitely get angry. Is that why at some point I became curious about what she would do? I'll try it once. Later, at the Armand mansion. These are the safe zone transfer documents issued by the Empire. Please read them carefully and sign them, young lady. This person was guard number 1, disguised by Count Clover to carry out the mission. Thank you. Scarlet wondered, how much do they discount for me? Huh? Why is the land price still the same? Hey, did the landowner say anything else? Is there a problem with the documents? No, there isn't. Aha, so they used the contract as an excuse to meet me. His Imperial Majesty didn't say anything. If young lady wishes, you can request a meeting and I will adjust the schedule. Charlene, you said you would think about it, didn't you? She said. It's just, are you messing with me?
Clover and maid Lucy immediately froze upon hearing her words. It was clear the young lady was very upset. Miss, is something the matter? Clover thought to herself. Do I have to report this to His Majesty too? He has instructed, you must remember everything she says. Scarlet smiled. I'm just a little excited, that's all. Please forget what just happened. She was even more eccentric than a rumors set. So, miss, you can sign the document. Scarlet grumbled. You want to play games with me, don't you? Fine. All right. Clover secretly imagined the scene. Could His Majesty really be dating the young lady? They were even flirting with each other. His Majesty's date. After signing, Scarlet pushed the papers over. Is this all? Ah, yes. With the royal family's approval, the procedure will be complete. Then I'll take my leave. You've worked hard. Young lady, shall I prepare your meal? No need. Go prepare the carriage for me. Where are you going? To the bank. I'll review the land I bought. Yes, I'll prepare it right away. A box of pastries was prepared. Scarlet took a bite and immediately regained her composure. Now she was calm again. She had trusted Charlene too much. She thought she would buy the land for only half the original price. No, wasn't she mistaken? Because the Tyrant said he was thinking about it. Let's think positively. Even so, when she offered him a discount, he didn't get angry. Oh, and she just remembered she still hadn't been to the magic garden yet. The magic seeds for educating young children. They would bear fruit after just 1 month of care. She would explore it all today. The weather was beautiful. How much longer until we arrive? We're almost there, young lady.
Let's see, the magic garden.
Did I go the wrong way, I wonder? This is driving me crazy. Let's see, so from here, then turn into the alley on the left. As she was walking, someone called out, "Hey, over there!" Scarlet turned her head to look. Freda looked at her and asked, "Are you lost? I heard you were brainless, and it's true. Last time I was too surprised, so I let it go, but not this time." Scarlet froze for 2 seconds, thinking to herself, "Who is she? How dare you threaten me? Are you telling me you want to die? How can you say such rude things in public?" Threaten? Oh, now Scarlet remembered her. Do you want to die? So it's the green young lady from the banquet. Freda flinched when called the green young lady. What? My hair isn't green, it's chartreuse. Oh, I see. Who cares anyway? Now that's settled, I'm leaving, Miss Chartreuse. Wait a minute. My name is Peridot Freda. Hey, are you even listening? Scarlet sighed. All right, No, Miss Freda. I'm just asking as a precaution. Are you trying to befriend me?
Peridot Freda seemed a bit awkward. If not, then good, because the young lady is not my type. Suddenly, Peridot said, "What friend? You're always like this, always thinking of yourself as the noble young lady of the Armand family, yet all your crimes make others both tremble in fear and unable to accept someone like you. You don't even remember other people's names. Do you understand what I'm saying, young lady? You won't live long." What she said wasn't baseless. I mean, up until now, all of that tyrant's fiancés have died, sometimes at the tyrant's mercy, sometimes under the control of others. Even if that's true, those aren't words to be spoken on the street in broad daylight like this. She's really bold, even saying she's an early goner. I can't believe she'd make up such nonsense. Talking to you is worthless. Why should I bother so much? I'm warning you for the last time. Just you wait and see. Young lady, if you don't want to die before me, then watch your mouth. I will live, no matter what.
Peridot Freda yelled, "You rude person, just you wait." This entire scene was witnessed by Clover, who then went back and reported it to Charlene. X minutes, X days, buy magic seeds at the magic garden. Is this all the information you have about the lady? Yes, this is what was investigated today. Her daily actions and her actions in front of your majesty are the same. Indeed, those crazy actions and way of speaking, that's just her true nature. She said she was joking around? Suddenly, Charlene smirked, making Clover afraid. He suddenly froze. Did His Majesty just smile? Your Majesty, I have something to say. Is your Majesty dating Lady Armin? What? You've been following the lady so much that your mind isn't clear anymore, haven't you?
I told you to investigate, but it seems you've been infected yourself. No, Your Majesty, it's just that I asked an unnecessary question. Stop talking nonsense and focus on your work. As you command. Where's Lady Armin now? According to information from other discreet observers, she is in a safe zone. At the same time, Scarlet also let out a sigh of relief. Whew, it's all planted. Meanwhile, Charlene said, "I will handle the rest of the investigation myself. That lady who was like a stalker has been dealt with." Meanwhile, Scarlet thought to herself, "It's more expensive than I thought, but I've already taken care of the remaining funds. That's great. Everything is still going according to plan." At this moment, Charlene walked over and said, "So you're here." Scarlet turned around and called out, "Your Majesty." Scarlet silently cursed, "Charlene, you liar." "What are you doing?" Charlene asked. "Do you think I came here to play?" she thought. Thinking this, she still smiled brightly. "I am planting fruit seeds." "Why do you have to do that?" "I heard these seeds will sprout in just 3 weeks, so I find it quite miraculous." "Haha, you were talking about those seeds." Scarlet was surprised to see Charlene sit down next to her. He actually sat on the ground? I never would have expected that. Scarlet nudged Charlene's shoulder and said, "The thing is, I'm going to give gifts to the fairies." "Fairies?" Scarlet worried. "What should I do? I can't think of any crazy actions right now. The fairies will appear here, so I want to quickly nurture these seeds and give them to the fairies." After that, I didn't say anything more. It took a long while before I looked up at him. He was quietly looking at me, and the corner of his mouth was slightly upturned. It was just a feeling, but it seemed he wasn't aware that he was smiling. It seemed I had seen a side of him I shouldn't have. I quickly turned my face away. Wait, this is too embarrassing. I need to say something. Come to think of it, isn't this place my land from now on?
What are you trying to say, young lady?
Oh, so about that. I see. So because it's your land, you now want me to pay a transit fee. No, that's not it, Your Majesty. Please don't think that. All right, if Your Majesty is coming through, then we should rewrite the contract.
Instead of a toll fee, I will allow the young lady free use, and I will reduce the price of this land by half. Yes, really? Why so sudden? Isn't it too easy? On one condition. I knew it would be like this. What trick are you trying to pull now? All right, Your Majesty, speak your terms. Anything is fine. No, as long as it's not about dying. So it's a deal. After hearing Charlene's condition, Scarlet was surprised. Passage rights? Is it really just passage? Just coming and going? So all the products and fruits grown here are entirely mine? Yes. Seeing Scarlett's radiant expression, Charlene thought, I didn't think she'd like this option. I had anticipated it, but I didn't expect her reaction to be so obvious. Scarlett smiled brightly. Ha ha ha, half price. That's good enough. He easily reduced the price for me like that, right? If we could just cancel the engagement like this, that would be great. I will finalize the contract during our next official meeting. Scarlett turned back, secretly guessing. Meet again? To cancel the engagement? Yes. Cancel? No. Next meeting? I will send suitable dates to the duchy. The young lady just needs to choose her preferred day. This noble young lady keeps running around, showing her delight. Doesn't she care about this matter? As for the location, I will decide it, all right? Scarlett froze. So we're meeting again just like that? This isn't right. A few days later, at the Armin family mansion. Young lady Scarlett, what are you doing? Are you curious? Want to take a look? The young lady is making failed magical products, magical insects, which are the result of an investigation into human discomfort when stepping on insects and are currently being sold cheaply at the magic shop.
Scarlett brought the spider in front of Lucy. Lucy immediately stumped it out of existence. When you stump on it, it leaves a specific message, idiot. So, how does the young lady intend to use this? It's already written. Suddenly, there were fierce screams outside. At this moment, outside, sir. What's happening? Get out. A message was written on the Duke's forehead. If we're talking about heinous, inhumane crimes, then I deserve to be hanged. The Duke, enraged, shouted, Scarlett Armin. Scarlett chuckled to herself. That was bloody revenge for laying hands on me the day before. Young lady, the Duke is coming this way. His mood isn't very good today, is it? I'll go prepare the carriage. And you should change your clothes too. Yes. Let's go out and eat something delicious, shall we? Yes, I will prepare. The Armin family's butler, Vector, approached and said, The Duke sent for me. Why are you only arriving now, butler? I apologize, sir, but what happened to your face? It's too noisy. Where is Scarlett? Treating your face is more important than the young lady, sir. First, I'll call a doctor, or perhaps a mage. Where did you get the nerve to lecture me like that? Go find her and bring her before me immediately.
Today, I won't tolerate it any longer. Duke Armance threw the butler's glasses, shattering them, and roared, What are you doing? Get out now. Are you old and deaf as well? Useless old man. Just a few years ago, I never thought something like this would happen. Baron Armand, the current Duke, is the younger brother of the previous Duke, Aaron Armand. Aaron Armand was the first head of the family. He was beloved by everyone. During that period, many prophets emerged, and he brought prosperity to the declining family. Even the stubborn elders were wary of him. Even when he fell in love with an ordinary woman, no one stood in the way of their love. His life was once as perfect as the stories people tell, but it didn't last long. The 22-year-old young man died under suspicious circumstances. The woman he loved, Milia, instead of being chosen to become Aaron's duchess, was married off to the Baron and became the first duchess. It seemed something had happened, but the duchess remained silent until her death.
The Duke continued to shout, Bring it here quickly, do you understand? Yes, sir. Baron grew increasingly aggressive. The young lady had already gone through a lot, even as a child. The butler, holding the broken spectacles, wondered, How many is this now? Suddenly, Scarlett appeared and asked, What's wrong? Did the Duke break your glasses again? Ah, young lady, you can't be here. The Duke is furious. I was planning to go out anyway. Oh, I'll have it repaired for you in the village. It's all right, miss. It won't be free. Instead, I have a condition. Scarlett whispered into the butler's ear. Let's team up to prank the Duke. You have to keep it a secret from him, okay? I will do as the young lady instructs. All right, then. Even so, seeing the young lady more cheerful than before, a sense of relief washed over him. Within the royal palace, Charlene giggled.
I thought she would just smile, but I didn't expect her to jump up and down like that. But that's just like her. Annulment. Because of these two words, she performed that so-called crazy act. She truly is a humorous girl. The tyrant was very surprised by her harmless intentions, and that unpredictable action made him find it very amusing. Whether she dies or he dies, this engagement will still take place, even if she doesn't want it to. For someone who rarely smiled, her existence was something very interesting. For now, I'll pretend not to know. Watching her isn't bad either. Let her have her way for once, for the next month. I wonder if I can win her over by trying every possible way. The next day, as Izarman was walking, Scarlett called out, Hey, Izar! Izar turned around, and Scarlett, looking amused, said, What's this? You've slicked your hair back. Are you just realizing you're a noble now? Gosh, I didn't even recognize you. Dressed so neatly, unlike your usual self. Izar asked, Why are you only just getting here? I overslept.
What about the Duke and Duchess? They must be preparing to receive guests. The mansion is lavishly decorated, as if showing off. Indeed, today is an important day for the Duke. It's the day he dines and converses with the elders. It's said that the Duke hosts a family gathering meal when receiving important guests, even if the main guest doesn't arrive. Although it's a bit ostentatious, it's also to show a harmonious and peaceful family. I wonder why you're so obedient to the Duke. Me? All right, let's hurry. Scarlet thought to herself. As Izana said, she didn't like participating in family events at the Duke's request, but she was very curious about the faces of those old men, so what could she do? Hey, let's go together. Oh, wait, I bought some land. Suddenly, I bought the safe zone in front of the palace. You know where it is, right? Hey, don't mention this in front of the Duke and Duchess. Yes, I know. While they were chatting animatedly, the Duchess reminded them from behind. If you don't hurry, what are you doing? Duchess, long time no see, right? The elders are about to arrive. Go inside immediately. Hurry inside. Melia Armin thought to herself. How strange.
What's been going on lately? Her eyes are sharper now. Scarlet, you haven't changed at all. Still doing those meaningless things, just like your mother. Scarlet turned and asked, Wait, are you scolding me, madam? Every time you bring up my mother, you just want to scold me, don't you? Calm down, Scarlet. Who would speak like that to a daughter who has lost her mother? Seeing madam speak so carelessly, I suppose madam isn't aware of her own age, is she? You really are. Just as she was about to charge into a fight, someone with a cane walked over and said sternly, The young lady is absolutely right.
I don't particularly like the young lady, but I have to admit she's not wrong. Scarlet looked on blankly, knowing immediately from their appearance that they were the elders. It's a pleasure to meet you, Duchess. It's a pleasure to meet the young master and young lady, but how long do you intend to block the entrance? Such a scene in front of the main hall is not good at all. That's right, because it's not just today that we've argued with her. All right, we are busy people. Izar Armin could only sigh in exasperation. The Duchess and Scarlet exchanged glances, signaling, just wait and see. At the dining table, Izar asked, Are you all right? Huh? The Duchess's words earlier? I'm sorry that you had to hear such words. That apology isn't yours to make. Don't worry about it and just eat. You're worrying for nothing. All right. By the way, speaking of the elders we met earlier, aren't their personalities quite similar to the Duke and Duchesses? I met them at last week's meeting. Their personalities are no joke. The truth might be different from what you think. Different? How is it different from me? Are you really asking because you don't know? Aren't you very much like your mother? Don't you know what that means to the elders? Izar told me about the relationship between the Armin family and the elders, which was not originally in the source material. For a very long time, the Armin family was the family that protected the borders of the monster forest and had no connection to the empire.
To fulfill this rule, cooperation between the elders and the family is crucial. Therefore, unlike other families, the elders of the Armin family wield considerable power. Ultimately, to become an official family head, one must gain their trust and confidence. But now, more than ever, is a period when the Armin family has a strained relationship with the elders. Not only is there a lack of trust and loyalty, but we also face their hatred towards our family. The previous Duke was highly respected by everyone. The current Duke does not receive much attention. The elders still work with the family, which might be out of loyalty to the previous Duke.
The elders cherished the previous Duke and his lover, so Scarlet's existence was a bit special. I see. Is she suddenly confused because we're talking about the family? She's completely clueless about things she doesn't care about, and I didn't even know about this. Hey, are you okay? Anyway, in the original story, even these great elders will die in the conflict between the two sides. I planned to escape from here, but then the others would follow the story's plot. If so, the fate of all these people is to die at the hands of the Tyrant. Even Izar. Hey, Scarlet, are you really okay? Oh, what did you just say? Snap out of it. The family meeting is right after dinner. Other people are not my concern. No matter what happens, there's no reason for me to be responsible. But Izar suddenly grabbed Scarlet's hand and reminded her, since all the elders are present, don't act arrogantly. Scarlet asked, What about my hand? Izar looked bewildered. What hand? Saying that, Izar looked down at his hand, which had, at some point, taken Scarlet's hand. He quickly pulled his hand back. No, I don't know either. It's just that seeing you so dazed made me uneasy, so... Oh, I see. I'll believe you for now. What's with that expression? Scarlet thought to herself. But sure enough, I can't abandon them. Izar said, blushing. I told you not to stare at me with that weird look. There must be a way to save Izar. The people who are important to me, I will definitely save their lives. Although I haven't been in this world for very long, the only people who genuinely worry about me and treat me well are my maid Lucy and my half-brother Izar. At least in this mansion, I must save these two people at all costs. Only then will I find peace in my old age. But how to save them is the problem. Suddenly, Izar stood up and said, Scarlet, get up. The family meeting is about to begin.
Oh, right. I'm not strong enough to directly take on this responsibility of protection. Is there someone in the Armand family strong enough to protect those two people? No. Even if there were such a person, what reason would they have to protect the two people I care about?
The butler bowed upon seeing the two. You've arrived, young master, young lady. They are waiting for you inside. Izar glanced at Scarlet and asked, Are you ready? Ready. For now, the meeting is the top priority. As soon as the door opened, all eyes of the elders turned towards the door. Izar Armin? Scarlet Armin. It's a pleasure to meet you all. The Duke grumbled. Honestly, what took you so long? Sit down quickly. Yes, Duke. Scarlet briefly looked at the elders and thought, why didn't I think of this? Doesn't Scarlet have her elders? I found it. The way to save Lucy and Izar from death. A sum of money Scarlet used to harass Charla. That money came from the elders. Why did the elders lend her money to harm others? The reason is very simple. They were soft-hearted towards Scarlet's deceased mother. As her daughter, they couldn't help but be soft-hearted towards Scarlet.
I grew up without my mother by my side, and you just discard it like that? You're not human. Even if they were close to Mother Scarlet, for the elders to lend her money based on just a single statement like that. Anyway, those involved with black magic will be executed for aiding them financially. But this time, I won't borrow money from you elders. Instead, you will owe me, the Duke said. Now that everyone has arrived, let's begin the Armin family meeting. A moment later. So in the end, it's still about demanding money? Let me make it clear, this isn't just our family's concern, but the entire clan's. If the boundary of the monster forest collapses, the entire territory could be in danger. Don't you know that? All right, I don't know what Cabell is. Are you asking for money to buy poisonous mushrooms or something else? Cabell is not a poisonous mushroom. It's a plant with superior effectiveness in capturing magical beasts. If things get out of control, even the head of the family won't escape responsibility. Are you threatening me now? A family meeting, huh? Compared to what I thought, this is more like a cat and dog fight, Izar reminded. Don't let others hear you, one person said. Last month, by the Emperor's command, we had to completely eliminate the goblins in the monster forest. As everyone surely knows, centaurs have appeared in that location. What? So what do we do now? Didn't I just say? It's Cabell. Using Cabell is the way to deal with centaurs. Currently, it's the only way.
That's right. The original story also mentioned the matter of the Beast Forest. The ancient magic left by Armin's ancestors to seal off the Beast Forest from the territory has begun to weaken. I'll use Cabell to stop everything, but Cabell alone can't completely solve the problem. Well, isn't it time I spoke up? She raised her hand and spoke. I know that in this situation we need Cabell, but you still haven't explained why this situation occurred. That's precisely the core issue. It's just that we don't know why either. You don't know? The Beast Forest is an area forbidden to everyone. How can we risk our lives to go in there? Right, I knew it. That's why I said you're incompetent, which is why that tyrant is chasing you. In short, the culprit behind this incident is a type of flower. This flower turns the beasts into variants that feel no pain and poisons them. The elders of the Armin family were unaware of this and tried to stop the beasts with Cabell, making the situation increasingly severe.
Finally, the tyrant personally ventured into the monster forest to deal with this matter. Surprisingly, he discovered this flower in a safe area nearby. The forest had been stabilized again, but all the elders were beheaded. When the centaurs disappear, the wyverns will appear. That must be dealt with first if we are to hope to resolve the family's matter. The Duke said, Anyway, I have no money for you. You surely know that. Scarlet, however, thought, Fortunately, I've memorized everything the tyrant said and did to find that flower. For me, finding that flower is no different from finding ordinary flowers. It's as easy as pie. So in this situation, I will help you all deal with that matter. Izar turned to her and asked, Hey, Scarlet.
What's wrong? Why have you been grinning so widely? Oh, it's nothing. I just had an idea. Ira was curious. What was the girl planning now that made her so excited? The next day, amidst the hustle and bustle, Mr. Bryan said, Pack your luggage carefully so nothing gets mixed up. We'll put them in the carriage. Yes, I understand. Scarlet approached and called out, Sir Bryan, Madame Adrian. Greetings. Madame Adrian asked, What is this about? Are you planning to tease us old folks, young lady? No, not at all, Scarlet said, waving her hand. It's nothing else. I have something I'd like to give you to. Lucy brought over a jewelry box. These are heirlooms from my mother. Seeing the amount of jewelry, Bryan and Madame Adrian were surprised. Young lady, why are you giving us this? I thought you two would need them. Didn't we already discuss this at the family meeting? I am not the head of the family, so this is all I can offer you. But I truly wish for everything to be resolved smoothly. You are important people to our family. Even if you refuse today, I hope you will still take care of your health, so I wish you a safe journey. Madame Adrian replied, We won't be leaving immediately. We're just relocating. Oh, is that so? We'll be back in a few days. There's no way we'd give up in just one day. A problem is still a problem.
We acknowledge your kindness, young lady, and we will certainly repay it. They expressed their gratitude. Thank you, young lady. It's all right. She thought to herself, for now, showing goodwill to this extent is enough, right? After everything is resolved, then I can talk about expressing myself. At the appropriate time, I'll have to speak up. After leaving here, please protect Lucy and Izar. Lucy said, Young lady, the elders said they will be staying at the East Manor for a while. Is that so? It seems they'll be staying for a long time. There's also a letter from the palace. A letter? Where is it? Here it is. I really am something. Completely engrossed in the family meeting, I didn't even know today would be the day to receive the official schedule. Let's see. His Majesty is busy with state affairs, and the next official schedule requires me to decide and reply as soon as possible. After reading the letter, Scarlet burst into tears. What is this? Is this for real? I thought this letter would be a cancellation of the engagement, for heaven's sake. Even that kind of madness still isn't enough? As expected, this much is still not enough for that tyrant. She didn't know that in the eyes of the cruel tyrant, she was just a slightly strange woman. Scarlet clutched the letter tightly. So, I have no choice but to change my strategy. Lucy, get me an outfit to go out. What kind of outfit would you like, young lady? Choose the most innocent and elegant one, but it must still have charisma. The color should be nice. I should dress properly for once, shouldn't I? Yes, I will prepare it so you can wear it tomorrow, young lady.
No, I need it right now. I have to go meet someone. We'll see if you can put up with this kind of personality. I don't know why, but everything went incredibly smoothly. For the first time in a month, all documents had been properly filed. Additionally, the morning meeting was canceled, so I had more time to take a nap. Oh, if tomorrow were just like today, how wonderful that would be. That's what I thought, until Scarlet came looking for me. Count Clover was enjoying himself when his guard informed him of Scarlet's arrival. What? You said Lady Armin came to see me? She came here without prior notice because it's important. First, tell her to wait by the carriage. As soon as he finished speaking, Clover was startled to see Scarlet entering. Has she already been escorted out of the carriage? Just then, Scarlet looked up and saw Clover.
She happily waved like a child, and inside the Count poured tea for her, inviting the lady to drink, explaining it was a tea imported from the East. If the lady doesn't like tea, I can make coffee. Scarlet didn't reply, only stared at him. Lamb Clover was flustered, afraid he didn't know what to say. He broke out in a sweat, his body starting to tremble slightly. So, lady, what brings you to me? Only now did she reply. I came to see you so suddenly, yet everyone is still so thoughtful towards me. Indeed, now I am certain. What? The first day we met, do you remember? The first time we met was in a prison, without a single ray of light. This sorrow, along with a beautiful twist of fate, had begun. The more Clover listened, the stiffer he became, as if turned to stone. Yes. Oh, my mouth went dry. It's all right. You are my hand, my breath. I'm too embarrassed. I don't know what else to say. Clover quickly clarified that Scarlet's flirting had never happened. Scarlet continued, You've been alone all this time, so you must have suffered greatly, haven't you? You are His Majesty's trusted Prime Minister, yet you harbor such feelings for me. Scarlet thought to herself, crazy actions in front of the tyrant are not allowed, so I'll have to find another way.
Clover exclaimed loudly, What are you talking about, young lady? Outside, the servants eavesdropped. Oh my, what's going on? You know what, Scarlet said with a bashful air. Noble affairs are truly complex. Prime Minister, you like me, don't you? Oh my heavens, I understand the Prime Minister's heart. Love truly complicates things for us. Whether we like it or not, those feelings eventually find a place in our hearts. This isn't my first rodeo, so I'm quite accustomed to it by now. But even if you deny it, those feelings won't disappear. Clover, at his wit's end, had to ask, What exactly did you see, young lady, to interpret things that way? It's obvious just by looking. Aren't the Prime Minister's actions speaking for themselves? In front of me, you are extremely tense, you stammer when you speak, and you even break out in a cold sweat. That, Prime Minister, you can't get past my keen eye. After listening to Scarlet's long-winded explanation, Prime Minister Clover felt utterly bewildered. How could this woman be so confident? Could his actions truly be understood in that manner? Is it possible that others perceive it similarly?
The Prime Minister is the smartest person in the Empire, but how could he easily get caught up in things like this? No, Clover began to question his understanding of life, he who had never had a single relationship before. Clover's face flushed red as he said, Do I like the lady? Scarlet gleefully exclaimed, Are you admitting that you like me? Clover's mind reeled. Is love inherently so frustrating? My life has been a frenzy of work. How could I possibly understand what love is? Oh heavens, I don't know. Let's just see how it goes first. Whether it's true or not, lady, please don't go around saying such nonsense. What's wrong? Why do I have to be stuck with this devilish lady? Why? Because the lady is His Majesty's fiancée. Clover began to feel afraid if His Majesty were to find out about this. Suddenly, a chill ran down Clover's spine.
He scared himself, imagining Charlene placing a hand on his shoulder from behind and saying, "Prime Minister Clover, I hear you're in love with someone, and it turns out to be my fiancé. His Majesty will not let this matter rest." Seeing Clover's distressed state, Scarlet broke out in a cold sweat and called out, "Prime Minister Clover, are you crying? Do you hate it so much that you're crying? I'm sorry, you're overthinking this." Clover looked up and asked, "My lady, you must find it very amusing to tease me, don't you?" Scarlet was startled. This fellow is truly extraordinary. All right, it's useless for the Prime Minister to like me, and I also don't want to make the Prime Minister cry like that. What? That's right, it's not true after all. My lady just came to joke around with me. What is love anyway? I cannot accept your feelings. I apologize for hurting you. Seeing Clover's dazed expression, Scarlet chuckled and said, "Beautiful, aren't I? I know I'm beautiful." Clover shrieked, "Not at all." As she got into the carriage, she thought, "How exciting, he's more fragile than I thought. A useless fellow. If the Prime Minister spreads rumors about my actions to his other close associates, if all his close associates hate me, then no one will be swayed, right? No matter what, a tyrant still has to maintain the dignity of a king." Scene change. At this moment, Lumen asked, "Prime Minister, are you here? I will report the content of this afternoon's meeting to His Majesty."
Clover remained slumped, not responding. Lumen worried. "Prime Minister, what's wrong?" Suddenly, Clover asked, "Count Lumen, you're quite popular with the young ladies, aren't you?" "Huh? Why so sudden?" "So, do you understand what it feels like to fall in love?" "I don't. What are you rambling about this whole time?" "So, hands and feet trembling, heart pounding so hard it makes you nauseous? Is that what it feels like to fall in love?" Well, if the Prime Minister says that, it doesn't seem right. Are you in pain somewhere?" Clover asked sternly again, "Is that right? What's really going on? Why are you talking so erratically?" "It's nothing. Just forget what I said. Something definitely happened today. It's better not to tell anyone about this." The next morning, the annex of the Armin family mansion. Scarlet wondered, "How strange. Where is everyone gone?"
It's not mealtime, and I already asked Lucy to bake some cakes. Before I went to deal with the problem in the magical beast forest, I told Lucy to keep an eye on things, but they're not at the mansion. Where could they have gone? Just then, Lady Adrian approached and called, "Miss Scarlet." "Good morning, Lady Adrian." She asked, "What is it now?" "I was just passing by. Where have you just returned from, lady?" "I went to meet with the Cabell merchants. From now on, we'll have to buy it in large quantities." "Oh, you've seen her before, haven't you, lady? She's Lucy, my maid." "Yes, I have. So will they be delivering Cabell today? I've read about it in books, but I've never seen it in real life, so I'm very curious." "I've already received a few beforehand. Perhaps you don't know what Cabell is, miss?" "Cabell looks like this. Oh, it's so cute. Can this little mushroom repel magical beasts?" "Only temporarily, but its scent can paralyze magical beasts." Suddenly, Scarlet felt dizzy. "Huh, why is it so strange? Why can't I hear anything anymore all of a sudden?" She started to stumble backward. Lucy, seeing this, was extremely panicked and rushed to support Scarlet. "Oh, young lady!" But she fell heavily to the ground. Afterward, she vaguely sat up in an unfamiliar place. "Oh, my head, what happened? Just a moment ago I was standing and talking to Lady Andrian in front of the mansion. Could it be that I was teleported during that time? That's truly impossible. Well, it's a suitable time anyway. It seems I'm getting to see vivid images again. And I've never set foot in this place before. It seems to be the magical beast forest." Suddenly, Scarlet heard a sound behind her, startling her. It was a girl with fiery red hair holding a lamp. That red hair is Charlotte de Isle. Why would that tyrant's lover come to such a dangerous place? At this moment, Charlotte said, "They clearly said it was here, a tool that can replace Cabell. A tool. Only with it can I win people's hearts." I remember now. In the original story, Charlotte found something that could replace Cabell, but it seems she didn't just accidentally find out about this. Earlier, I clearly heard someone say it was in the magical beast forest, so that means someone tipped off Charlotte. Who could it be? First of all, it's not that tyrant. If Charlians knew, he would have already taken care of everything before telling her. Something feels a bit unsettling, but for now, I'll just follow. Right here, I need to figure out what that tool is.
Sherla continued searching. Where could it possibly be? Come to think of it, was this scene described in the original work? Compared to the novel, something about it was strangely different. Oh, she stopped, so it was hiding here. Slime's a pedo. Slime's a pedo. It's non-toxic, and its main food source is magical beasts. It's small, cute, and harmless to humans. The moment it devours a magical beast, no matter how ferocious the beast, it will be completely eaten. Cable's replacement tool. It turns out to be Slime's a pedo. How lucky. I've roughly grasped its location. Next time I come, I'll still be able to find it myself. So for those in power, at this moment she heard someone calling, "Scarlet, hey, can you hear me? Scarlet, wake up." Hearing the call, Scarlet suddenly woke up. Izar quickly asked, "Scarlet, are you all right?" Lucy, standing behind, was also extremely worried about her. Lady Scarlet. Scarlet glanced around and asked, "What's wrong, everyone?" A few seconds later, she sat up abruptly. Oh my god, you said I fainted in front of the mansion, so you carried me all the way back here? Yes, that head of yours only knows how to cause trouble. Scarlet thought to herself, how strange. Although I've thought about the details of the original story, I've never actually fainted. Lady Adrian sighed with relief and asked, are you truly all right, Lady Scarlet? It seems you can faint anywhere. That's the problem. Indeed, Lady Adrian is not wrong. This time, thanks to the people around, I was able to notice in time. What if there's no one around when you faint? If your body isn't well, please rest properly. Don't make others worry. If you're not comfortable at home, you can rest somewhere else. Scarlet looked at the two elders calculatingly. While I'm recovering, I want to visit the residences of these two elders. Isn't this a great excuse? Scarlet flashed a bright smile and said, I've thought of a wonderful place for recuperation. Immediately, there was an objection. I don't agree. I don't care if the young lady travels or recuperates, but why come to our territory? Hey, your territory is still our family's territory, isn't it? What's the problem? The area we manage is a monster forest, young lady. Do you know how dangerous that place is? What if I still want to go? Show me the entire situation in the territory.
I will return and relay to the Duke what I have seen. Oh, I'll bring along an image transmission device. Anyway, witnessing it directly is more impactful than hearing about it from others, isn't it? If that's the reason, then it's not bad. So I'll take that as your agreement. Hey, exactly. That's how it should be. I'm sure the elders won't be stubborn if they take me to see it directly. From the Duke's perspective, there's no other option but to agree, so I will speak with the Duke. At this moment, Izar spoke up in protest. No, I said no. Even if the Duke allows it, I won't. You dare go to such a dangerous place? Just getting there would take at least 3 days. How can that work? I'd rather go myself. Scarlet leaned over and said, Izar, don't worry. I'm not going alone. So who will go with you? You'll find out soon enough. Afterwards, at the royal palace, Charlene read Scarlet's letter and instructed, Clover. Yes, Your Majesty.
2 weeks later, clear my schedule. I have an engagement. Yes, where is Your Majesty going? It seems she wants to go somewhere. A few days later, in front of the mansion. So is this preparation complete? The carriage is also ready, young lady. We will depart as soon as His Highness arrives. The Duke instructed, it's been a long time since the royal family visited, so behave properly, and the head of the household should also act properly. What? Scarlet rejoiced inwardly. Great, I can finally go to the magical forest. But why hasn't Charlene arrived yet? He departed a long time ago. The Duke said, Your Majesty is quite late, aren't you? That's right. Even if it's Callior, they still have to follow the rules on the Armin family's territory. What makes him so arrogant? It seems to be about making the Emperor walk here. Scarlet was surprised. What? Is it true that the royal family doesn't use a carriage to travel to the Armin territory?
So, you still think this is a joke? This is the truth, and it has nothing to do with the proud voices of Duke Callior and Armand. The relationship between these families isn't for the Empire's reputation or noble families. Rather, this relationship is given top priority. It's a relationship that has been preserved for a very long time. And this matter will also end under the Tyrant's army, because Armand failed to fulfill his role. At this moment, Izar also turned to ask, What on earth are you thinking? I can't believe you went on a retreat with His Majesty. Because he's your fiancé. She said this aloud, but in her heart she thought, honestly, being stuck together for 3 days and 3 nights until the goal was achieved, I was utterly fed up. What did you tell the Duke? I said I was going on a retreat. And he immediately allowed it? This is a bit suspicious. Scarlet recalled that moment. She ran in from outside. Your Grace. He startled and turned to ask, Why didn't you knock? I did knock, sir. I have something to say. Do you have a moment, Duke? She chuckled inwardly. What are you hiding? I saw everything. The thing is, I've been fainting a lot lately, and my body doesn't seem to be well, so I'm thinking about whether or not to go on a retreat. Seeing how tightly he held the communication orb, she thought, Isn't that a crystal ball used for communication? Is he having an affair? You said, where are you going? I'm going to the territory managed by Sir Andrew.
It's been 4 years. Don't tell me you're aiming for the successor position. Why should I? Matriarch? I wouldn't even want it if you gave it to me. All I want is not to work, just to have fun. What kind of nonsense is this? There's truly no hope for someone like you. I wonder, why does he hate me so much?
It's not just hatred. He's also wary of me. That's how it is. The Duke will allow me to go on vacation, right? As someone so weak and frail, I need to rest and recuperate and dream in a place with fresh air. All right, it's good for you to go. What? I didn't quite hear that. I mean, I'm allowing it. Go with those old men. Oh yes, then I'll take my leave. Scarlet had only taken a few steps when the Duke spoke again. However, do you really not remember anything at all? I'm talking about the imprint or the ring. I've asked you many times already. Why are you still pretending this is the first time you've heard it? The ring's imprint. Oh no, I was just so surprised that I couldn't recall anything right away. Could it be that he's looking for that? It's fine if you don't remember. The Armin family's imprint, Eslet. It is magic linked to the heirs of the Armin family from generation to generation. This magic serves as proof for the family head, and it has existed in the form of a ring and an imprint until now. If he doesn't get what he wants, the Duke cannot become an official Duke, and what he wants can only be the Eslet imprint. But why is he searching for the family's imprint on Scarlet?
Although I don't know why, it's best to remember that imprint. It has been passed down in various forms. I no longer know what its current form is. Izar called out. Scarlet, what are you doing? Huh? Quickly bow and greet them. His Majesty has arrived. Duke Armin quickly rushed over. Greetings, Your Majesty. It must have been arduous for you to travel such a long distance. Thank you for inviting me, Duke Armin. Not at all, Your Majesty, but you already know about our family, Scarlet said, not looking pleased. He's getting too excited. His Majesty has no intention of listening. You're right. By the way, do you know this people? The blonde one is Count Lumen, head of the intelligence department. The one next to him, from what I can tell, is Charlene's knight commander. Although it's obvious just by looking. First, we must, she replied. It's my first time seeing them. Then why are they staring at you so intently? How should I know? What's with that? Why are they smiling with those expressions? Scarlet was about to ask something. Hey, you two. Just then, Charlene approached from behind and called out, Lady, Armin. Startled by Charlene's voice, Scarlet turned around. Turning too quickly made her stumble. At that moment, he was standing right behind her. Seeing her stumble, he caught her and said, The lady is still quite prone to falling, isn't she? Scarlet's face flushed red, as she secretly thought, Perhaps it's because it's been too long since we last met.
I suddenly felt myself trembling. Scarlet Armin greets Your Majesty. A normal greeting is fine. Are you all right? Yes, I was so lost in thought about Your Majesty that I didn't realize how much time had passed. Is that so? How wonderful. Scarlet was astonished. Wonderful. Charlene turned and ordered, Lumen, bring it here. Yes, Your Majesty. A vibrant red bouquet was brought to Scarlet. Lady Armin, this is the bouquet His Majesty wishes to present to you. Her face was still flushed. Why the sudden gift of flowers? Because when I saw these flowers, I immediately thought of you. Yes, but why? Could it be that I'm as beautiful as a flower? I think it resembles your head. Charlene's utterly frank answer made everyone stiffen. Scarlet silently cursed. Charlene, you scoundrel. Lumen, standing behind, was trembling from trying to suppress his laughter. He said, Am I not right? Yes, it seems the Count is right. I can't believe His Majesty would joke like that. So they really are dating. Then, Lady Scarlet, please get into the carriage. Looking at the shabby carriage, Scarlet asked, Excuse me, what's with this carriage? Madame Adrian replied, It's my carriage. Is there a problem? They must be really short on money. About that, I thought we would ride in a carriage similar to His Majesty's. His Majesty didn't say anything either. Perhaps we should ask him. All right, we're going to the same place anyway. Scarlet grumbled. At times like these, do they not consider me his fiancé? Just then, Izar ran up and called out, Hey, Scarlet, what's wrong? Haven't you gone inside yet? Aren't you still here? You haven't left yet? And also, you remember what we talked about yesterday, right? No matter what she thought, Izar might put on an act, but he worried about her a lot. She smiled brightly and said, I know. She recalled last night. Scarlet, yes? You, by any chance, do you like His Majesty the Emperor? Scarlet, upon hearing this, spat out the tea she was drinking. Me? Why so sudden? Why are you asking that? What do you mean suddenly? What do you mean? You're even engaged, you know. The thing is, you know him too. His Majesty is known for his cruel hand. Cruel? Calling a tyrant someone with a cruel hand? Well, he does kill people and pile their bodies high. You're really something, Izar. What kind of tone is that? Did I say something wrong? No, this time you put it very well. So what do you think about that ill-omened person? Does that matter? To me, it matters. Aren't you going to marry that person? Talking about these things feels a bit contradictory. Even so, we need to make this clear because you are my sister. Are you worried that person will treat me violently? Yes, that's why I'm worried. No matter how much you like His Majesty, I cannot stand by and watch you get hurt by others. Seeing Izar's serious expression, Scarlet burst out laughing until tears streamed down her face. Izar, what's with that look on your face? I've told you many times. I told you not to worry. I can take care of myself. Pfft, can't you listen seriously? Thank you. As expected, only Izar worries about me this much. Even so, take this with you. What kind of ornament is this? It's a communication magic stone. As long as you identify the recipient, you can still contact them even several miles away. If you encounter a dangerous situation, don't hesitate to contact me immediately. I will come. Returning to the present, Scarlet said, You're the one who shouldn't forget the task I asked you to do. Once a week, water the safe zone for me. Got it? All right then, I'm leaving now. Travel safely. After the convoy had traveled a short distance, it stopped. Lumen grumbled, Seriously, we haven't been traveling for long, but we've stopped countless times already.
Outside, soldiers are arresting criminals. Where do all these bandits keep coming from? That's right.
But why is the Count sitting here? You should be getting into the royal carriage. Miss, honestly, how could I possibly get into His Majesty's carriage? Stop talking nonsense there. Go back to your own carriage. Ruma looked outside, changing the subject. Oh, there are bandits there too. It seems this territory is indeed managed too loosely, isn't it? Changing the subject, huh? The elder sitting next to him said, I apologize, Miss Scarlet. We are utterly disgraced. Ah, this area falls under the jurisdiction of these two.
Hey, what's there to apologize for? It's because of the royal carriage that the bandits gathered. Luckily, we have knights accompanying us. His Majesty is also in the carriage right in front of us. Could these bandits be enemies? Suddenly someone shouted, Captain, a bandit escaped. What? Spread out and find the escaped one immediately. Don't let any of them return alive. Absolutely not. Unexpectedly, that person rushed in from outside toward Scarlet. His face was covered in scars, and holding a knife, he said, Found you, Armin. As he raised the knife, Charlene immediately slammed him hard against the carriage from behind. Scarlet thus escaped harm. After dealing with that person, Charlene quietly asked, Are you hurt anywhere, miss? Thanks to His Majesty, I'm fine. Brian and his wife were lamenting their newly damaged carriage. A few seconds later, Scarlet regained her composure and asked, But why are you here? Behind them, a guard also ran up and asked, Your Majesty, are you all right? Scarlet looked outside and saw Charlene's horse, which wasn't that the Emperor's beloved horse? Could it be that he had been riding alongside, escorting her carriage all this time? She had just begun to say, when Charlene interrupted her.
This won't do, young lady. Come down and ride in the carriage with me. Later in Charlene's carriage, what did that earlier remark mean? Did I understand correctly? Indeed, you paid absolutely no attention. The person they were targeting was you, Miss Armin. Are you familiar with the assassins of the Pan family? If they are assassins of the Pan family, in the Empire, there's a family, the Pan family, that has produced many skilled assassins. Their name is associated with a story. Whoever becomes a target of the Pan family cannot escape death, no matter who they are. But Scarlet has nothing to do with them, does she? Scarlet replied, I don't know. I know nothing beyond the family of assassins. Moreover, speaking of Pan, weren't the abilities of those bandits a bit clumsy? Yes, that's right. But the breathing technique belongs to the Pan family. Even if they aren't Pan, they are definitely assassins. They couldn't be simple bandits.
Is there anyone who wants to take your life, my lady? Scarlet thought to herself. Could it be Duke Armin? It's just my intuition, but Scarlet asked, Will they come again? Of course. Seeing her tightly clenched hands, he reassured her, and you don't need to worry about that. What? Assassins from Ban are following us like this, and this is not something to worry about? Whether I live or die, you don't care at all? That's right. It might be nothing to your Majesty, but this is my life. He leaned closer and said, My lady, what I mean is you don't need to worry. At least while you are by my side, no one will be able to harm you, so rest assured. These words felt like a subtle jab at Scarlet. Lady Armin, we sincerely apologize. This morning's ambush was due to our carelessness. We beg your forgiveness this one time. It's all right. Haven't you all arrived here safely? She thought to herself, so safe that I fell asleep in the carriage while someone else was keeping a watchful eye on me. The guard hesitated. But Scarlet turned around and saw Charlene standing behind her. Seeing his cold expression, she asked, Why is your Majesty like this? All right, since the lady is unharmed, I will overlook it this time. Thank you, your Majesty. The guard was puzzled. What's going on? Suddenly, Lumen called out, Your Majesty, are you here? There's something your Majesty needs to check. Scarlet looked up and said, I'll see you at dinner, your Majesty. My lady, please rest. Yes, I await your Majesty. Having shared a carriage, I felt a little awkward.
But it was also thanks to him that I reached safety. I should repay his kindness, shouldn't I? That evening, as everyone was resting, someone tapped a glass and called out, All right, everyone, could you please listen to me for a moment? That person was none other than Scarlet. It's nothing much. I just want to express my gratitude to all of you. You've all worked hard to escort me here, so Lady Adrian said, What is the young lady going to say now? Dinner is over, and while we're resting, I'd like to give everyone a gift for always protecting me these past few days. The song is titled Beautiful Serena. Charlene also paid attention to her every move. Scarlet also looked at Charlene, and Charlene's heart skipped a beat. Please everyone, listen. Scarlet began to perform the song. Each line she sang immediately captivated everyone's attention. Just when it seemed perfect, someone remarked, The young lady doesn't sing very well, does she? Following that were the unenthusiastic expressions of the group of knights.
Scarlet also thought nervously, what do people think? A slip of the tongue would be my undoing, but if I act like this, that tyrant will surely hate me, won't he? Let's see how he reacts. Scarlet turned her head and saw Charlene covering his mouth, laughing. She widened her eyes in surprise. Charlene is laughing? Back at the camp, she lay down and groaned. I'm utterly exhausted. I thought singing like that in front of everyone would make me disliked, but it completely backfired. Who would have thought someone would find this amusing? Isn't he embarrassed? What am I supposed to do for the remainder of this journey?
I can't sleep. Perhaps I should take a stroll? Unable to sleep, Scarlet went for a walk and found Charlene standing with his horse. At that moment, he also turned his head and looked her way. Scarlet ran over and asked, Your Majesty, what are you doing here? I am on my way back from patrol. And is there something wrong, lady? I'm just getting some fresh air. It's this late and you're walking alone, lady? She looked confused. So I need an escort? Not so innocent images flashed through Charlene's mind. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Nothing. If you wish to walk, I cannot stop you. Aren't you heading back to your lodging? Suddenly, Charlene turned and asked, Care for a walk? Subsequently, Scarlet found herself seated behind Charlene on the same horse. Scarlet's face flushed and her breathing became erratic. I'm so mortified I can barely breathe. What on earth possessed him to want to go for a walk with me?
Charlene's staying with me. Doesn't he feel uncomfortable? No, from the very beginning he didn't care that much. What is there to say? After a moment of thought, Scarlet spoke up. Ah, Your Majesty said you have business elsewhere tomorrow, didn't you? Where are you going, Your Majesty? I'm going to Yahello and will be back. Yahello? This place name isn't in the original work. I'm only going for half a day, so I'll depart at dawn and be back by noon. It won't affect the overall schedule. Ah, yes. Due to diplomatic work, Charlene will be absent early tomorrow morning.
Honestly, on the surface, I quite like him, because he doesn't demand unreasonable things. After he ascended the throne, the tyranny of other nations also gradually decreased. But why do I find him so irritating? Suddenly, a sound came from behind. Charlene heard it and immediately went on high alert. My lady, hold on tight. Oh yes. A second later, the horse galloped away at an incredible speed. Scarlet worried. No, I'm going to fall. Her hands clutched tightly onto Charlene's chest. After a while, he would turn back to check. Scarlet sat behind him, her face drenched in sweat, as the horse continued to gallop at full speed. Suddenly, she cried out, Your Majesty, there's something over there. Her hands were practically tearing Charlene's shirt. They both stopped and saw a cute little piglet with big round eyes. Scarlet quickly calmed down. Huh? Is that a wild boar? Finally, Scarlet relaxed. Oh my goodness, what an adorable little wild boar. I thought a robber had appeared at this moment. Charlene leaned against a tree trunk in exasperation, thinking to himself, what's so adorable about it? It's completely different from my taste. In a situation like this, Lady Armin is really relaxed. What? Nothing. What kind of situation is this?
Ah, so it was because of the bandits. He must be worried about being away from home for a while. No wonder his reaction was so over the top. I've already walked with him, so maybe I should try to make him feel a little more at ease? Your Majesty, do you know a lot about swords? As she spoke, she rummaged for something. I bought this with no small amount of money, Your Majesty. What do you think? This is a magic sword for self-defense. I used the vacation allowance the Duke gave me to buy it. And this is a tool that can be used to start a fire. And this is a smoke pellet that can be used as a smoke screen. Charlene wondered where on earth she kept all these things to pull them out so easily. Your Majesty, don't worry. I don't use them for strange things. They might look scary, but they aren't capable of killing anyone. At this moment, a magic stone also fell out, catching Charlene's attention. Oh, Your Majesty, be careful. Is this a magic tool too? It's a communication device made with magic. Isn't it cute? I can use it to transmit my location to people far away. Scarlet thought to herself, I didn't buy that. Izar gave it to me to escape from you. Charlene looked at the stone and asked, Why are you carrying this, lady?
That, of course, is for self-protection. Even with His Majesty by my side, Charlene felt somewhat reassured upon hearing that. The male lead of this novel was as cold as a knife, yet incredibly devoted to the one he loved. Suddenly he said, I like it. Yes, I mean, I'm very satisfied with that answer. Though it was only a fleeting illusion, tonight, Scarlet seemed to have become the female lead of this novel. He said, the mother of this little wild boar is nearby. I saw her earlier. Let's go too. Then he extended his hand, saying, Come here quickly. It was strange. I could hear such deep affection in his voice. Yes, Your Majesty. His hand wasn't as cold as I thought. All these moments were so sweet, like a dream I didn't want to wake from. The next morning, as Scarlet was sleeping, she felt something. It was stifling. Was someone next to her? Someone was playing with her hair. Wake up. Was this Charlene's voice? He climbed onto her bed. Not getting up? Are you looking for His Majesty? Or are you having a beautiful dream with him? Scarlet woke with a start to see a stranger staring at her. Just then the door burst open. Lady Armand, are you all right? A knife was immediately pressed to her throat. You're too late, Sir Knight. If you pity this lady's life, then you'd all better step back.
Outside, the scene was no less chaotic. Damn it, we can't finish them off. Where are these guys coming from? Adrian, what about the young lady? The young lady? Speaking of Lady Scarlet. Sigh, she's probably still dreaming in her room. What? Why aren't you protecting the young lady? The young lady can't fight. How can you leave her alone without any defense? Then you go and get the young lady. The two argued fiercely, confusing the enemy. What are these two old men doing? Suddenly a loud shout. Release the young lady, Lady Scarlet.
The redhead pressed a knife tightly against Scarlet's neck. Now, I told you not to argue. Everyone drop your weapons. Don't do anything useless. Your Knight Commander has already surrendered. The Knight Commander bowed his head. I apologize, Lady Armin. I truly am a useless piece of trash. Scarlet asked, All right, what about Charlene? His Majesty left for Rashahel early this morning. It will be a long time before His Majesty returns. What are the two of them talking about? How annoying. It's as if these guys had to wait for Charlene to leave before they appeared. Are they accomplices of the assassins I met yesterday? What do you want to do? My life? My precious young lady, what would I gain by killing you? Don't worry, as long as you obey, that won't happen. As for getting hurt or not, that's beyond my control. Scarlet thought to herself, Isn't their goal to kill me? I was attacked by surprise, so I didn't have time to get my tools.
What I have now is, she clutched the magic stone tightly. I never thought I'd use it this way. The stone quickly transmitted a message to Charlene. He quickly received Scarlet's signal and turned his head to signal. Lumen asked, What's wrong, Your Majesty? Count Lumen, go check the garden and then return here. The garden? But why suddenly check the garden? I sense a familiar magical energy.
On Scarlet's side, a piercing scream rang out. The redhead said, Oh my, sorry, are you hurt? It's too cold outside, so I'm waiting here with good intentions. Hey, tell those guys to put everything they've earned onto the carriage. Yes, Commander. Are you all right, miss? I'm fine. Still, we mustn't let our guard down. Those guys don't seem to be ordinary thugs, especially that redhead ringleader. What exactly is his background? Scarlet turned and asked, Do you two know the assassins of the Band family? The two elders looked bewildered for a moment before asking, How does Miss know about them? Yesterday, His Majesty told me. His Majesty said their martial arts resemble the breathing techniques of the Band family. Could it be? They are not widely known. This family was annihilated a few years ago at the hands of the head of the Armin family, a person not recognized by everyone. All those who knew about the family's techniques were eliminated, so there's no doubt. Could that guy be a subordinate of the Armin family? The redhead walked over and said, Oh, that's really great, old man. You're quite perceptive, aren't you? Hey, old man, sometimes isn't it better to pretend not to know? He came and grabbed Brian by the collar, like right now, for instance. Take the young lady somewhere else. Yes. What are you planning to do? Sir Brian has nothing to do with this. Right, since he's not involved, it doesn't matter if he dies. Since he's not involved, it doesn't matter if Sir Brian dies? At those words, Scarlet shouted, Stop right now. Isn't your goal me? I'll agree to whatever you want. Just don't touch anyone else.
The redhead heard that and turned back to ask, What? As you wish, I will die here. I guess to them my life is very important, although I don't know why they need to keep me alive. But on the contrary, if my life isn't guaranteed, I'm done for. As I said, I will die here, going against what the Duke asked me to do. The redhead turned back with a sneer. Scarlet then said, I know I am your target. I must do everything to get his attention. Isn't it obvious? From the very beginning, you rushed in when His Majesty wasn't here, and if I couldn't fight, what were you planning to do with me? Suddenly, Scarlet called out loudly, Huh? Your Majesty? Hearing Charlene's name, they immediately panicked and turned their heads to look. Realizing the time was right, Scarlet untied the ropes that had been cut beforehand with a magic stone.
She decisively elbowed the man standing next to her in the chest. The redhead yelled, What are you doing? Seize her! Scarlet drew the dagger from Lady Adrian's side, startling her, and then held it to her own neck. What is this? Why that expression? It's as if you never thought a situation like this would arise, did you? Stop joking around. That action is not suitable for a beautiful young lady like you. Let's see. I quite like it, actually. Up her arm. Scarlet rejoiced. It's Charlene. Your Majesty, why are you back so soon? Charlene knocked the knife from Scarlet's hand. That can wait. He glared ahead. The priority right now is to deal with them first. Count Lumen, escort Miss Armin. Yes, Your Majesty. Miss Armin, this way. Be careful. Charlene interrupted. Miss Armin, there's no need to worry. Close your eyes, don't look, and don't listen. I don't know what will become of them because I'm not in a good mood. The chaos unfolded in an instant.
The story that followed unfolded quickly. Although a little later than expected, we continued our journey. And what about Sir Venzer? Fortunately, after my persistent persuasion, he was able to avoid a severe punishment. Instead, immediately after this trip, he was dispatched to the disputed border region for several months. During the trip, I not only harbored no ill intentions, but also grew close to two of the tyrant's courtiers. Lady Armin, how exactly did you do it? You persuaded His Majesty so easily. It's truly amazing. How is that so easy? I had to follow for 3 days and 3 nights. It was incredibly arduous. Venzer bowed. Lady Armin, I sincerely thank you. I pledge my name to repay you, lady. I'll remember that. You'll have to repay me with a lot of gold. Of course, lady. Lumen also expressed. Oh, unlike others, lady, you are truly generous.
They are simpler than they appear, aren't they? Even when ridiculed, they just smile to themselves. Or when acting mean, they're still cheerful. Count Lumen is always crying everywhere.
He's no longer a golden squid, but has turned into a crybaby golden squid. The Knight Captain is not much different, always teary-eyed. The Knight Captain and the Head of Intelligence talk a lot. Those two just babble on and on all day. "Milady, it will get cold tonight. Please put on your shawl." "Thank you." Adrian, she's always wary of them. How strange. Looking at me, Brian remembers the former Duke, just muttering to himself. Honestly, it feels so heavy. "And the Tyrant, milady?" "Yes, your majesty." "How are you feeling?" "Oh yes, I'm fine. Because I've been sitting in the carriage for so long, I'm a bit tired. Then let's walk from now on." "What?" "Of course. Only you will be walking. I don't know what's so interesting about teasing me, but the jokes are increasing."
It's not interesting at all. Anyway, we've already been through a lot of ups and downs. We have arrived, everyone can get off. We have set foot in the problematic area, just as the elders said. This is Lord Adrian's territory, the Monster Forest, a destination crucial to the fate of the Armin family and the elders. I brought the Tyrant here with a purpose, to make him aware of the problems the elders are facing, because in the worst-case scenario, the elders might request his help. Discussing the Monster Forest issue with Duke Armin truly won't resolve it. Thinking back, how many times did I tell you? I said we needed to act immediately. I don't know, you all figure it out. It seems we're very near now. What happened? How exactly did the Armin family defend the border? I will explain everything, your majesty. That is what transpired. Even if we had two mouths, we wouldn't dare to say a word. We sincerely apologize for causing your majesty concern. All right, regardless, I cannot trust any of you. Scarlet stepped forward and said, "Your majesty, first, wouldn't it be better if we tried entering the forest? Isn't Miss Armin here for treatment?" "Yes, she's here for treatment, but isn't this forest connected to the Armin family? I came to inspect it personally." "So we're heading to that forest?" "Precisely. Let's go now."
Lady, this forest is a dangerous area. We cannot just enter it. Oh, I understand. Then I'll go check near the border and come back. Oh, everyone doesn't need to follow me because I'll be going with His Majesty. Mr. Brian called out worriedly. Lady Scarlet, is it absolutely necessary to go? I want to personally investigate why the forest has been so disturbed. Charlene nodded, gripping Starlet's shoulder tightly. I will do as she says, as I also intend to enter the forest. Everyone doesn't need to worry about the lady's safety. What trouble could she possibly get into if she goes with me? On the contrary, going with incompetent people is what's truly dangerous. Charlene was hinting at Benjinger. Scarlet quickly followed behind Charlene. Your Majesty, then, yes, let's depart. Let's see, from the entrance, continue east, and there will be a large ancient tree there. Seeing Scarlet lead the way, Charlene asked, Lady, have you ever entered this forest? Scarlet froze on the spot. What? How could that be? This is a place even the elders cannot enter. Charlene remarked, It's quite something to be leading the way on your first visit here, isn't it? She giggled. Because I came here in a dream. Is that so? Charlene replied. Scarlet added, Since I'm an adventurer, I unconsciously charged ahead and led the way. Don't go too far, Charlene warned, because we don't know where the magic beasts will jump out from. Yes, Your Majesty. After walking for a while, she stopped. We're here.
Your Majesty, look over here. I told you this place was dangerous. Don't wander off. This way, Your Majesty. Scarlet stared in astonishment. This was the place the clueless young lady had accidentally stumbled upon. It was where ancient golden flowers bloom profusely and also a magnet for magical beasts. Afterwards, the two brought the flowers back, and everyone marveled. Oh my, is this real? Is this a rare flower? It's not that rare. In our era, this flower is only thought to exist in novels, so I believe it's incredibly rare. But you, demon young lady, where did you find that? Lumen was referring to the item in Scarlet's hand.
Oh, this one? It's a cute little goblin, isn't it? I found it in that forest. I'll probably just keep it as a pet. Lumen said, It's not a goblin, but a magical beast, Geppetto. It's also known as the predator that devours even magical beasts. The head of information certainly has knowledge of ancient plants and creatures, huh? Scarlet feigned surprise. Huh? But, Charlene said, even if it's not harmful to humans, we can't keep it as a pet. It's used to drive away magical beasts in this forest, and this tyrant is no different, for he is a sage. At first, everyone seemed stunned by this nonsensical outcome, but later they busied themselves to quickly deal with the matter. We collected samples of all the flowers and soil, and the magical beast Geppetto became a subject of study. Oh, of course, as soon as we prepared everything for the research process, we decided to burn down that area. And Count Lumen, along with the Armin family, decided to proceed with discussions on all these studies.
So, everything will be resolved smoothly this way, won't it? Also, Scarlet was given an orb. Can I truly accept it? After all, the lady will need it, as she'll have to hear about experiment reports later. That's right, thank you for this gift. I hear crystal this clear is very expensive. This is nothing compared to the favor the lady has granted. Indeed, the lady is our lifesaver.
Although it's not a communication device, if you ever need anything, lady, just tell us. We will help with anything. If you two say so, I don't know when, but if Izar and my servant and friend ever face danger, could you two take responsibility for protecting them? Yes, we promise the lady we will save them both. As vassals of the Armin family, we swear. Then I'll leave it to you two. So, the mission is complete. Lord Adrian, Lord Brian, please take care. Once the situation stabilizes, I will come visit in the spring. I plan to stay in contact with the elders. I think the Duke is trying to kill me, and in times like these, it's better to have at least one more person on my side. Scarlet kept looking back. Vuma reminded her, Lady, please sit properly. His Majesty has something to say to you. Something to say? Yes, I want to speak about the assassins who targeted the lady. The assassins. Count Ullman and Charlene's are investigating those who threatened my life throughout the journey. Among them, one tried to escape, and under Charlene's threat, he confessed some things. Count Lumen continued the story with a disheartened expression. Those are disgusting truths. As soon as I return, I must think of a way to deal with the Duke.
The exact reason remains unknown, but the Duke's actions have crossed the line. Luminuzo asked, Lady Armin, are you all right? She forced a smile. Of course I'm fine. She thought to herself, of course, she had to check on her little sprites first. Meanwhile, in the garden, Izar was watering the plants as instructed by Scarlet, his hands covered in bruises. Scarlet, that girl is truly a pain. When will she ever grow up? Why on earth would she plant fruit here? If she keeps doing this, sprites will appear. Izar kept complaining, unaware that adorable little sprites had already appeared in the trees. Elsewhere, Scarlet was secretly calculating. On second bot, while the Tyrant is hunting down the Dark Wizard, this is the perfect time to kill the female lead's boyfriend. Should I make my move first? Lumen, sitting beside her, asked, Your Majesty, when will the next talks with Rachiel be held? The urgent matters have been resolved, so you can postpone it. Scarlet asked curiously, If it's Rachiel, hasn't Your Majesty already been there? Lady, you know about Rachiel too? No, I've only heard of it, so to speak.
Because currently Rachiel is an extinct and very reclusive clan. A clan? I thought it was a place name, because in Kalior that area is still called Rachiel, and many people in the Empire also know about this. Of course, a new kingdom has already been established there now. Oh, so that's how it is. I've learned a lot of information that I hadn't heard before. The three oldest clans on the continent, Kalior, Rachiel, and Armin, and also their ancestors.
Among them, Kalior, Charlene's ancestor, was the deceased god of the East Wind. This means that deity became human, and specifically, that god possessed power transcending multiple dimensions, making him a great deity. Oh, so is it the same for Armon and Rachiel? That's right. The other two families also have deceased gods as ancestors. Armon's ancestor was a prophet and also a deceased god. Rachiel's ancestor was the deceased goddess named Clover. Clover. So the Chancellor was named after the goddess? That name of the Chancellor is not his real name. Huh? So what's his real name? Let's see. The god also... Scarlet thought. Well, in the original story, he was only referred to as Clover. Lumen didn't reveal Clover's real name either, and continued. Let's continue the story. The first family to be destroyed was the Rachiel family. 20 years ago, their territory vanished from the map. If it was 20 years ago, that was before I was born. Yes, this family was not widely known to begin with, and now it's difficult for us to find an heir to this family.
Because the perpetrator was so cruel, some also believed it was caused by dark mages. Is there a way to find Rachiel's heir? Lumen recalled images of the people of Rachiel, but wasn't sure anymore. If he had to guess, they probably had blonde hair and red eyes. That information isn't very helpful, is it? I also have blonde hair and red eyes. Suddenly, the carriage stopped. Charlene quickly stood up, poked her head out, and asked, What's wrong? Your Majesty, someone has fainted on the road, Your Majesty. Scarlet looked in Charlene's direction. Your Majesty, is there a problem with the carriage? Why is there a child here? Scarlet approached and called out, Hey boy, are you all right? Are you still breathing? The child looked at Scarlet with wide eyes. It's just... Suddenly, the child tugged at Scarlet's clothes and questioned, Could it be that you're also a survivor? Scarlet was puzzled. A survivor? Boy, calm down first. Where are your parents? What's your name? The child let go of Scarlet and replied, Masir, Glenn Masir. As soon as he finished speaking, the boy fainted again. Glenn Masir? Charlene said, It seems the boy's breathing has stabilized. You don't need to worry. He probably just fainted from stress. Ah, yes, Scarlet thought to herself. Blonde hair, red eyes, and that name. In the original story, is this the kid who made Chala grit her teeth and endure? Glenn Masir?
In the original work, he appeared as Cherla's ex-lover and died at the Tyrant's hands. Thus, the relationship between the Tyrant and Cherla began as one of vengeance. Not long ago, I heard that Masir had been annihilated. So there are still survivors? Huh, wasn't it your doing? The culprit who annihilated them, just like the place where they once brought down Rachiel. Lumen spoke up. Your Majesty, speaking of Masir's demise, it's a bit... And besides, that boy is no ordinary child. Scarlet turned and replied. Yes, Masir was known to have only one son, and that son suffered from a developmental illness. Such a child could not have been born into an annihilated family.
In other words, that boy is Messier's descendant. He's also 20 years old this year, the same age as you. That's an age where one can become the head of a family. After consideration, he decided to hand it over to the elders, as there's no time to protect anyone else, in this place where someone wants to kill me.
At Duke Armand's mansion, he angrily slammed the table. Bang! Damn it, Scarlet Armand. Where on earth did that brat hide it? The family head's token. Although he is the head of the family, he cannot freely enter and exit his own territory because the token is not in his hands. In other words, the true master of this territory is still the former Duke. Clearly that brat has the token, but why can't I find anything? When she was little, just a threat would make her tremble with fear, but it's not like that anymore. She's already 20 years old. If she shows me the token, then as the next head of the ancient Armand family, I will acknowledge her as a legitimate child of the family. In the morning, in front of Armand Mansion, Scarlet stretched comfortably. Finally, she was back. Due to unexpected events, progress had been slower than anticipated. But it's fine. I don't know what the Duke might do. I should go in and check first. Charlene looked over and said, "My lady, please go in first." "Yes. Aren't you going to visit the Duke's mansion?" "I need to give instructions to the knights. I will follow you as soon as I'm done." "Then I will go in and greet them first. Your Majesty, please take your time." As soon as Scarlet left, Lumen asked, "Your Majesty, do you truly intend to monitor the Duke? Your Majesty also knows that the Armand family's territory possesses extremely powerful barrier magic. Even the royal family cannot break the barrier magic between ancient families. To achieve this, we need cooperation from someone within the family." "I know."
I have my own calculations. You just go prepare the crystal ball according to my instructions. As soon as he finished speaking, Charlene's sword suddenly moved. The sword, it was resonating. Inside the mansion, servants ran out to greet Scarlet. "Everyone, please proceed to the main hall. Welcome back, Lady Scarlet. It's been a while, hasn't it? Is everyone doing well?" Lucy seemed flustered as she manned toward Scarlet, calling out, "Lady Scarlet." "Lucy, how have you been? What have you been doing while I was away? You weren't bored, were you?" "Yes, there's something more important I want to tell you, lady." Before Lucy could even speak, Duke Armand shouted loudly, "Get out of the way!" The butler intervened. "Sir, you cannot do that."
There are guests from the royal family outside. We must save face, your grace. Are you going to let go of my hand or not? Just a lowly butler, and you dare touch my body? Heavens, why is he so aggressive? Duke Armand glared at Scarlet with murderous intent, then quickly advanced towards her. Scarlet only had time to ask, "Wait, what did I do wrong?" All the servants could only bow their heads and stand in place, filled with fear. Duke Armand quickly walked over and slapped Scarlet hard across the cheek with a loud smack. He gritted his teeth. "Useless brat. Do you know how many times I've had to endure because of a brat like you? Go to the monster forest or wherever. Just don't ever come back. Don't get in my way." From upstairs, Izar tried to run down. No, father. Why are you doing this? What did Scarlet do?" Izar's body was covered in bruises. Charlene walked in, clenching his fists, and asked, "I'm curious too. What exactly are you thinking? You dare slap my fiancé right in front of my eyes?" Duke Armand now realized the gravity of the situation. "Your Majesty, that..." Charlene continued his attack. "If not, then are you disrespecting me? I don't recall sparing the life of someone who dares to step over me. You've been hiding your true intentions well, haven't you? You're no different from vermin." He knelt down to the ground. I was wrong, Your Majesty." Scarlet wondered to herself. "Charlene, is he angry because of me? These past few days, I've been thinking a lot about making him sick of me. Could it be that I've actually made him develop feelings for me instead?" Duke Armand repeatedly said, "I absolutely did not disrespect Your Majesty."
"This is a private family matter, not for you. How could I possibly dare to do that to Your Majesty's fiancé? You're always lurking in the shadows, so your face isn't clearly visible, is it, Duke? The lady is tired, so I'll pretend I saw nothing. Holding a funeral for you now would truly be a hassle." Charlene turned and ordered Lucy, "Take the lady away. I will wait outside." "Yes, Your Majesty." Lucy asked, "Lady, are you all right?" Before she could finish her question, Scarlet snorted with laughter. "He looks terribly frightened, doesn't he, Duke?"
To be afraid in front of those he despises like this is truly shameful. "Lady Scarlet, I'm sorry. Let's go upstairs." The Armand household servants looked strangely distressed, and at the same time there was also anger, especially towards those close to Scarlet.
"Lady, let me see your face. Like that? Hey, Lucy, did you see the Duke's expression just now? His expression just now was as if he was about to cry." Lucy looked at the bruise on Scarlet's face with pity. The Duke hurt her like that. Every time this scene comes up, I myself get incredibly angry. "Lucy? Yes, I'm listening." "On the trip, I bought you a gift." "A gift for me? I can't give it to you right now, but one day it will be useful to you. Oh, I also bought the famous dessert from the tourist spot. Let's eat it together." "I don't quite understand, but thank you, lady." "What's there to thank for? Scarlet tried to ensure the safety of Lucy and Izar. This was probably a good thing." "That's right.
because to Scarlet, she was an incredibly precious friend. Outside the mansion, Charlene was still waiting. Scarlet ran over and called out, "Your Majesty!" "Ah, thankfully. I was worried Your Majesty had already left. I apologize, Your Majesty. I was a bit late, wasn't I?" Seeing Scarlet's fresh appearance, Charlene suddenly blushed.
The god of medicine is here, Your Majesty. Is your face all right? It's not so bad that you'd be bedridden. Right, so we need to plan the next schedule, don't we? The next schedule? Scarlet thought to herself. I need to keep an eye on the Duke for a while, and this is also when the fairies are born in the safe zone. Or should I rest a bit? Scarlet suggested. Let's rest for a month, and then we'll continue next month. What do you think, Your Majesty? Since Your Majesty has already spent a whole week on vacation, isn't that enough to record and document? We just need to complete the required number. Moreover, Glenmezzer, if Sella no longer has any reason to seek revenge on the tyrant, then wouldn't the original plot not begin? I need to consider that approach. However, at this moment, Charlene asked, Will you only meet me next month, lady? What's with that expression? Although a little sad, he still said, I understand. During that time, I shall write a letter to the lady. Oh yes, he's added it again. Did I do something wrong? I really don't know what the problem is here. Or is it because Duke Armin laid hands on me, causing the tyrant's mood to be so strangely unpleasant? Somewhere, Lady Adrian wrote a letter to Scarlet. Lady Scarlet, how have you been these days? Brian and I are well. The research process in the Forest of Magical Creatures is going very smoothly. Oh, that's right. We are still doing our best to treat the boy whom you entrusted to us. With a bit of luck, he might wake up soon. I will contact you as soon as he wakes up. Sincerely, Adrian. Speaking of Glen Messere, I heard that the Messere family fell at the hands of the Emperor, but that's not true. There are many false rumors about the Emperor. So at Scarlet's engagement ceremony, who is also his lifesaver, perhaps he won't feel disgusted anymore. We will be able to find the answer when this poor young man wakes up. Scarlet, their benefactor, was currently visiting the safe garden. It's finally blooming and bearing fruit. While I was away, Izar seems to have managed it very well, hasn't he? All right, now I just need to wait for the little fairies to appear. Huh? What's this? There are already bugs? If I give this as a gift to the little fairies like this. Just then, she saw a little fairy picking fruit, and Scarlet blushed. Oh, the little fairy is so cute. The encounter with the fairies came sooner than I thought.
What is this? Isn't it a baby? The way it moves and talks is just like a doll. The little goblin said, humans are angry. That's not true. She wondered, but is this really the goblin that appeared in the original work? Didn't the novel say that goblins were subordinates of demons and that they look like scrawny, hungry men? Scarlet asked, Hey, are there any other goblins besides you? Yes, my friends. If they're friends, aren't they all little ones just like you? I see. So do you know what goblin stones are? The little goblin, wary, disappeared, muttering, She's someone who craves goblin stones. Scarlet wailed, It ran away. A moment later, it reappeared and asked, Aren't you angry? She replied, Not at all. Damn it, did I guess the wrong location? Or did I miscalculate when goblins are born? If this is the case, then the money I spent was all for nothing. Hearing the goblin's stomach rumble, she asked, You're very hungry, aren't you? Yes. I can't pretend not to see this little one. Call your friends out. I'll share some fruit with you all. Hearing that, the other elves poked their heads out to look. What are your names? Names? We don't know. You don't have names? Surely not, since all of Chirla's elves have names. Well, for now, how about we give them some names? All right then, little blue-haired one, you're Jiru, and little red-haired one, you're Ben, and the little blonde one will be called Nan. Nan? No, I'm Noriko. That's fine then. These children haven't done anything wrong anyway. Hey, you kids shouldn't fight. There's so much fruit here, so just eat slowly. Scarlet thought to herself, when she returned home, even without the fairy stone, she could still live off the inheritance her mother had left behind. But when she opened the chest, she was horrified. What? The inheritance mother left behind is all gone? How can this be? I clearly saved it. Did I really save that money? Oh no, Lucy. At this rate, when I go back home, I'll become a beggar. Right. Up until now, I've always relied on the goblin stone. If that's the case, I need to find a way to earn money. Why is this room so stuffy? Scarlet walked out onto the balcony and saw that person. That person was Lucy. Where did the Duchess come back from? She must have just returned from an executive meeting. I guess she's so busy because a new trade route is about to open. Before becoming the Duchess, she was an entrepreneur. Wait, how could I have forgotten this? Lucy, I'll be back in a bit. Where are you going, young lady? Where else? I have to go see the Duchess. Honestly, if my engaging it to that tyrant is annulled, my dream of a free and independent life will come true. I would live comfortably with my remaining assets, but just because I believed in the magic stone, I spent all of my mother's fortune. Looking back, I was truly foolish. Now there's only one option left. As mentioned earlier, Scarlet went to see Milia Armin, who frowned and asked, So, you've come to see me, planning to extract money from me again? Of course not. I want to ask for the Duchess's advice, she thought to herself, but I also have no choice but to rely on myself. You know what? It's not a bad strategy. It seems we're not close enough to talk like this, are we? Regarding my relationship with Izar, at the very least, I haven't done anything terrible that would make you want me dead, so I think the Duchess is someone I can talk to. I know you don't like me, and you are very capable, but you won't kill me.
She had never been so frank before. She had also never been aware of her past. She said, I hate this family too, just like you, so I want to cut ties with the Duke someday, but it's wrong for you to say that with such a calm expression. Oh, you mean I shouldn't reveal my inner thoughts, right? You see, only you can give me such advice.
What do you want? She calculated that she couldn't just rely on her memories of the original story forever. The empire's economy and social structure, even the prevailing fashion trends among the nobility, couldn't be known by just reading a novel, because this was a real world she didn't truly understand. I want to learn from you how to manage finances, as well as the basic knowledge and etiquette a noble needs. If you need someone to teach etiquette at that age, I will arrange it for you. Not those basic rules. I mean that lady's noble qualities. I despise despicable actions and get angry at direct violence. What else is there, I wonder? Anyway, I want to learn practical things like that. So please teach me how to survive, even when I'm all alone. Of course, I also want to learn more about business. I know I come from a noble background and live in a powerful family, but even as a member of the mighty Armin family, I still want to solidify my own position. So you want to build and create your own life, do you? How ridiculous. If you understood what I taught, you would have done it a long time ago. I'm not joking anymore. There's no need to say anything more. I'll take my leave.
Please bear with me for a moment. If my actions annoy and anger you, please scold me. You are free to do so. Whether you believe it or not, I still think you are a wonderful person. However, our relationship is a bit complicated. If you only respect me as a human being, and if your advice proves effective, then I will follow it, and I hope you will stop getting angry with me for no reason. Actually, the person you want to be angry with isn't me, is it? It's Duke Armin. Just as I thought, you truly hate your husband to the core. It's understandable. He'd rather marry the former Duke's wife for power and keep her by his side as a concubine. If you help me, I will repay you by making him pay. Hearing this, the Duchess pondered for a moment, then turned her head and asked, What do you intend to do? Just wait and see. I will definitely get revenge for you. And so a temporary alliance between me and the Duchess was formed. So you went to see the Duchess? Yes, she accepted my offer immediately. You are truly bold. But lady, I have another question. Huh? What am I doing in Grazio? The reason for coming to the temple? It's simply to show everyone that I am a devout believer.
Recently, the empire has been ravaged by two forces, the Kallyo royal family and the Grazio temple. In fact, the true master of the empire has always been the temple, not the royal family. But after Charlene, who assassinated the royal family and seized the throne at a very young age, power was split. Immediately after ascending the throne, he began to threaten the temple, which had offended him with false prophecies. As they were inherently corrupt, he cut off their financial resources so they couldn't plot mischief behind his back. Thanks to this, peace and nature reigned in the kingdom, but the emperor's oppressive solutions only further solidified his image as a tyrant. Regardless, in this situation, I should show deep loyalty to the temple, the enemy of the royal family. As the emperor's fiancée, don't you find this awkward? Lucy looked at the box and asked, Isn't that the necklace you received for your 17th birthday? Are you really going to donate something so precious to the temple? It's fine. It's useless to me anyway. Besides, the people in the temple will like it. Because of the emperor's recklessness, the nobles have also cut off all financial support. Don't they all like things that bring them profit? Even though I don't particularly like this temple. But if I want to break off the engagement, this is not the time to weigh good and bad. Inside the temple, it is an honor for Grazio. May the light of his grace be upon you. The faithful welcome you both. Scarlet, in an excited mode, said, Hallelujah. Lucy, dumbfounded behind her, muttered, Amen, my lady. Then, my lady, I shall lead you to the prayer room.
No, please lead me to the chapel instead of the prayer room. Looking at the box in Scarlet's hand, he said, Well, the young lady has come to share God's blessings. See, didn't I tell you? They'll surely love it so much their eyes will widen in delight. I apologize, I didn't know. Please wait a moment, I will check and be right back. Yes, thank you. Jed was at the center of the temple. The high priest would preach the divine word and publicly receive visitors from all directions. This was a multi-purpose room for conducting rituals. Donations from nobles were also made here. Because the surrounding space was spacious and open, it was an ideal place for them to flaunt their piety, as if to say, I have donated this much. A moment later, someone came out and said, Greetings, young lady, welcome to Grazio. She thought to herself, so money can make it so easy to meet the high priest. All right then, I heard the young lady came here to make a donation to the temple. You can place your donated items into this chest. Scarlet was secretly surprised. Ah, it's empty, she thought. Do I need to pray? And it's fine if I don't pray, right? What? Anyway, what this empty chest needs isn't prayers, right? Look at him. How can he say it so bluntly? Scarlet thought. Lucy, bring it here. Yes, young lady, Lucy replied. If you want to place an offering, you must put it in yourself. All right then, I will make a donation for the prosperity of the temple. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise. Huh? The black hyena pattern. Seeing Scarlet freeze, Lucy called out, Young lady, what's wrong? Ah, I just remembered something. How strange, Scarlet said. Isn't that pattern too obvious? Are you all right? Lucy asked. No, even seeing it, I couldn't have known.
The identifying mark of dark mages, the symbol of the Rekko's constellation. But why is the mark of a dark witch in the temple's mirror? The high priest urged, My lady, what's wrong? Don't hesitate any longer. Make your donation. Scarlet pulled back her necklace. Wait, just a moment. Scarlet thought to herself, things are complicated enough already. I don't want to get involved with dark witches. Scarlet commanded. To the high priest's bewilderment, Lucy, pack up our belongings. We're returning to the carriage. The high priest asked, My lady, no, Princess Armin, you've come all this way only to turn back? It's a pity, but Sir Quasio here cannot change my materialistic desires, so it's truly a shame, but what can be done? It's fate. I have an appointment, so I must leave. My lady, where are you going? You should share in my prosperity, shouldn't you? Nearby, within the temple. No way? Why? That's outrageous. Are you planning to cut the funding for relief food?
Clover replied, Within the temple's jurisdiction, there are no areas requiring relief. That is the Emperor's command. I have finished conveying His Majesty's words. I will take my leave. Lord Prime Minister, wait a moment. At this moment, Clover heard a familiar voice. No, why are you chasing me? It was Princess Scarlet. Below, Scarlet was desperately running from the High Priest. This is extortion, robbery, do you know that? Even so, the young lady has already brought them into the temple. Above, someone called Clover. Greetings, Prime Minister Clover. Numbers 1 and 2, are you also on surveillance today? The red-haired man replied with a bright smile. Yes, we have orders. I thought something might have happened, but everything is fine. Clover turned back and asked, What happened to Lady Scarlet? Who are those people following her? The mysterious figure number 2, Charlene's subordinate, said, The young lady came to the temple to make a donation but returned without offering anything. As you can see, the Grand High Priest is very angry, and some people are even chasing her for unclear reasons. Why would she do that? I've explained it and they still don't understand? We don't either. Honestly, I don't know what Lady Armand is doing. But why are there such cowards? Even with a knife pointed at their face, they only know how to run, without an ounce of dignity. Indeed, we must find a way for now. Tell Lady Armand's coachman to bring the carriage to the back entrance. Understood. Should His Majesty be informed?
Clover gave a cunning smile. I'll report this later. On the contrary, he'll be very pleased, you'll see. The end of the world is coming. It's truly the end of the world. This is the world I'll be living in the future. How can I abandon it? Although the temple is an antagonist, it's not as bad as the newly emerged group of dark mages, Draca of the Ricos constellation. The temple is a corrupt religion. They represent evil. Although their levels differ, it seems both are on the same side, and everything is slowly descending into chaos. At the Armin mansion, Izar asked, You're back? Oh, you're home, Izar. I didn't go anywhere. Good timing. I was just about to come to your room. You just received a letter from the palace. A letter? When? The next official schedule is still a long way off. Just a moment ago. Here, take it. When he was preparing to leave the mansion, he gave the impression he wouldn't be in touch for a while. What's up with that? Reading a passage, she exclaimed, What is this? Why has the tone become so gentle? Therefore, I eagerly await our next schedule, by Charlene. The sweet tone was more pronounced than ever before, to the point of being slightly chilling. What else? He wants to meet sooner than the official schedule. Why? Izar asked curiously. What's wrong? What happened? Wait a moment, let me finish reading the content first. At this moment, Izar sensed someone approaching and turned around. Oh, Mother, you're back? She asked, Why are you two still here at this hour? I have something to give to Scarlet. Oh, I see. Mom must be surprised that we're closer than she thought. Indeed, from the outside, Scarlet and Izar seem to have grown closer. Maybe I should tease her a little. Scarlet took Izar's arm. Mom, haven't you been working hard until now? We've said our hellos, so I'll head back to the room first. We have some private matters to discuss. Let's go, Izar. The lady froze. What was this? Inside the room, Izar held the letter and asked, Is this a letter from the Emperor? Yes, although I don't know the reason for the change in his mood. Isn't this good news for you, someone who is already engaged? Why cry? He doesn't need to know. He must have heard about my commotion at the temple, but instead of being ashamed, why is he gentler than before? I can't understand what that tyrant is thinking anymore, and I didn't expect to meet him again so soon. What should I do this time we meet? Anyway, the tone of this letter is strange. It doesn't match his face. Scarlet tilted her head and asked, His face? Yes, that ice-cold face.
Do you actually like that? Scarlet lunged over and grabbed Izar's face, making him break out in a cold sweat. What is this? Why all of a sudden? Sit still. Hey, Izar, in your opinion, am I beautiful? Izar froze for 2 seconds, then pushed Scarlet away.
What nonsense are you talking about? That's disgusting. Please let go of me. Are you still not lucid after just recovering from an illness or something? No, that's not it. You know I'm not the obedient type. But read this letter. Why is His Majesty so sweet? Now it's truly undeniable. It's all thanks to this excellent appearance.
But I can't ruin this perfect face. What should I do? Izar, dizzy from her words, quickly stood up. I'm going to bed. Now? It's still early. Stop being so narcissistic and go to bed quickly. You idiot. Scarlet was puzzled. Why was he getting angry? Although the chances weren't high, it's better safe than sorry. If the tyrant doesn't easily annul the engagement just because of my beauty, then the only way left is to shatter his last illusion with this face. Time passed, and the official schedule arrived. All right, everyone pay attention. This afternoon, I will meet His Highness at the palace. I'm sure you all understand how important this day is for someone engaged like me, so hurry up. Suddenly, Scarlet asked a maid, Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? I'm Nancy, my lady. I've been working at this mansion for about a year now. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Anyway, please do my makeup beautifully today. I'll do my best. Seeing her narcissism, the maids were dumbfounded. You don't need to try too hard, because I'm already very beautiful. I'll do my absolute best. She secretly calculated. Her goal was to create the most dramatic effect possible. If something beautiful is created only to be tragically ruined, then all illusions about herself will be shattered. Lady Scarlet, what dress would you like to wear? Let's see. Is the blue dress we bought the other day all right? It's a bit hot today, my lady. That's fine. I won't be moving around much anyway. But velvet material in this weather might be a bit...
My Lady Scarlet, how about this one? Scarlet held the dress thoughtfully. Seeing this, Nancy panicked. Oh, this is the dress you were going to discard. I mended it myself. I thought if I made it a little more elaborate, it would suit you better. While it might not be as beautiful as the ones from the tailors, at least in terms of tailoring. Scarlet interrupted. You said your name is Nancy, didn't you? I really like this dress. How is it that only now I realize I have a maid with such good taste by my side? Next time, Nancy, will you come shopping with me? Seeing this, Lucy also relaxed her face and let out a sigh of relief. Yes, of course, my lady. All right then, let's get ready. Charlene Palace, to which she was invited, was so vast and beautiful it felt like a miniature city. The main square was picturesque with a vibrant, colorful fountain. While Scarlet was waiting, Charlene appeared and said, It seems I've made you wait again this time. Have you been waiting long? No, I was so engrossed in admiring the flower garden that I didn't notice the time passing. Have you finished your work for today? Pretty much. So, what are we doing today? Wait, what's that smell?
Where is that smell of iron coming from? How long do you intend to stand there dazed? Come here. I've already had the baker make sweets for you. Now, come quickly. Yes, Your Majesty. Scarlet clasped her hands together, looking at them as she thought to herself, Am I mistaken? It's true that I haven't been sleeping well lately. No, there really is a smell, isn't there? Not the metallic smell of iron, but rather... Scarlet asked, Your Majesty, are you injured? Charlene looked at her and asked, What is it? Scarlet tiptoed closer and said, I smell blood on Your Majesty. Early that morning, the clash of swords echoed in the Emperor's chambers. A total of 4 assassins attacked while he was sleeping. They were said to be the best, yet they died without a sound in mere seconds. After killing all the assassins, he said, Why did it have to be today? That's right, today was the day I was supposed to meet that interesting young lady, but instead, I killed Bond's assassins. Bond, an organization so terrifying that it even exploits the corpses of its assassins. What lies before me is the result of cooperation between that organization and the temple. How despicable. Regardless, it's unavoidable.
Am I able to use divine power? Scarlet asked worriedly. Can I tell you something? This is clearly the smell of blood. Charlene pondered for a moment, then asked, So what? So, mistress, Scarlet was stunned for a moment, then hastily said, Look, you're injured. You're not injured but still here because you have an appointment with me, are you? What about the infirmary? If you haven't gone yet, let me inform them that you are injured. Are you worried about me? Yes, of course. What else could it be? What I want is to call off the engagement, not Charlene's death.
How badly was he injured for the smell of blood to be so strong? But what he wanted, contrary to Scarlet, wasn't my blood. Yet seeing the young lady so worried, I almost regret that it wasn't my own blood. Scarlet pouted. If that's the case, you should have told me earlier. I worried for nothing. Unbeknownst to them, their relationship had become so close. Charlene smirked. Young lady, where are you going? You don't need to follow me. I won't get lost. And I prioritize dessert over a stroll. As a result, Scarlet quickly sat down at the dining table. Charlene glanced at her and spoke. So you're not going to ask what happened? Is it necessary? This morning, Pan's assassins tried to kill me, and there were 4 of them. That's more than usual. I see. Being in such a high position, it must be tough for you. What's with that look? Did I say something wrong? But indeed, the fact that they are Pan's people is very concerning. The last time we met, I was truly scared. But they are not worthy opponents for Your Majesty. Ah, that's enough eating for now. You should eat more. No, thank you. I'm full. This awkward atmosphere, it's best not to let it go any further. Didn't you have something you wanted to show me today? Oh, right. Yes, there is something I want to show you.
Scarlet thought to herself. Focus, I almost forgot because of the smell of blood.
Better yet, I've noticed his expression hasn't been very good lately. The only way to break the remaining illusion and simultaneously lighten his mood is what I've spent 3 days and nights diligently practicing. Scarlet bowed her head and said, "Your Majesty, please look closely." Then she put 2 fingers into her mouth and looked up with a sound, causing Charlene to stare in surprise. She was making a funny face, a pig face. "My lady, what are you doing?" Charlene asked. Scarlet stiffened, thinking, "Oh, it turns out this is even more embarrassing than I thought. Look, you don't seem happy." Meanwhile, elsewhere, the #1 guard held his stomach laughing. Ha ha ha. Honestly, every encounter with Princess Armin is a fresh experience. I wonder what the young lady is thinking to do such things in front of His Majesty.
Guard 2 suppressed a laugh and reminded, "Stop laughing. That young lady is His Majesty's fiancée." What? Number 2, don't you also find this very funny? At this moment, the door opened and number 1 stopped laughing. "Ah, Your Majesty, you've arrived. What do you think of today's official schedule?" Charlene replied indifferently, "Skip it." "Oh, Your Majesty, you have finally thought this through thoroughly, but this is too sudden. Haven't you always disdained their actions? But you know, Bond, despite being an assassin organization, has also contributed and has a tradition of existing since the founding of the nation. But why? That doesn't matter. Quickly prepare the army for immediate departure." "Understood. Then I will inform the Prime Minister of Your Majesty's schedule." "No, I will not go." "Huh? So you intend to stay at the palace?" Charlene remained silent, offering no further reply. Number 1 smiled and said, "Understood, Your Majesty. We have understood your intention. We will handle it smoothly. Please do not worry." "Then I leave it to you to handle." "I will handle it immediately, Your Majesty." Number 2 asked curiously, "Hey, what are you doing? Isn't it obvious? He wants to wipe them out, but doesn't want to act directly for fear of getting blood on his hands. It's all because of that young lady. Anyway, His Majesty will eventually take action, but for the time being, this is how it will be. It's also the first time I've seen him so happy." As Charlene walked, he thought of Scarlet's actions at that moment. At this, he finally let out a relaxed laugh.
On Scarlet's side, she was feeling embarrassed. What was she thinking? Suddenly recalling it made her truly mortified. But it seemed to have an effect on Charlene too, because neither of them said a word until they parted ways. It's true, with such a beautiful face, to display such an embarrassing expression was truly unbelievable. Ah, forget it. No more thinking. Time to go home, take a bath, and have some snacks. Izar saw her and called out, "Scarlet! Izar, are you here to meet me again?" He anxiously ran over and pulled Scarlet. "Don't go back to the mansion yet. Let's take a walk." "What's wrong? I'm tired today. I just want to change and rest." "Why do you have that look on your face?" "I just realized now, the atmosphere in the mansion is different from usual, a chilling feeling, as if something is about to happen." Izar said, "The Duke is drinking again. When the Duke drinks, it's not simply drunkenness. When drunk, he becomes aggressive and displays extraordinary strength. Let's go." "Where are we going at this hour?" "Anywhere."
As long as we're outside until the Duke falls asleep. Wait a minute, but if I leave, surely the servants will." Scarlet gripped Izar's hand and he froze, sweating as he looked at her. Scarlet lowered her face and asked, "Izar, since when?" He evaded. "What are you talking about? Since when have you been beaten like this?" "No, it's not. This is from riding a horse last time." "Lies! How could these injuries be from an accident? The Duke did this." She felt a pang of sorrow looking at the bruises on Izar's hands. Such severe injuries, and she's only just discovered them now. "That's right, because I didn't want to get involved with this family, only thinking about escaping. That's why I discovered it late." Suddenly, Scarlet's memories flooded back, things the Duke had said to Scarlet when he was drunk. "You are a despicable thing, unloved by your mother. You should have lived as if you were dead. What more are you trying to do, you who are treated as if you never existed? You will forever be imprisoned in this mansion." And then he drank it, the thing contained in the blue bottle with the symbol of the Rico's constellation.
Then they cruelly beat little Scarlet. Remembering those things, Scarlet said, "I can't bear it anymore." "What? What did you say?" "I'm going to see the Duke. I've also had enough of his drunkenness." "What are you going to do there now?" "Hey, Scarlet!" Inside the mansion, the butler's glasses were cracked again. Scarlet walked in and said, "Butler, I need to see the Duke right now." The butler tried to stop her. "Miss, I'm very sorry. He is currently probably drunk again." "It's fine. Move aside." As Scarlet approached the door, she heard voices from inside the room. "Is the sacrifice ready?" Scarlet froze. Whose voice was that? This is bad. "Rashahel's child has escaped. I thought I had lured the boy, but the sacrifice has escaped." "It's fine. There's still a suitable child in Armin. You must have killed the escapee, right?" "It died in the most painful way, just like Rashahel. Unless there's a direct blood relative of Rashahel nearby, there's no way it could have survived." "Then it must have died in Armin territory." "Yes, somewhere in Armin, near the monster forest."
But if it's dead, where did its power go? No Rashahels remain. Wait a moment. It will take some time to get here. Furthermore, what about the judge? Don't worry. Judge Callior is about to be dealt with. All I need is a little time. The perfect plan has been laid out. Just leave it to me. All right. What about Armand? That place has come to an end, hasn't it, Duke? That's right. I, the family head, will obey your will. Callior, Rashahel, and Armand, the 3 families who inherited the power of the dead gods, are the very ones who created the demon seal they are trying to break.
More accurately, that power resides within them. Ironically, to break the demon seal, that power is required. If there are no more heirs, the power will return to the nearest location, right here where the demon is sealed. All right, the next sacrifice is someone from Armand, a father sacrificing his son. How noble. The demon will be pleased. Make sure to prepare in time. The Duke replied with a sinister laugh. Don't worry, I will prepare Izar Armand as the sacrifice. Scarlet stood outside the door, stunned. Huh? What is the Duke talking about? Izar walked over and called out, Hey, Scarlet, what's wrong? She startled and turned to look at Izar. His own biological son, Izar, will become a sacrifice for the Dark Mages? Then she told Izar, I knew he intended to kill me, but I didn't expect he wouldn't spare you either. He intends to kill me? Perhaps because I bear the mark of the heir, but why don't I remember anything? I thought he had given up, but now he's even sending assassins after me. That damn bastard. Hey, Izar, why don't you run away from home? You're so naive, Scarlet. This is Duke Armand's mansion. Escape? That's impossible, for both you and me. We are both adults, and with that come countless obligations. If we don't get rid of those, we'll never be able to do anything. In that case, let's defeat those bastards together. Izar stiffened and repeated, Defeat? Yes, if we delve into the weaknesses of the Dark Mages, who knows, we might find something. Maybe, right? Of course, I have to protect you first.
Well now, I have to help him find a job first, ideally somewhere that can protect him. The next day it was easy to say, but how was she going to help him get a job now? Scarlet sighed, then sat down and called out, Kids, I'm here, come out, kids. Suddenly she looked up, bewildered, staring straight ahead. 3 little goblins poked their heads out and asked, Can we come out? It's you guys, right? You've grown so much, I didn't recognize you. Yes, we grew so big because we ate a lot of delicious fruit. Kids, why are you out there? Where are you going? The 3 little ones carried fruit over to Scarlet. Is this for me?
In return for the delicious fruit you gave us, Scarlet chuckled.
What, repayment between us? Isn't this a rare item?
This is a fairy stone. Don't you need this?
Of course I do. I need it desperately. I'm retracting my words about not needing repayment between us. What? Yes, retract it. Give me the fairy stone. With this, getting Izar a job will be no issue. Bring more next time, okay? Then give us lots of fruit. We only eat what we receive from friends. Fruit in exchange for this. Yes, I'll give you as much as you want. Scarlet brought the fairy stone to the Imperial Palace. Just 1 fairy stone like that could be exchanged for at least a plot of land. Since you are the Emperor, I will specially grant you an additional 30 platinum coins. In return, please allow Izar to work for you. Izar is a talented individual. He brilliantly passed the civil service exam with the highest rank without having to attend an academy. I know, and within a week, Your Majesty, order him to leave the mansion and come to the palace to work. After that, until he says he's okay, continue to arrange his work in that manner and stay by his side. Furthermore, I also request protection for my personal safety. Charlene looked at her for a moment and then said, I agree 100%. If it's necessary for the country, I can restore it within 2 days. Scarlet was skeptical. Is it that simple? After all, it's something that's beneficial enough just to have, so I'll accept all conditions. Don't worry, we won't make any disadvantageous deals for either side. Why would we do that? I am the Emperor, after all. He turned his head and ordered, Prime Minister, yes, Your Majesty, prepare the contract for me. After that, the two went for a walk together. Your Majesty, I heard a story. They say there's a person named Santa Claus. Who is he? He's a kind person who gives gifts to good children once a year. Is he male or female? As far as I know, Santa Claus is male. So what? What does he have to do with anything? It's just that there's such a person. Oh, so that person named Santa. If he's real, I'll exploit him for gifts. Exploit him? That's right. Oh my, how can he say such terrifying things? No, how can he? Well, but first we need to know what the standard for good is. Anyway, if it's not an illusory standard, the idea is to put them to good use. That's right, but first we need to understand what the standard for a good person is. Anyway, if the standards aren't unrealistic, then the value of the gift won't be a concern no matter who the giver is. Ah, that's not a bad idea either. Charlene secretly glanced at her again and smiled. But the thing is, if Santa Claus knew Your Majesty was approaching him with such malicious intent,
he will never want to work with you. Charlene asked, What? Caesarion said that he only likes good children. So Your Majesty, it seems you still need to learn a bit more. What? Oh, wait a moment. Lately I've been reading a very good book. It's called Happiness Nearby, and I think this could be a typical example. Is this book interesting? Anyone who reads it will know immediately. What about now? She smiled brightly. Yes, now. A moment later, Charlene closed the book and said, It's just a romantic novel with nothing special about it. How can you say there's nothing special about it? This male lead, isn't he too perfect? This guy? Scarlet frowned. And you call him Guy, too. Look, just by reading through it, you can see this guy is a gentleman. Gentle, really?
Look, he's both gentle and possessive. He truly is a man, this young master, this night charmer. What I mean is he's very handsome. Most importantly, this book has a rare point not found in other books. What is that? For example, the way of speaking. Charlene was puzzled. The way of speaking? Marriage is an equal relationship between husband and wife, equal in the way they speak. Not only should they treat each other with respect, but even in their conversations they must show respect. Respect, you ask. That is the most important factor. If it's lacking, there will certainly be negative consequences later. Therefore, happiness stems from respect.
Charlene was stunned for a moment, then said, "So does that mean he's your ideal type, miss? Your lover, I mean?" Scarlet pondered. "What? Why is everything so messed up? Miss, if I agree to grant you one wish, what would you wish for?" "A wish? Let me bring up annulling our engagement so soon." He continued, "As your fiancé." Scarlet sighed in relief. "Never mind then. Speaking of wishes," she suddenly thought of something. "I'm a genius. Then I have a wish. Your Majesty and I will be friends." Charlene paused and asked, "Friends?" "No, specifically, friends forever." Charlene rubbed his head in frustration, while Scarlet giggled. "Isn't that a simple and useful wish? It's truly perfect for an engaged couple, don't you think?" He scowled and said, "Absolutely not." He narrowed his eyes and said, "That wish is beyond my power." "What?" Charlene turned and walked away. "Friends for life. Truly unbelievable." "Why not? Your Majesty, do you not have friends? Then that's even better." No, that can't be. Your Majesty clearly said you would grant my wish." Charlene walked a short distance, then turned back and said, "When did I say that?" Scarlet craned her neck and argued, "You clearly did say it." He still insisted firmly, "I did not." "But," he glanced over and saw Scarlet pouting with a long face. "Why not?" He repeated, "Friends for life is not possible, but being friends now is."
Friends now? Yes. And just like that, we're friends. Back at the mansion, Scarlet told Izar, "Really? Yes, it's true. His Majesty said so. From tomorrow, you'll be working under the Prime Minister, you know." She paused here. "Izar, what's wrong?" "No, it's just about becoming a duke, and getting the Parliament's approval certainly won't be easy. Now it seems there's more than just one or two things to worry about." "Huh? Why is that?" "Those old geezers are not to be trifled with. They nitpick everything, and in special situations they can be even stricter. You haven't even graduated from any academy. That alone is enough to deduct points. Moreover, I am His Majesty's fiancé. At least His Majesty treats us well. Who's to say the elders will be the same?" She chuckled. "That's true. It's all right. We'll only know if we try, won't we?" That night, Scarlet stood outside, secretly listening to the conversation inside the Duke's room. The prey has fallen into Calior's hands. That person has become a minion under the Emperor. Shut up. Someone like you truly has no ability, only knows how to enjoy empty glory, and can't even get a small task done.
Calior? Is he going to obstruct to the very end? Scarlet thought to herself from outside. It's true that he's contacting a dark wizard. Scarlet Armin was still just an eccentric, obedient young lady, abused by her father and sold as a fiancé to a tyrant. Something was wrong with Charlene. Inside, the conversation continued. "He is my prey. Let's put that aside for now. Right, I can't kill him immediately. So what should I do? I need a scapegoat. The immediate problem is that she's getting in my way. Did they change targets? Even though I'm not satisfied with her gender, she still has Armin blood. I will fulfill the role of a sacrifice. That's right. Then I have a good idea. Do you know anyone named Barsha? Barsha? I don't remember seeing this person in the original story. Who could it be? The last priest among the escaped priests? That's right. He's pretending to be a healer, but he's a true priest. Yes, that's right. But I also stole 2 of his treasures, didn't I? Are they worthless now? Fortunately, I can still use them. The treasures I possess have the ability to put gods into a deep sleep and imprison them. Their bodies fall asleep, but their souls are trapped indefinitely. And if they try to use their power to escape their confinement, it's impossible. That's right. Of course it's impossible. Rashahel's luck and Calior's strong judgment are still not enough. Only Armin's predictive ability is strong enough to escape.
From your words, I've already guessed it. You've become the successor. That's right. Since the demon gods have been sealed, doesn't that mean the use of power is also limited? So I stole the usable treasures of the mid-tier gods. That is the only way to defeat the power of the 3 dead gods.
But that's different for you. You already have a certain connection with demons. Are you talking about me? That doesn't mean you can break the demon seal. Only by gathering the power of the 3 dead gods can the demon seal be broken. Even we, who have walked this path for decades, are not sure we could do it. Yes, that's right. So we will take advantage of this point. Scarlet Armin possesses the family's emblem that Duke Armin cannot obtain. If we imprison the person who possesses that emblem, we won't have to worry about the position of family head being usurped anymore. Right, Duke? Yes, that's exactly right. A box will be delivered to the mansion. Inside the box is a book created by Barsha to preserve the treasures of the gods. When Barsha comes to the mansion to retrieve the book, just open the door. However, you must seize the moment he touches that book. You must knock him out and lock him in Scarlet Arment room. This shouldn't be difficult for you, right, Duke? As long as I can monopolize this position? Yes, of course. Please don't worry. I will definitely succeed this time. You must succeed. But may I ask you a question?
What is it? What exactly is the book Barsha created? How can Scarlet be trapped with that thing? That's an interesting question. The book Barsha created has different timelines inside and outside. It's a space where people cannot die and life simply repeats itself. 1 year there is equivalent to 1 week here. Therefore, Scarlet Armin will live forever in it and go mad. Scarlet Armin will never wake up again, unless by a miracle. Callior, Yahello, Armin. The two families cannot possess the power of the two gods unless they bear children for each other, become soulmates, or get engaged with a signed magical contract. Will such unrealistic things happen? To possess the power of the gods, one must die and be reborn once, as written in the scriptures. That's nothing short of a death sentence, so our plan will surely succeed. Until then, they are still unaware of the existence of someone who can prevent it. Absolutely do not let the Dark Witch's plan succeed. The next day, Scarlet cheerfully said, "A guest will arrive today. When he comes, please invite him into my room without letting anyone know."
Yes, my lady, I'm counting on you. Then Barsha arrived, crossing his arms and asking, "Hey, I'm here for my book. Is it here? I heard it's here, that book." Just as Barsha's hand was about to touch the box, "Ah, thank you," Scarlet snatched it back. "What are you doing?" "You know, this book, they say it's cursed," Barsha asked in surprise. "What?" "I mean, I heard this book was created to hold a divine treasure. Where did you hear that?" "I just happened to find out. The Dark Mages are trying to make you and me fall into an eternal sleep. We'll become the next Emperor Charlene Callior. Aren't you a Dark Witch?" "How could I be? I'm a good person. Don't be so quick to label me like that. I really don't understand what you take me for anymore. I tried to help, but then you handed it over to the Duke. If you don't know, when you return, check if the 2 spirit artifacts are missing. I heard the Dark Witch stole those 2 things." Barsha thought to himself, "I'm also looking for the whereabouts of the 2 divine treasures. Is it true that the book also disappeared, as they say?"
Let's just assume you're telling the truth. Then why are you telling me? Why beat around the bush? It's good that you want me to get straight to the point. It seems the Dark Mages are trying to break the demon's seal. That night, the mages were enraged. Damn it, what happened? Duke, about that, I received the box and was waiting for Barsha, but Barsha didn't come and the box disappeared. I turned the whole house upside down but still couldn't find it. Do you think that makes sense? But it's the truth, please believe me. Shut up, you useless fool. Duke, you'd best not do this anymore. No, please don't. Scarlet stood outside, chuckling to herself. Heh, serves him right. It's a good thing the Duke is hot-tempered and incompetent. Tonight, I can sleep soundly. Somewhere, the mages said, Cherla, it's your turn. Go, return, and by all means make Callior and Scarlet Armin break off their engagement.
She smiled sinisterly. Then one of the 2 must be killed. After that, Scarlet opened the box in awe. So this is it, yes, the treasure. To protect us, the descendants of Callior and Armin from dark magic, we received the bracelet of the fire goddess and the ring of the moon god from Barsha. But I still don't know the full capabilities of the treasure. For example, the ancient fire goddess, unlike a deity who left a strong mark. Do you know anything about the fire goddess, Your Majesty? No, unfortunately I don't know much about her either. You don't know either, so it seems that information about her is not widely known. That might be the case. Perhaps she doesn't even have a basic mythology. After all, I only found a flame depicted in a corner of the mythology of origins. Is that so? Then, young lady, is it safe to use this treasure? This treasure can revive and heal, but the healing method is absorption. Revival will be passive. The goddess's power is the ability to absorb the pain of others and purify it within oneself, and when absorbed, instead of pain, the body will fall into a weakened state. A body falling into a weakened state doesn't seem safe. It looks painful, but actually isn't. Not getting sick, isn't that better? They say that as soon as one absorbs the healing ability, one will gradually grow closer to the goddess. I don't understand its meaning, but it doesn't seem bad. But it's best not to use it too often. I'm worried you'll get sick. Worried about me? Worried? Really? Charlene Callior? That tyrant? Oh my, Your Majesty is truly something. It doesn't really hurt, so why should Your Majesty be afraid? You're scared, aren't you? Charlene was stunned. Scared? Seeing Charlene's reaction, she quickly covered her mouth for her slip of the tongue, then quickly coughed. Anyway,
I also want to say one more thing about the moon god's treasure. There's no moon in this world, as the young lady surely knows.
That thing hovering in the night sky isn't the moon, but another star. But Barsha said the moon was only obscured. Is that person named Barsha trustworthy? Yes, to deal with the dark wizard, he is indispensable. If the young lady has said so. But, young lady,
I didn't expect you to take such a risk and try to resolve things so recklessly this time. If the Duke had discovered you, or if things hadn't worked out, I might not have seen you today, lady. Yes, I understand. So from now on, if anything happens, please discuss it with me first. Your Majesty, I'm only saying this as a precaution. Yes, speak. It's about the way you speak. What I said before was just the ideal archetype of a male lead. A male lead. In other words, a lover, or more broadly, the ideal archetype in a marital relationship. Charlene tapped on the chair and said, "That's because they're in love." Exactly. Finally, you understand. And then what? And what else? Your Majesty, we are friends. Beyond our official relationship, in our private lives, we are friends. Charlene sighed. Lady, why are you sighing? You are too rigid, Your Majesty. Therefore, when dealing with friends, you don't necessarily have to speak in that gentle tone. Just act normal. Do you understand, Your Majesty? Charlene crossed his arms and said, Normal, huh? I understand. Really? So just with the lady, it's okay for me to be like this, right?
Scarlet looked bewildered. What? My lady, something has been bothering me since earlier. Yes, what is it? He looked directly at her and said, You have cookie crumbs. Where? He reached out his hand and gently wiped the corner of her mouth. Then he withdrew his hand and calmly said, Now I have them too. Looking at Charlene before her, Scarlet's eyes lit up. Your Majesty is truly a handsome man who could save the world. Charlene put the cookie crumbs into his mouth again and said, It seems my lady enjoyed her meal. So next time we meet, I will prepare more cookies so you can take some home. Scarlet was startled, and upon closer inspection, it seemed this person was trying to practice flirting with her. By the way, Scarlet, have you chosen a dance partner yet? A dance partner? For the ball? That's right. Sir Esau already explained it to me, but I still haven't chosen a dance partner for the party. If nothing changes, I plan to go with Esau because he is a relative. She narrowed her eyes and thought, but going with Charlene Callior, who is engaged to me, to such a formal event, would that cause gossip among the nobility? If Your Majesty doesn't mind, would you like to accompany me? Charlene smiled contentedly and replied, Of course. Scarlet jumped up excitedly. Wow, that's wonderful, but I don't know how to dance. I'll teach you. Your Majesty?
Why not? That's impossible. On the contrary, I like it very much. Your Majesty said you would teach me. How could I refuse? Then tomorrow morning I will come to the Duke's mansion. Before, I never used to like dancing. It wasn't exactly because I hated it, but rather the fake smiles of those dancing that truly disgusted me. But now being called a tyrant makes me feel very uncomfortable. This silver ring, which has acknowledged me as its master, though its power is still unknown, but because Scarlet gave it to me, I now have something to cherish. Perhaps I am no longer as proficient as I once was, and have become much clumsier. You called, number one? Yes. Bring me someone who can teach me to dance within 1 day. I know this will make me look like a fool, but to see her gaze at the ballroom with those star-like eyes. The next day, my lady, don't be nervous. I am not nervous at all, so you don't need to worry. Is that so? Charlene extended his hand and said, Then Scarlet understood and immediately placed her hand on his, gripping it tightly. Charlene blushed shyly, looked at their hands and said, My lady? Yes, just place your hand on it. What? So please relax a little. Oh yes, I'm sorry. So shall we begin now? Yes. The two began their first steps. Every movement they made was watched by the servants and the band with gloomy, contemptuous expressions. Wow, they dance terribly. The sight of them dancing is like two vultures fighting. Scarlet also noticed the abnormality and thought, No, I'm not saying anything about myself, but why is he like this? Didn't he dance very well? He truly is someone who dares to teach, and I am someone who dares to learn. Your Majesty, what's wrong? I need to prepare again and rest for a bit. A moment later, Are you ready now, Your Majesty? After preparing, he extended his hand towards her. Both caught the rhythm of the music. This time, they danced a little more gracefully. Scarlet was surprised. What is this? How is it so different from before? While dancing, she asked, Your Majesty? I'm listening, Scarlet.
Have you heard of a love marriage? A love marriage, you say? Yes, exactly. A love marriage is when two people fall in love before proceeding to marriage. It requires fateful encounters and many coincidences. Oh, and they also have to overcome adversity together. That's a familiar story. But why are you bringing this up, Scarlet? Because it's a symbol of a happy ending. That must be wonderful. Wouldn't be like to try it once? As she danced, she looked down at her feet, calculating that if she made a big mistake like stepping on his foot, it would surely help in getting the engagement called off, wouldn't it? Charlene said, "Hey, Scarlet, look up here for a moment." Scarlet obeyed and looked up at him, their eyes meeting and creating a beautiful scene. His lips curved slightly. "Finally, you're looking at me." Scarlet blushed as she looked at him. Truly a beauty that could save the world. "Thank you for the compliment. I'm very happy." Scarlet, a little embarrassed, blushed and averted her eyes. Your Majesty?" Go on." "The thing is, I'm too shy to tell your Majesty."
Actually, I'm a terrible dancer, like someone who just started learning. Just pretending. He wrapped his arm around her waist, then suddenly lifted her up, gracefully spinning her around. "Oh, Your Majesty." Scarlet's heart skipped a beat. He gently looked at her and smiled, then set her back down. "No problem, right, Scarlet?" Yes, that's right. But why did you suddenly bring up a love marriage?" Your Majesty might not know yet, but who knows, one day, if the fated person suddenly appears, everything will become meaningless. It sounds like you want to try it. Scarlet paused, pointing at herself. Me? No, I am a realist. Is that so? Then let's stop our practice here for today. I still have business at the palace. Is that all right, Scarlet? Did time fly by so fast? Of course not. If Your Majesty is busy, you should go quickly. Nancy asked Lucy, "Lucy, does our young lady really not know how to dance?" "I don't know. There have never been any rumors about the young lady's dancing." "That's true. There are no rumors saying she dances well, nor has anyone ever criticized her dancing as bad."
Lucy replied, "Maybe." Nancy turned back and asked, "Maybe?" Lucy thought to herself, "They're doing it on purpose." Seeing Lucy lost in thought, Nancy called out, "Lucy, what's wrong? Is something bothering you?" "No, I'm just spacing out." "How dull. If it's on purpose, why would someone do that? What's the real intention?" And when His Majesty looks at Lady Scarlet, he's so attentive. His gaze can't be explained any other way than the gaze of someone in love. A few days later, Armin arrived. "Barsha, what do you think?" It seems even picking your nose would look elegant." "Oh, so you mean I suit this outfit, right?" Barsha had been staying at Armin's mansion as a guest since then. "But did you come to my room just to ask that?" "Yes, I'm done talking. I'll go now." Barsha looked bewildered. "I'm busy too, you know." Scarlet walked out and looked down. She called out to His Majesty. Charlene looked up and saw her absolutely radiant. She softly whispered an apology for making him wait. "I've just arrived myself, so don't worry, Scarlet. Shall we go then?" She smiled and replied, "Yes." "Are you nervous?" "A little. This is my first time in a place like this. Don't forget I'm still by your side." Suddenly, she was surprised when Charlene extended his hand in front of her. "Come." After a moment of thought, she took Charlene's hand. "This is the son of the Empire, Emperor Charlene Callior, and this is Lady Scarlet Armin, daughter of Duke Armin." "Scarlet?" "Yes, Your Majesty. We plan to dance the first dance together." "Yes, here, Your Majesty." Seeing her proactively offer her hand surprised Charlene a little. After a moment, he smiled and called out to Scarlet, "If you wish, you can dance with Count Izar first." "Your Majesty, is something wrong?" "No, never mind." She looked bewildered. "What, is that all you wanted to say?" Charlene looked at her intently and then complimented, "You are truly beautiful."
She replied nonchalantly, "Spot on, isn't it? I'm already beautiful by nature. It's just that today I'm exceptionally more beautiful. When I look in the mirror, I almost think I'm a goddess." Charlene heard her praise herself and stood there dumbfounded. He said, "A goddess who doesn't know her own face is meaningless. You are simply perfectly beautiful, Scarlet." She blushed shyly. I'll go outside for some fresh air." She went outside, buried her face, and secretly cried out, "Oh my goodness."
She imagined Charlene's words, "You are truly too beautiful, Scarlet." Saying such sweet words with that face made her feel a thrill. It's just a deception. After all, he belongs to someone else. Suddenly, she became resolute. No, look at his face, and on top of that, he says such things, and he's even her fiancé. How could she not want to rush into his arms immediately? She couldn't let Charlene Collier know these thoughts of hers. While she was pondering, someone walked over and asked what she was doing. This deafening voice was, "Barsha?" Barsha raised his hand. "Hello?" "Oh, hello. When did you arrive? I didn't see you at all." "Well, I deliberately came without anyone knowing, so how could you have seen me? You must really hate attracting attention." "Yeah, whatever. What are you doing here? Aren't you dancing? Wasn't the first dance with the Emperor?" I thought so too, but it seems not. The Emperor probably has other things to do." "Scarlet, listen. I think it's better to do something and regret it than to do nothing at all." What are you talking about? What do you think about Emperor Charlene?" She hesitated. "Well, he's someone I wish could be a little happier."
Just then, Charlene arrived and inadvertently overheard their conversation. Hearing this, Barsha exclaimed, "Aha!" He thought to himself, "Scarlet is like the dazzling summer sun. Charlene is like the calm yet fierce winter wind. It seems like an imperfect combination, but it's very harmonious." Scarlet turned to Barsha, interrupting his thoughts, and asked, "That's a bit unusual. Why suddenly ask about that?" "No, it's nothing. It's just that..." "Just what? What's just that?" At this moment, Charlene spoke in a cold voice. "What are you doing here? Is Geo here?" "Yes, and I met Barsha." "Oh wait, your majesty hasn't met him before. This is Barsha, Barsha Barcelona Bracco. His ancestor was Bracco, an ancient high priest." "Is that so? Barsha, I have something to discuss with Scarlet." "Yes, I will make way for your majesty. The night air is too cold." "I don't feel very cold." Charlene took off his coat and placed it on her. Scarlet looked up and called out, "Your majesty, don't you want to go inside?"
If you wish to stay here, then do so. I will stay here too. If we can't dance, we can do this instead. Oh no, that's not fair. You didn't give me a choice earlier, so it doesn't count. Your hand is so cold, Scarlet. She froze and silently conceded. All right, I admit it. It seems going outside was useless. I'll catch a cold. All right, I admit I like this tyrant. I like him. I like him very much. But I'm not confident I can be an epic lover. On the contrary, this man has the potential to become an epic love. She asked, Your Majesty, you don't need to practice with me anymore, do you? What are we talking about? And this? Cough, cough. No, nothing. Why did Your Majesty stop talking mid-sentence? What's wrong? Your Majesty, why are you so silent? Oh, a shooting star. Charlene silently thought it was a lie. Scarlet, meanwhile, excitedly exclaimed, Where's the shooting star? It flew by already. Charlene mused to himself. Even with power, all I can do is protect myself. Therefore, I chose people who don't need protection and tried to live with them. I won't give my heart to anyone.
She asked blankly, "What is it? Why can't I see it?" Charlene looked at her, a faint smile playing on her lips. As for her, she was still searching. "Shooting star, where are you?" It was still Charlene's train of thought. In the world she saw remained just as beautiful. Afterwards, she returned to the mansion. While sleeping, she let out a whimper, then suddenly sat up, gasping for breath. Something was very strange. What kind of dream was this? If the dreams I'm having are connected to the prophetic abilities of the Armand family, when I was in the Duke's study, I only heard a voice but didn't see anything, so I'm not sure. If that's the case, then one of the two must die. According to this dream, the voice of the Dark Wizard and Charla's voice seemed to match, despite being slightly distorted. Those who observed Charlene and Charla's first encounter weren't looking because they were beautiful and handsome, but rather like an assassin targeting prey. Especially when looking at Charlene, it was a temple, but it looked much gloomier. But looking at the symbol of the Ricos constellation, could it be that the cathedral and the Dark Wizard are cooperating? The next morning, she wearily said that she finally hadn't gotten a peaceful night's sleep. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Scarlet, it's me." She was surprised to realize it was Barsha. "Barsha, what brings you here at this hour?" "I brought this for you. It was in my room, found in a corner last night." She curiously asked, "What is it?" "I'm not sure either, but your name is written on it." Inside the dilapidated old chest that Barsha found in the room, there was nothing other than Scarlet's diary.
No, hiding the diary there is really strange, very strange. A diary is a treasure I want to hide, but also want to keep closest to me. Scarlet's room is quite far from where the diary was hidden, so what was she thinking when she hid it there? I feel a little guilty reading someone else's diary, but right now, I am Scarlet. She was also beaten by the Duke back then. Suddenly, her expression darkened. Of course, I could have predicted it wouldn't be content that would make me smile happily, but as I read, I felt my blood run completely cold by the end of the page. What is this? Am I fake? Am I illegitimate? That's right. It's better if you don't remember that truth. Because I loved him, you had to be born in pain. It's all my fault. God's power is too vast to be contained in a mere bowl, but I loved him so much that I forgot that. That man who was like the sunlight. Scarlet, you must survive. Think of yourself and value yourself. Don't sacrifice or pity anyone. If you still feel you can't do it, use this. It will help you. So Duke Aaron is Scarlet's biological father, and that wretched Baron abandoned his beloved, whom he was dating happily, just for the family crest.
To marry his girlfriend who is pregnant with his brother's child. So Scarlet isn't the Baron's daughter after all. Does that mean the family crest has passed to me? However, I still don't know where it is. But if I become a duke, no one would expect me to have that family crest, so it's not an urgent matter. How should I deal with this wretched Baron? The maid Lucy secretly worried. What is this murderous aura? Scarlet secretly told herself that she should act quickly, hoping that man would suffer as much as possible. She also needed to quickly find the family crest that Scoundrel desired so much. What's going on so early in the morning? It's nothing too important, but I wanted to give this to the madam. What is this? It's a type of medicine made from winter flowers. Winter flowers are plants that can be used as a depilatory if ground into a powder, but if pressed for their juice, they become a harmful poison.
Melia silently looked for a moment, then asked, "Where did this come from?" "That's a trade secret." Scarlet thought to herself that she couldn't say it was from Barsha Yaga. Melia pondered deeply, and after a long moment, picked up the vial of medicine and asked, "Is there anything else you want to say?" "No, but," she opened the bag, "but just make him bald." Then she placed several small packets of medicine on the table. After that, Duke Baron came and asked his wife, "Why did you call me? It's been so hard to meet lately." He thought to himself, "Is she trying to get rid of me to make our child the Duke? Hey, how have you been lately? Do you care how I'm living? Of course, please have some. I've brought good tea here." Baron secretly thought she was truly arrogant. Then he said, "By the way, I recently met a woman not long ago. She's very beautiful." "Is that so? Why are you telling me that?" "What? I had to tell you anyway. After all, I am the person you need, so you must have given it a lot of thought." "Huh? What are you talking about?" Melia thought to herself, just as the girl said, "I'm nothing in his eyes anymore."
I've told you already, I'm not a good person, and I don't think I'm better than you, Duke. Did you just call me Duke? Yes, is there a problem with me calling you Duke? He slammed the table and shouted, "Madam, how dare you have such an attitude towards the head of the household? Are you insane? Madam, do you know what you're saying? Is there any wife in this world who calls her husband by his title? Nevertheless, you are still the person I need, so I thought long and hard, but ultimately I cannot. Madam, are you listening to me, or have you gone mad like Scarlet? The girl said she agreed to let me do this." "Do what? How amusing, how ironic life is. What no one else understands, only that girl understands. Even Izar cannot deny that." And so the Duchess kept laughing, though she didn't want to at all. The Baron angrily asked the madam, "Are you mocking me?" Suddenly his face turned dark, and he let out gasping, choking sounds. Then everything before his eyes blurred, and he fell to the ground with a final gasp.
"It seems the medicine has taken effect, hasn't it?" Duke Baron asked in surprise. "What? Congratulations, Duke, on your new life." Then Duchess Melia told her servant, "Go and inform them that I will cooperate." "Yes, Your Grace." A moment later, "There's a letter for the young lady, and it's not from His Majesty the Emperor." "Oh, really? If someone heard that, they'd think I've been waiting for a letter from His Majesty all day." "Lucy, if you think that, it's a huge misunderstanding. Not exactly not, but I'm not that eager. Yes, I will meet His Majesty, so there's no need for a letter. Yes, I'm busy, so I'll take my leave now." Scarlet thought to herself, "Lucy seems a bit irritable lately, doesn't she? Or is it just my imagination?" Then she opened the letter to read. "To Miss Scarlet, how are you? I am well. I am writing this letter to inform you that the child you entrusted to me previously has woken up and has been diagnosed with a full recovery. According to what I found out, that child is Glenn Messere, the son of the Messere family."
He is 20 years old and calls you sister. Do you know him? Adrian, elder. Scarlet wondered in surprise. Sister? The letter also said, "I will bring the child there soon. Please let me know when you can visit, and then I will share more news with you. I also guessed he was Glenn Messere, so let's leave it at that. But if we're the same age, why does he call me sister? This guy is ridiculous. Anyway, regarding the Duke's matter, I need to meet with the elders a bit, and it seems convenient now." The scene shifts to the forest. Charlene was walking when he encountered Sherla walking in the opposite direction. Both stopped and stared intently at each other. The space became silent. Neither was willing to utter a word. Finally, Charlene broke the silence, asking, "Why are you staring at me so intently?" "What?" Scarlet stammered, trembling. "How can this be?" Charlene repeated her words. "How can this be? Ever since wearing the divine ring that Scarlet found, I've been able to hear faint sounds from afar, so this time I could clearly hear that almost whispered voice." Charlene called out, "Number one?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Sherla thought to herself, "Since when? I didn't expect him to have bodyguards following him. Rushing in like this, if I let this tyrant start to suspect me, I might be at a disadvantage. Although I'm very annoyed, I have no choice. Calm down. I just need to look him in the eyes. It seemed like I couldn't communicate just now because I made a mistake somewhere. Perhaps the communication speed was slower. As the last descendant of Callior, I have inherited immense power, which can be considered an incarnation of a god. How could this happen?"
Scarlet was astonished to realize, is he reading my mind? I have to turn Callior's world upside down. I'm compelled to do it, but that's impossible. That tyrant possesses a treasure that makes him unbeatable. You said my existence was an absurdity. Have you finally realized it? Charlene muttered that he was on his way to meet Scarlet when she obstructed him, using such trite words that he was fed up. You yourself said you were the one who killed my lover. Glenn Messere, do you still remember him? What a waste of time.
Charlene raised her hand, startling her. A surging, murderous aura emanated, and Charlene's expression was extremely grim as he looked at her. After that, only a piercing scream of "ah, ah" could be heard from the safe zone. "Why are you only just arriving now, Scarlet? We missed you so much." Scarlet reached out her hand to catch the group of spirits. "Oh dear, is that so? I'm sorry, kids." "Scarlet, what are you planning to do today?" "Planting fruit, because you all ate all the fruit I planted before. I bought more seeds." "Scarlet is so adorable." "Absolutely." Suddenly, a voice from behind rang out. "Are those spirits?" She turned around to see that it was Charlene. "Your Majesty, you've arrived?"
When I gave the young lady the spirit stone, I should have realized it then. So these spirits are just children? Yes, they are. She looked at him, blushing, and secretly thought, wow, he's still so handsome today. Hey kids, this is His Imperial Majesty. Quickly go and greet him. A spirit said, not a friend. Smells strongly of eggplant. What did you kids say? Black eggplant. Get lost. Stay away from Scarlet. Don't come near him.
Scarlet was surprised and thought to herself, what's going on all of a sudden? Why eggplant? She wondered. What's wrong with that vegetable? Eggplants are dark and ugly. Black eggplants, meaning spirits. Who else could it be besides those kids? They're over there. Heavens, the Owl Palace? Is it really them? There are spirits living in the Owl Palace. They can't even make rice cakes. All they do all day is play, play, play. Perhaps those other kids can't do it, which is why they're jealous of them. Is that so? Quite possibly, Scarlet thought. But why is the smell of eggplant spirits coming from His Majesty? From Scarlet's fragmented knowledge, she knew that the smell of eggplant spirits was similar to the smell of blood. Charlene asked, tell me what kind of fruit you like, and I will get Scarlet the best kind. Seeing that they didn't respond, Charlene added, if you need seeds, I can also improve them so they grow faster. I also hate eggplant. Scarlet asked, really? It's not that I can't eat it, I just don't like the taste, he replied. Ah, yes, I understand. Can His Majesty also be this endearing? It's only natural. Perhaps he doesn't want to be disliked. And I had planned to meet Glenn Messere, but I postponed it for a few days. Glenn Messere. Yes, the boy I adopted before. No, he's a 20-year-old young man now. That's a good idea. What? I mean, not meeting him. It's not that I don't want to see him. So what then? As soon as I return, I will gather the elders. In fact, everything is ready, but I am still delaying, waiting for the right moment.
Unfortunately, there isn't decisive evidence yet to indict the Duke, but I think we can use some existing evidence, at least to get some leverage over him. I will then accuse the Duke of his crimes later. I'm really looking forward to that. I mean, ousting the Duke and becoming the head of the family. Scarlet wanted to say something more, but stopped herself. She smiled and replied, yes. The next day, while the Duke was ill, I and the elders secretly held a meeting. The meeting was called the Council of Elders, and its main topic was the impeachment of the Duke and the establishment of a family representative. As you have heard, today I want to propose 2 issues regarding the impeachment in the election of a replacement family head, Adrian, Sidian, Dion, Elfin, and also Freya. Suddenly a voice rang out, questioning Scarlet. Hey, young lady. If you want to become the family representative, you should be careful with your words. Even if you are not yet the representative, the seat of honor in this meeting room is reserved for someone with sufficient qualifications. Scarlet gave a faint smile. Oh, is that so? Seeing his darkened face, Scarlet asked, what's wrong, sir? Nothing. She secretly snorted. Go ahead and keep your arrogant face. Soon, her secret card would make it impossible for him to do so anymore. Madame Dion spoke up. It's been a long time since the Elders' Council was convened, and suddenly upon arrival, you claim to be the family head's representative. The family head is still in the process of correcting mistakes, isn't that right? That's right. If they're correcting mistakes, why is there still a representative? Then I will make the corrections instead. Hearing Scarlet say that, everyone was secretly astonished. No, what exactly does this mean? What nonsense are you talking about? Suddenly, Cabell said, enough with the jokes. Since when did this family start caring about the elders? What does this have to do with us? Of course, you are very important, because it seems the mages Armand, Rashahel, and Callior are very concerned about you. If those who protect the boundaries of the monster forest aren't important, then who in Armand is important?
It is thanks to the power protecting the borders, along with many other protective spells, that dark mages cannot openly infiltrate Armand. I need you, Commander Elfine. While everyone was silently pondering, Freya spoke up. So that's why we were summoned so hastily. It seems we are easily underestimated in your eyes, young lady. Perhaps. Or perhaps not. What is this? Should I call it an unrevealed secret? Scarlet thought to herself that this secret had been concealed in the original work and ultimately led to a terrible outcome. There's another secret. The reason the Duke could reclaim his territory smoothly, despite not being recognized by the elders, is somehow related to this secret. With the help of her butler, she was able to discover this. She wondered why this was the case. The Duke hated revealing this secret to anyone. She also thought that perhaps because the Emperor had killed everyone connected to dark mages, the Duke became even more anxious and hid this secret, although others might say it wasn't a big deal. But everyone has secrets, right? Well, why is everyone so grumpy? There's a saying, blood runs thicker than water, you know? The Duke probably wants to use this to threaten us. Scarlet Pen burst out laughing. Right. Threaten what? I might have exaggerated a bit. I just want everyone to get along. Sidian stood up, yelling in frustration. Damn it, who would believe that? Oh my, don't say such nonsense. I genuinely called you all here to cooperate.
Please carefully examine the contents of the paper I gave you. What Duke Baron can't solve, I can. Moreover, if I become the family representative, wouldn't it be better for both sides? I guarantee that I can solve your problems. So if I solve them, you must acknowledge me as the Duke. That same day. Ugh, that tea. There's definitely something wrong with it. Where on earth did she learn such methods? And where did that damn tea come from? Damn it, ungrateful wretches, you ungrateful traitors. How dare you do this to Baron Armand? I will not spare you. Who do you think you have to thank for your prosperous lives?
Wait there, I'll kill them all. The butler opened the door and was astonished. Oh dear, master, you haven't fully recovered yet. You shouldn't exert yourself so much. All right, why are you bothering me with your worries? I'm sorry. Where is she? The madam, now. Don't you dare lie. It's best to tell the truth. The madam went out early today. Went out? So there's no one in the house while the family head is ill? Oh, and Miss Scarlet is currently attending the Elders' Council. What? On what grounds does that brat dare to attend the council? Anyone from the Armand family is summoned. Then what's the purpose of this meeting? I'm not entirely sure, but I heard it's to present some evidence from young Master Rizar. Damn it, why are you only telling me now? Back to Scarlet. She explained how the Armand family could have been so easily manipulated until now. This is why I, Scarlet Armand, will impeach Duke Armand. So, make your decision. As everyone was contemplating their decision, a shout rang out. Scarlet Armand! Baron, what do you think you're doing? Everyone glared at him, and in an instant the room became incredibly somber. How insolent! You wretched bitch, I should have killed you long ago. What is the family head doing here? How dare someone as selfish as you show your face here? How shameless! Have you no decency? He gritted his teeth and said, Shut up.
I have nothing to say to you people. Looking at your expression, you must have already grasped the situation, haven't you? If you have anything to say, please take your time. All right, perfect timing. Listen to me. Just because I disciplined you a little, you dared to cause such a huge commotion? You truly are a grown fool. How could the Council of Elders let you run rampant like this? Do you think climbing to that position was easy? Now get out of there immediately. Scarlet smiled nonchalantly and said, Are you done? What? Just as I thought, your vocabulary is indeed very limited, isn't it? He turned furious, his face darkening. What did you say? If that's all you wanted to say, since you're already here, please join the meeting. Please take your seat in the position reserved for the accused. Scarlet asked the elders, Does the Council of Elders acknowledge that Duke Armand has insulted the direct descendants of the Armand family? Everyone unanimously, we acknowledge. Does the Council of Elders acknowledge that he has deceived and blackmailed the family retainers? We acknowledge. The Duchess also expressed her agreement with this indictment.
Therefore, I declare Duke Armand, the current head of the family, has been impeached. The Baron loudly asked, Who allowed this? Who allowed you to impeach me? I won't let this stand. I'll kill you, Scarlet Armand. Saying this, he lunged toward Scarlet, intending to attack her, but he was immediately stopped. This caused the object in the Baron's hand to fall, and seeing this, Scarlet quickly stepped back to avoid it. The object fell directly into a lush green potted plant. The Baron fell to the ground, accidentally hitting a box containing a vial of medicine on the table. Scarlet anticipated what was coming, and a satisfied smile played on her lips. The vial of medicine fell directly onto the old Baron's head and shattered, a blue liquid splashing all over him. My head! The Baron clutched his head, groaning, Seeing him writhing and screaming in pain, Dion approached and asked, Sir, are you all right?
Scarlet spoke up, telling him to stay put, not to come near or touch him. Hearing this, Dion immediately backed away. Scarlet stepped forward and said, Baron Armand, give up. His head was bald in large patches. I forbid you to come near here, you crazy witch, he snarled. You can call me whatever you like, Scarlet replied. But remember that even a saint couldn't cure this. There's no antidote. Then only screams were heard. Ah! Ah! Don't let that bald man escape. Catch him quickly. Yes, sir, acting head of the household, Cabell said. I'm afraid merely imprisoning him won't be enough. Why? Scarlet looked at Cabell, asking, Is something wrong? This is what he was holding. This, the black thing, right? That's right, I've seen this before. What is it? To be honest, I don't know exactly, but I know it's closely related to extremely dangerous individuals. Extremely dangerous individuals? There's only one group of people I'd describe with such a dangerous word. Dark mages. Well then I must act quickly. If Baron Armand has accomplices, this will continue to happen, and I have many other issues to resolve.
Seeing the withered potted plant, Scarlet said she would take this plant away. Everyone worriedly said, It's very dangerous, my lady. For now, I will discuss it with His Majesty. This is necessary. Honestly, I couldn't say anything because I was worried that the weaknesses you all were hiding were related to the Dark Sorcerer. That's also understandable. That's right, if it's only to that extent, it's still fine. But when direct evidence linking them appeared from the hands of the mastermind Baron Armin, things changed. This is clear evidence that Baron Armin and the Dark Sorcerer are connected. Suddenly, Scarlet quietly realized, something smells fishy. She picked up the potted plant. It would be better to reveal everything to His Majesty rather than hide it. I hope to overcome this difficulty with all of you. Then Ija asked, it's not entirely black, is it? I've seen it before. Really? Well, it's precisely dark green. But he drinks it. Drinks this? Well, sometimes I'd see him completely drunk, so I accidentally saw it once. It seems he loses his mind after drinking that stuff. I thought he was just drunk, but it turns out he wasn't. Yes, that's what I remember. How strange. Baron Armin was already violent when drunk, but he's become even more terrifying. Something is wrong. That face with the bulging blue veins is due to the drug.
It seems that Baron Armin, by house arrest, as Cabell suggested, is too lenient. Saying this, Scarlet called Izar. Immediately, Baron Armin was tied up and imprisoned in the mansion's dungeon. Meanwhile, Shirla wondered. I tried to arrange a meeting with him, including details reminiscent of Scarlet Armin, whom he loved. Why? Wait, why did he let me go? That emperor could have killed me, but he let me go. It was kept secret, and furthermore, what was that strange remark? In another scene, do you see it, Cabell? Dima, what dangerous thing have you brought back here? Because it's what I need, Cabell. Even if you don't know anything, you must remember this. To be precise, this is a part of the sealed demon god. That terrible stench, what is it after all? It's black water. Black water, everyone calls it that. To be precise, this is a part of the sealed demon god. The next day. Indeed, ending it swiftly and cleanly, I think that was a wise decision, Scarlet.
There's nothing more to discuss. You may leave now. Izar and Scarlet were silent for a moment. Then Izar stood up, turned, and left. Seeing this, Scarlet called out, Izar. She then turned to look at the lady, said nothing, and stood up, saying, then I'll also take my leave first. A few days later, at the appointment with Charlene, it's true that I like His Majesty the Emperor, but what if the female lead appears and he falls for her at first sight? She let out a sigh, then determinedly said, I must stand firm, just keep moving forward. Outside, the coachman secretly muttered, what's wrong with the young lady again? Heavens! Scarlet continued to ponder. If he really falls for her at first sight, I'll deal with that later. If I feel that person also has feelings for me, I'll make the first move. Love is a matter of time, after all. But there's a more difficult problem. She recalled the previous ball, tearing her hair out in frustration. What should I do about my strange actions the night before the ball? I'm crazy, what should I do? Why did I waste my time on such useless things? From outside, the coachman called in. Young lady, it's very dangerous. Please sit still. She thought again. Even if His Majesty doesn't know that what I did was just because I wanted to be rejected, I'm dying of embarrassment. But wait, what's the big deal? I'm beautiful. So first, I'll ask him about his ideal type, and then make my move.
A moment later, she met Charlene and said, besides being tasked today with representing the Duke and tending to this potted plant, Your Majesty, I have something I wish to ask. You wish to ask? Yes, speak Scarlet. Well, you have something to ask, but why are you stammering so much? She gathered all her courage and asked directly, Your Majesty, do you have an ideal type for the opposite sex? Charlene spat out a mouthful of tea. What? An ideal type, I mean. I'm just curious. Why do you ask? Well, Your Majesty, could you tell me? Charlene remained silent for a moment, then thoughtfully said, someone who wears flowers on their head and runs down the street, not caring what others think. Wine or flowers, it doesn't matter. Occasionally, they'll gape excitedly while eating cake. Sometimes their hips are even higher than their head. Oh, and one more thing. Thinking of Baron in the dungeon, Charlene continued, someone who can end an opponent's life with just one blow. Scarlet, however, didn't realize that the person Charlene was describing was herself. She secretly thought, who knew he had such peculiar tastes? Oh, doesn't that mean I have no hope? She also said, that's right, the type of person His Majesty likes must be hard to find. Hard to find? She asked again. So is it easy? Scarlet, it seems there's been some misunderstanding. The reason I know I like this person more than I thought is because... No, I understand what you mean. I was very disappointed after hearing about his ideal type. Your Majesty means you like unique people who don't care what others think of them. That's right, but unlike other fiancés, you were the first to propose an engagement, so I had a little hope.
Your Majesty, may I ask one more question? Go ahead and ask. I want to know why you wanted to get engaged to me. Charlene paused for a moment. That was because, at the time, I suspected the Armand family. So, Your Majesty, are you saying that you don't like me and only wanted to take advantage of me, and that's why you got engaged? Clearly, this was the first time I had heard this, but since I had somewhat guessed it, I wasn't too surprised.
It's not about asking that, she said, lowering her face. You also know the atmosphere currently engulfing my family. Besides, we're friends, aren't we? Even if we don't continue the engagement, you can still cooperate with me to investigate whether a dark wizard is involved with my family. Knowing all this, why do you still want to maintain our engagement? At first, I thought he would kill me immediately if I suggested breaking off the engagement or asked this question, but now I know that won't happen. I just wish he would say that he's maintaining this relationship because he loves me. But Charlene said, because it's dangerous. She looked up at Charlene, startled. When you are engaged to me, you yourself will be in danger. Even if the engagement is broken off, that danger won't disappear. When I heard his words, I was truly surprised. All of Charlene's previous fiancés had died. Not only that, but members of the Messier family were also murdered. But Your Majesty didn't do that. She asked, does that mean someone wants Your Majesty's fiancés dead?
Those close to me, those who have the potential to become intimate with me, will always have people who want to harm them at any cost. So you mean they will try to kill them in the temple? That's right. I see. They are conspiring to destroy the Calior, Armand, and Rachel families and seize something. That's to be expected. Charlene said that because our engagement has lasted so long, they are targeting me even more. But as Your Majesty knows, so far there has been nothing life-threatening. You're right. But that's because your family and mine are not easily affected by temple affairs. If one of us disappears, I don't know what will happen in the temple. Moreover, you said you discovered the symbol of the Rico's church, the new symbol of the dark mages in the temple. Yes, Baron Armand, the former head of the Armand family, also drank something from a flask that had that symbol on it. The dark mages might be closer than we think, perhaps even within the temple itself. That's right, it's entirely possible. Therefore, there needs to be a connection between you and me. She blushed and stammered. So the meaning of what you're saying is, you are trying to protect me? That's why you're maintaining the engagement with me, right? Is that it? Seeing Charlene remain silent, she eagerly pressed on. Your Majesty, why aren't you saying anything? Aren't you maintaining the engagement to protect me? Please say something. Your Majesty, aren't you listening to me? She moved closer and asked urgently, Your Majesty, why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Charlene awkwardly turned away, avoiding her gaze. Oh, I'm fine. Really? Yes, really. She asked again, doubtfully. Are you really sure? It's true. Or is there poison in the tea? No, there isn't. Then please answer my previous question. What do you mean? What do I mean? Your engagement to me until now has been because you wanted to protect me, hasn't it? How could your thoughts go in that direction?
Did I say something wrong? No, it's not that, but perhaps... Yes, please go on, Your Majesty. But Charlene said there was nothing. Why did you stop talking mid-sentence? Is this homework? Why do I have to answer? There's no such thing as that kind of homework in the world, Your Majesty. Charlene immediately changed the subject. Ah, the vase you brought. Leave it here for thorough investigation. Your Majesty, that's not the point. Do you know that you haven't answered any of my questions yet? I know, but the answer I want to hear from you right now is not that. Were you planning to give me that dangerous vase without saying a word? She bowed and replied, I thought we were close friends, but it seems that's not the case. Please, Your Majesty, be magnanimous and forgive me. I will write you a letter. She smiled and said, I will wait.
On her way back, she secretly held a glimmer of hope. Even if just a little, it seemed hope still lingered. Anyway, if this was a trick orchestrated by the dark mages, then it was true that they were targeting her, and it would be best to minimize going out as much as possible. Suddenly, she stopped short. Huh? Looking outside, she secretly exclaimed in surprise, Isn't that Cherla? Wow, she's really beautiful. Red hair and red eyes, too. She was many times more beautiful than when she had vaguely seen her in her dream. Wait, red eyes? Something seems off. Her red hair and eyes like emeralds, exuding a captivating and intense beauty, yet holding an irresistible mystery. But wait, according to the original work, wasn't Cherla Dial described as having green eyes? Furthermore, could merely changing eye color alter the entire atmosphere so drastically?
Or maybe I saw wrong. Anyway, the original work won't start for a few more months. But why do I feel so restless? I don't know if it's possible, but I'll try using the power of the god. I remember it not only has healing abilities, but can also be used in this situation. Assuming it works, I just need to transfer the god's energy to Cherla, so that even if her appearance changes when we meet again, I'll still recognize her. Please, can I transfer a little energy to Cherla? But until then, I couldn't know the original work had been destroyed. As soon as she arrived, the maid said, Milady, a letter has arrived, and I've placed it on the table. A letter? Has His Majesty sent a letter? Probably not. Indeed, it was from Brian and Adrian. However, if it's serious enough to send a letter, it must not be a small matter. What could it be? She looked through it and was astonished. This! Milady, I was just about to bring you tea, but where are you going? Lucy, quickly prepare the carriage for me. It's almost dinner time. What would you like to eat? Later, she silently told herself that now was not the time to worry about food. Finally, she would properly meet Glenmiser. After that, Scarlet arrived at the location. She went in and immediately asked, Where is Glenmiser? I want to see him first.
Brian and Adrian were silent for a moment, then spoke. It may seem simple, but we're like guards whose only job is to watch the door.
Guards? What do you mean? You'll understand once you go inside. Please follow this way. This is the room. Scarlet stood before the door and pushed it open. She walked in and said, "Hello, my name is Scarlet Armin. I am the person you have always been waiting to meet." Glenn Messere secretly exclaimed, "Wow, she looks just like an angel. Tears, why are they suddenly flowing?" He hugged Scarlet tightly and emotionally called out, "Sister." She secretly wondered in surprise. "What's going on? You won't leave me again now, will you, sister? What's with this crazy, beautiful kid? Even though I don't know anything, I'll pretend to be his older sister." Scarlet was overcome by the angel's gaze. "I still don't know your name. What is your name?" "It's Glenn Messere. I am the sole survivor of the Messere family." "Is that so?"
She thought to herself, is he really 20? He doesn't look mature at all. Moreover, it's possible that's just a facade. I can't let my first impression be overshadowed. I must try my best as the representative of the Armin family. She said, "I am very sorry about the matter of the Messere family, sir. Please just call me Glenn for comfort," he replied. "If you prefer, I will do so," she said. "Please speak freely." All right," he agreed. She thought that her becoming the representative of the family head hadn't been announced yet, so generally she still belonged to the same social class as him. However, she also held a position in the palace as a fiancée, so she could speak a bit more freely. "But Glenn, could you tell me why you call me sister? We only met for the first time today, and your continuous use of that term makes me a bit puzzled." "I had an older sister, who sacrificed her life to save me. Due to family circumstances, her identity was not publicly disclosed, but she was my only sister. When the bandits took me, I missed her terribly. After I woke up, the elders here told me that everyone in Messere had died. The image of her screaming until her voice was hoarse, begging for my life, is the last memory I have of her. Sister, I am incredibly happy to see you again like this."
Scarlet, bewildered, thought to herself, why did he suddenly... Although it seemed a bit fake, showing suspicion in front of the sole surviving member of the family was not a good idea. "Glenn, calm down. I'm sorry, it's just that I got too emotional." "It's all right." Suddenly, she let out a playful hoot, making the boy laugh. "If you want to cry, just cry. When you're sad, crying to release all your frustrations is the best thing to do, so there's nothing to apologize for. After you're done crying, we'll continue the interrogation." "Interrogation? What are you talking about? Why an interrogation all of a sudden?" "Do you know you were found in Armin, very close to the monster forest, which we guard most carefully, and your condition at the time wasn't very promising. So from our perspective, you are extremely suspicious. Furthermore, when you lost your memory, you told us you were the sole survivor. But the biggest problem is that afterward, mysterious evildoers started lurking around Armin. So there's still a lot to ask." Saying this, she went outside. "Brian, are you done asking everything?"
Glenn ultimately couldn't escape the Messere family and was captured. A strange woman, whose face she couldn't clearly recall, but who had red hair and was always in a state of hypnosis. And that woman called Glenn a sacrifice. She thought to herself, Glenn said that ever since he appeared, dark mages started lurking around him, and even if he was lying, Glenn was certainly being pursued by dark mages. Glenn's escape was a stroke of luck. No, it was a miracle. Suddenly, in the brief moment when the hypnosis was lifted, he had fled. He hesitated between the desolate lands of Rashahel and the Armin border, but then chose to run towards Armin, because until then, the lands of Armin were not yet completely under the control of the dark mages. Thinking this, she continued, and Glenn said that he sensed Rashahel's aura from me. Why would he sense Rashahel's aura from me? Looking at Adrian and Brian's reactions, it seemed they knew something. Although they were my allies, if there was something they had to hide, it was very likely related to Scarlet's mother, who came from common folk.
It's also possible she isn't originally from there. Sister, I have a very accurate hunch. I can still feel it very clearly right now. Only strong inheritors of Rashahel's power can sense each other, and even though I'm from a collateral branch, I'm an unusual case who inherited the power. Is that so? Then you must come to my house. Even though I don't know what for, the dark mages need Izar and Glenn, the sacrifices, but he can't be easily taken away, so everyone, prepare to go out immediately. Scene change. Your Majesty, they have started moving from the temple. Finally, right after receiving the water god, I sent someone to the temple to monitor all movements of Scarlet Armin. If it were before, I would never use this method. This is communication from the bribed priest. No matter what happens, I would never bribe a priest, but this time I broke my principle. It's all because I don't want to lose her. Back to Scarlet. What do we do now? Even though we haven't set off yet, I can't hide here forever. Sister, shouldn't I go out and help you too? Wait there. I will attract attention. Attract attention? Do you have a plan, sister?
No, but it turns out you're here, Scarlet Armin. Sister, that's too dangerous. I'll go out and fight too. No, what can a child like you do? I finally found you. Die, Scarlet Armin. Scarlet watched the axe descend, thinking that Glenn must believe his luck had run out and that he would truly die. Just then, a sword flew in and pierced his head. Ugh! That black sword. Sister, someone is coming. Could it be an enemy? No, it's okay.
Charlene approached and said, "So you're here. You were careless this time." Indeed, it was Charlene, a person who wears flowers on their head and runs along the streets, not caring about how others look at them, unbothered by wine or flowers. And with just one blow, he can end an opponent's life. Could it be that this man likes me? Seeing her dazed, Charlene called out, "Scarlet, are you hurt anywhere?" "I'm fine. What about you?" "I'm fine too." "Thank goodness. Thank you for your help, Your Majesty." "Don't be so formal. I've taken down a few of them. If you want, I can take you back to the mansion." "Really? Receiving so much help makes me feel a bit embarrassed. But may I ask you for a favor? As you know, my carriage is broken."
No, it is my honor to help. And are my knights and coachmen all right? They are unharmed. What a relief. It's all thanks to your grace for protecting us. But Your Majesty, how did you know we were here? I had to move quickly today, so I hadn't informed you yet. Charlian, thinking about having sent people to follow her, awkwardly turned his face and said, "My subordinates were along the way." "I see. So the people who attacked us were subordinates of the temple?" "Yes, just as you predicted. They are all subordinates of the temple. First, we must return to the carriage. The night wind is very cold." Yes. Once inside the carriage, Scarlet immediately fell asleep soundly. Charlian watched intently, then suddenly she fell onto his shoulder. He blushed and thought to himself, leaning like this will be a little more comfortable. He raised his hand and gently touched her face. If only we could be together longer. Outside, Chelar watched the carriage move and secretly said, "I've thought for a long time. Scarlet Armin, you are truly lucky."
It was thanks to the Elder's help that the Duke was imprisoned, but I didn't expect her to also take my toy. I thought it had died for trespassing into Armin's territory. So is this the last bloodline of Rashahel? Keeping the Rashahel bloodline. Since when have the Armin Elders been so merciful? But if this is the case, can Rashahel's power be gathered towards me? A power that even Kalior cannot keep up with. The power exclusively for Rashahel for self-defense that must definitely belong to us. Among all the plans I've made so far, none seem to have been fully realized, but this is increasingly satisfying me. I truly want to kill her. Perhaps I should change my plan. I had intended to show mercy and eliminate Kalior as soon as possible, but things didn't go according to the original plan. I want to see Kalior and Armin suffer, and then I will definitely take Rashahel's power. So enjoy the present, my lovely toy. Meanwhile, Scarlet is still sleeping soundly in Charlene's arms.
Glenn trailed behind him. Then he turned around and asked, "Is something wrong?" Feeling a bit strange, a very dark premonition lingered in my mind. Charlene said coldly, "Rashahel, don't even think about taking advantage of me." How could I ever dare to do that to you? Although this is our first meeting, I have absolutely no ill intentions, and Rashahel will never forget your kindness. There have been similar rumors circulating before, but remember that words can only go so far. Scene change. The Dark Wizard, as the successor to the Demon King, if he absorbs enough power and draws closer to the Demon God, all previous failures can be compensated for, unless a Fairy King appears. But the remaining number of fairies is not large, and they have not yet found a worthy individual to sign a covenant with, so the appearance of a Fairy King is impossible. It is said that a Fairy King is usually born when a Rashahel meets a fairy. But now, even the remaining Rashahels don't know how to sign a covenant with a true fairy, so the appearance of a Fairy King is probably a distant possibility. No matter how hard Rashahel tries, victory will still be ours. Now it's just a matter of time. The next day, a schedule, an official schedule. The official engagement schedule, don't you know? I know, but why is that official schedule on the battlefield? Hey, we're in a truce. Come here and sit down.
Even during a ceasefire, how can you bring your fiancé to the battlefield? Izar also said, "That's right, young master. Scarlet, do you really have to go?" "Yes, sister, you should just stay in the mansion." "I'd like to, but Glenn is still busy with interrogations, and there's still a lot to do. I also have matters to discuss with the elders, so I'll just say that the schedule for this trip is postponed, and that's fine. It's nothing really. What's the big deal?" She's truly digging her own grave. Even during a ceasefire, a battlefield is no joke. What if something happens after she goes? His Majesty is really something else. Glenn thought to himself, no matter what, my intuition tells me that it's safest here, so I must stop her by any means necessary. Just as he finished thinking, Scarlet asked, "Glenn, I'll take you with me, okay? Sister, what are you saying? If you're there, nothing will happen, right?"
He thought to himself, bewildered. Probably so. She was born with a stronger power of Rashahel, so perhaps his intuition might be mistaken. She stood up and said to get ready to go, right away. "Really?" She rolled her eyes and said, "Of course, I've never joked before. Sister, oh, no, I mean..." Scarlet turned back and interrupted, "I'll go to the garden for a bit. In the meantime, get everything ready." Hearing that, Glenn immediately froze on the spot. As Scarlet went out to the garden, she called out, "Your Majesty." Charlene turned around and also spoke. "Scarlet? Oh my goodness, it's a real fairy." Scarlet reassured the spirits. "It's okay, they're not strangers. You've seen that one before." Charlene said the eggplant fairies had all been moved elsewhere. "Yay, he really kept his promise. Thank you. The eggplant fairies can't tease us anymore. Let's play." Scarlet secretly thought, "They're so adorable."
Suddenly, Charlene called Scarlet. What about you? Huh? You're not going to praise me? Not even a word? Scarlet froze, bewildered.
Your Majesty did very well. I'm just being overly effusive, really. Well, since everyone's settled, I'll make introductions. These are Jill, Nen, Bell. Jill, Nen, Bell. This person is called the Prime Minister. Hello, everyone. And the two standing over there, the blonde-haired one is Count Lumen, and the dark-haired one is Knight Commander Benzer. You can just call me Lumen. You can call me Benzer, too. And call me Clover instead of Prime Minister. The spirits looked bewildered. Clover? No, you're not a fairy. If you're not a fairy, why should we call you Clover? Don't pretend to be a fairy. We hate it. Seeing the Prime Minister petrified by the spirits' continuous attacks, Scarlet told them, kids, calm down. What is Clover? Is he a fairy? He just likes peach-shaped leaves. Peach-shaped. I think they're talking about fairies, and I suppose they come in many different forms. But considering you kids haven't been born here for very long, have you? That's really strange then. Newborn fairies know about eggplant fairies or clover fairies? What His Highness said also makes sense. As everyone looked at each other bewildered, the spirit said, we know all about it. We can see them.
You see, we can do many things. First, we have a very fast growth rate. But no, we won't do that because we like Scarlet. It's okay if you can't grow up fast. Is it because you like me that you won't do it? And you know how to do many other things. Thinking back, the fairies in the original story made a contract with Charla. Although they were skinny, they had the appearance of adult fairies. But what does liking me and refusing to grow up have to do with each other? They said again, we will only grow up when we help Scarlet. All right then, we're heading back. Charlene secretly smirked. Haha, they said they'll only grow up when they help, huh? I get it. As the three were about to leave, Scarlet asked, you guys have also seen the eggplant fairies, haven't you? Isn't it true that without flowers, you can't go far? No way, they replied. We might look weak, but we're actually very strong. Is that so? Scarlet said. From now on, wherever I go, I'll take you guys with me. If I had known earlier, I would have taken you everywhere already. Scarlet is the best. Seeing her happy with the sprites, Charlene frowned and muttered to himself, what's that? What's with that expression? Then a voice suddenly spoke up. Scarlet, me too. As long as you wish, I will take you everywhere. Scarlet froze, bewildered. Then, blushing, replied, if I had known earlier, I would have... Charlene continued, always brought me along, wouldn't you? Of course, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, shouldn't Your Majesty tell the young lady the reason we are here now? Oh, right. Everyone, gather around. She thought to herself, so we didn't just come here to play. Scarlet, the reason we are gathered here is because magic cannot reach the safe zone. Considering that improved seeds grow thanks to magic, I think it's possible that magic tools are being used, but it's still evident. In other words, the safe zone is extremely sensitive to the eyes watching us, and also to spirit stones. Spirit stones. This is a little-known fact. Spirit stones can replace magic stones, and they also function in many ways within the safe zone. Scarlet asked, do you mean we can harness the power of spirit stones right here in the safe zone? Yes, that's right. I believe the opportunity to utilize spirit stones for individual magic is an honor. Not even magical power can detect the strength of spirit stones. And just like now, the pure essence of magic is revealed for the first time, then vanishes like snow. What's even better is that magic is sustained for a long time under such perfect conditions.
Perhaps, currently, on this continent there is no place as absolutely safe as this one. So that's how it is, Scarlet thought to herself. So many things have happened until now, but something like this is so unrealistic that I still can't comprehend it. Charlene said, that's why I chose the battlefield as the official itinerary location, because there's something suspicious about it. Something suspicious? Look at this. This map shows the war zone we are heading to. They are stationed here, in a country opposing the Empire. They have asserted that this place is their territory. Previously, I just considered it nonsense. But strangely, right after I received the divine artifact, the frequency increased. It seems we have to investigate something, and I thought it would be great if you came along. Furthermore, recently strange rumors have been spreading about this lake. Rumors? It reflects something big, round, and bright, but in reality there's nothing like that in the sky. Scarlet thought to herself, isn't that the moon? Scarlet, your expression is as if you've remembered something. Yes, Your Majesty. Have you ever met Barsha? Barsha? I have met him. I apologize for not telling you. Just as I thought. At that time, I talked to Barsha about the rumors at the lake, and he didn't show any surprise like you did. Barsha refused to talk about his family. Initially, he was a mysterious person, so I didn't pay much attention. But thinking back, perhaps Barsha himself has never seen the moon with his own eyes. But how did Barsha know about the moon? Therefore, I sent Barsha to the war zone ahead of time. I heard he would pass by a lake on the way, so if you go quickly, you might meet him. So it turns out he was intentionally sent ahead. No wonder I haven't seen him recently.
This schedule is busier than I thought, and we still have an interrogation. So we'll bring Glenn along? Yes, I think what we can learn from him will be quite useful. Since Glenn was once with the Dark Witch, he will surely have useful information. Your Majesty will come along too, won't you? I've already told you, I'll go anywhere you wish.
Hearing such sweet words, Scarlet blushed and could only reply, yes. Scene change. It looks like it's going to rain. Let's see, this is... do we have to stay here for a whole day? Barsha returned, deep in thought. This herb only blooms when it rains in the Herban region. If we have this herb, it will be very useful for the children. The collection of books possessed by the Dark Mages was actually intentionally bestowed by the will of the gods. Even so, the fact that the Dark Mages have that library is not entirely harmless. Therefore, if we have that kind of flower, it will be very useful when confronting the Dark Mages. It's not strictly necessary, but it will certainly be effective against trivial tricks like binding ropes. Having it would be more convenient, and preparations would be better. Although it's unclear who the two individuals who damaged the book are, I'm more worried about the one behind them. Moreover, that dark sorcerer will definitely appear at the last minute. With Charlene and Scarlet's current strength, it will be difficult to resist. The problem is not just that. A lake reflecting the moon does not exist in this world, but the moon disappeared long ago, at the same time the demon god was sealed. That's why Charlene believes there will be no opportunity to use the divine item in the form of the moon god's ring.
But for some reason the moon appeared. Even if it was just a reflection on the water, it was still the moon. What exactly is changing? Barsha continued to go outside to look at the flowers blooming in the rain. Wait, what is this? I'm getting wet from the rain. Even in a dream, I've never experienced this. Suddenly there was a sound behind her. Barsha cautiously turned around, only to be astonished. A ghoulish face, radiating gloom. Just then, Barsha woke up with a cry. Ah, just now, that was definitely a demon god. Finally, the god's call has come. Meanwhile, elsewhere. It's not a demon, but the bloodline of Yahello. I don't understand how you could still be alive. If not, then... could it be only half? If it were perfect, how could it have survived healthily until adulthood? If it's only half, then the situation will change. It won't just pose a threat to us, or rather, to that person. Just then, Cherla walked in and asked, "What's going on? Is it over already?" "You're here. How far have you progressed?"
The original plan has been canceled. He's not easily swayed. Do we have a follow-up plan? This time, both of them will leave the capital together, detonate everything we've set up at the destination simultaneously. Both will be annihilated in an instant. Bored already? Not at all. Quite the opposite. It's up to you. All right, go ahead and do as you please. That way they can fully enjoy their final moments. Meanwhile, Charlene cursed under his breath. Damn it, what is this colossal surge of power? Before, I had felt a flow of energy purer than even the magic stones from the fairies. But now this energy flow is many times stronger than it was then. It's as if a fairy king exists, something only elves usually mention. There are 3 beings possessing such powerful energy. If that were all, there would be no need to worry. But then I remember Ephraim's prophecy. Even, Charlene recalled, Your Majesty, your destiny is to become a storm for those around you. What do you mean? A storm comes on its own, sweeps everything away, and then vanishes. Your fate is the same. What are you trying to say? Scarlet. She is your antithesis.
Remembering this, Charlene secretly cursed Bassa as an insolent person. Yes, it was because of that name. She was clearly displeased, which made her annoyed. That's truly all it was. Meanwhile, Scarlet smugly thought, I can't believe they walked right into the prearranged trap. Once they reach the war zone, I am determined to injure them, corner them, and push them onto a path full of bombs. The bomb of calamity that melts flesh, the trap that makes them see illusions and kill each other. That's all. There's still a very interesting curse, stabbing the person they trust most. Is this truly Yahello's bloodline? Seeing them seek death like this, it's fortunate they only have half the bloodline. Should I say Yahello's power is too weak? In a critical moment, that weak power is likely to be greatly depleted. Anyway, for now, it's just an Armand carrying half of Yahello's bloodline. How much will Armand suffer when he sees his flesh melt? Should I use the power of that seemingly ordinary spirit animal? And what kind of expression will the unsalvageable emperor have? No matter what, I must show them the cutest things. Let's see how you struggle.
On this side, Charlene and Scarlet sat before a blazing red fire. Suddenly she exclaimed, "Oh, it's so beautiful!" She secretly told herself she wanted to touch it. Thinking this, she reached out her hand. Seeing this, Charlene immediately called out to her, then grabbed her hand to stop her. Touching it any closer would be dangerous, he said. His tight grip on her hand made her blush, and her chest pounded. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you perhaps drunk? Charlene asked. Let me go, she replied. If I let go, you'll touch the fire again, so no, he said. I'm not touching the fire. I'm just touching those beautiful things, she insisted. Beautiful things? Another beautiful thing? Where is it? Charlene pressed. Her face flushed. Another one? She thought. Charlene asked, Are you telling me to let go of my hand? Yes, she replied. You're saying that besides me, there's something else you want to touch. That thing, Charlene observed. She pulled her hand back and said, I also want to touch your majesty, and that thing too. With that, she excitedly approached the fire, exclaiming, warm, warm. Seeing her put her hand in, Charlene frantically yelled her name, Scarlet. Then he took her hand, examined it carefully, and said worriedly, You're not hurt.
I'm going crazy, huh? I can't hear. Charlene picked her up and said, You're drunk. Stell, that's really strange. What is that? Armin, what is Armin? Meanwhile, Azor asked, So you mean because there's a special seal of the family head, I have to go meet the Duke, right? Millie Armin praised, You catch on very quickly. You suddenly called me here to talk about the family seal. Why do I have to go find it, and why are you interested in it? If you're going to say meaningless things like taking advantage of Scarlet's absence to make me ambitious to become the family head, then you're the one who needs to stop talking nonsense. Go meet the Duke and talk to him before he passes away. I know what you're thinking, but I don't have such evil intentions. Don't worry needlessly. All right, I'm listening. As you might have guessed, that child, Scarlet, is not the Duke's biological daughter. She is the child of the former Duke and his previous wife. I don't know much about this family's ancient secrets, but there's one thing I remember very clearly. The seal protecting the Duke, the family head seal, is stronger than any bodyguard and guards the heart of Armin.
Of course, in families like these, all sorts of rumors can emerge, but the Duke's intense desire for the seal suggests those rumors aren't baseless. So, Mother, do you mean the family head seal exists as a protective force? That's right. I heard someone wants to harm Scarlet. Have you ever wondered why they haven't killed her yet, even though they could easily do so? Izar thought to himself, could it be? Izar Armin, I will make sure he is prepared as a sacrifice. A sacrifice? Perhaps for that reason, but I don't think that's all. If they intended to use her as a sacrifice, they should have been more thorough. Izar, assuming the opponent is only interested in one goal is dangerous. The opponent is a group, not an individual. We must discern multiple intentions from a single action, and what truly needs vigilance is the leader's thoughts. To say they couldn't kill the girl isn't right, because previously Scarlet didn't have any truly effective weapons. Her relationship with the Emperor wasn't as close as it is now, so it would have been much easier to kill her before. Perhaps the Duke requested it, because he is searching for the family head seal, so he told them not to kill the girl before finding the seal.
They must have said such things to each other. They haven't found the seal yet, but they won't simply listen to the Duke like that. So you mean they also want Armin's seal? Not sure, or maybe they don't need that power, but they don't want that power to be revealed. I just have a hunch, if the seal exists, it will be very necessary to deal with them. We shouldn't search leisurely anymore. The Duke surely knows that. He's so greedy, there must be a reason. But if the Duke is tortured to madness, we will lose an important source of information about the Armin family. So if it were me, I would go find the seal immediately. Issa asked why I'm saying that now. It's just that I suddenly had a hunch today. But why today? Why on the day Scarlet is away? Anyway, that's my thought. Without the seal, the magic protecting the Armin mansion and territory will all be affected. If that's the case, I wouldn't be surprised if the Duke dies, or goes mad while Scarlet is away. As you said, you and I would be fine, but for Scarlet, who will become the head of the family, that would be truly regrettable. Back to Scarlet. What is this? What is Armin? And then I realized this strange, strong thumping was my own heartbeat. Charlian asked, Are you all right?
Scarlet suddenly let out a long scream. Charlene said such a loud scream seemed okay. It's not okay at all. My heart is pounding right now. Why would my heart pound? This feeling is just like last time. When I went to solve the problems of the Elder Gods, I encountered assassins and felt my life was threatened. It's kind of like now. Scarlet's face grew serious as she said, I understand, but this time it's even more serious. Yes, the children said so earlier, something about Armin. Charlene looked thoughtful and then asked, The seal still hasn't been found? As expected, Your Majesty thinks the same as I do. Only one thing comes to mind. The problem is just how it relates to the current situation. Jill, Nen, Belle, you can come out now. Whew, we weren't discovered. We're still safe. What did you mean earlier when you mentioned Armin? Scarlet, there's a gemstone in your heart, a very beautiful apple-like gemstone. She asked in surprise. In my heart? It turned out to be true, so she was born with it. From the time she was in her mother's womb, because the previous Duke had died, she naturally inherited it. Well, perhaps that was the case. Currently, it seems there's a problem. Suddenly, the frightened spirits cried out, Eggplant! The eggplant has appeared! Scarlet, be careful not to hurt it! Run! When Charlene and Scarlet went outside, they were met with a scene of extremely dense and gloomy demoniac energy. She was surprised as she silently recalled the original story. Suddenly she screamed, Your Majesty, it's a lost! She knew this creature. Yes, it's the infinite life force draining thing I've experienced before. So you know how to deal with them? Your Majesty, defeating a lost is impossible.
An immortal must appear to fight it, or at least I would only truly be safe with a priest by my side. Speaking of which, there's a small temple nearby. Your Majesty, you must hide in there. It's behind us." Saying this, Charlene gripped her sword tightly, then soared over the wall. The book only mentioned they were on their way, so I had no idea, but it seems we've fallen into the trap of the Dark Witches. Remembering this, Scarlet spoke up. "Your Majesty, those monsters are called Lost. The original story. My mistake. I've seen them before." "You've seen them before?" "Yes, they resemble a swamp that drains all life force." "I see. Then it's very dangerous. Step back. Wait, Your Majesty."
I haven't told Your Majesty that the power of fairies can counteract the lost. Fairies? Yes, please wait a moment. Dayu, Nen, Belle, I need your help. My friend needs assistance. If you do well, I'll reward each of you with a basket of fruit. One basket? Yes, a basket for each of you. The excited spirits declared, "We can do it. We're super strong." Scarlet let out a breath and thought to herself, "One thing is settled. Next is..." She approached Your Majesty and said, "Thinking about it, Your Majesty's sword also possesses holy power. It seems it would also be effective against the lost, wouldn't it? Your Majesty, are you all right? Is he smiling?" He turned to her and said, "It's because I like it. I like it so much that I can't help it." She blushed, secretly astonished. "What? Is it because of me? Or because of fighting the lost?" Suddenly, Charlene extended his hand and said, "Then shall we go together?" She took his hand, smiling as she replied, "Yes." She thought to herself, "Never mind, whatever the reason."
Scarlet was secretly astonished at this moment. No way, the Lost are rapidly disappearing. I didn't expect the speed to be so fast. They aren't even simply disappearing. This aura, is it a winter wind? No, this can't be due to Callier's power. Initially, the 3 other powers were too weak, so I was confused whether it was Callier's power. But now, what is this power? Suddenly, a ray of light pierced through her. Damn it, my magic. What is this after all? How can this be? 5? No, 5 times. Very interesting. Unable to rest and forced to keep moving, the rest will surely grow tired. The Tyrant and his cronies are completely unaware that the knights and soldiers are falling into a state of exhaustion. Although I cannot continuously control the magical beast this time, creating a situation that exhausts them is not difficult. I will personally come to meet you if you don't die on this journey. By then, I will reclaim the toy I lost. On this side, Glenn Messier was secretly worried. What is this? What is this unsettling feeling? It's the 2nd day since the Lost appeared. We haven't been allowed to rest for even a second. The knights and soldiers, though they don't show it, are all tired.
Every half a day or so, a monster resembling a lost appears. Just as it attempts to approach the residential area, it unexpectedly explodes. They all openly employ dark magic, and if it weren't for the help of the fairies, Charlene would probably have been exhausted. Charlene said that at this point, war would be more bearable. At least there's no dark magic on the battlefield. Prime Minister Clover replied, "That's true. First, let the knights and soldiers return." "Are you sure? That will mean losing a lot of our forces." In the current situation, keeping the knights and soldiers here would be disadvantageous. Fewer people make it easier to hide. Benza replied, "As you command." Immediately, the officers and soldiers withdrew. Scarlet stood, seeing them off, thinking to herself, "We just got close, and now we have to say goodbye. It's really sad." Just then, the spirits appeared. "Letty, the task you gave us is all done. That fast, amazing." "Hehe, Letty is even more amazing." Hearing this, Charlene asked in surprise, "Letty?" "Before, they kept complaining that my name was long and hard to pronounce, so I allowed them to call me by a familiar name."
Charlene thought in silence for a moment, then said, "I also have a pet name." Scarlet thought that on this occasion she could call him by his pet name instead of Your Majesty. Among those around Charlene, she would be the only one allowed to call him by his pet name. Just thinking about it made her incredibly excited. Though embarrassed, she still insisted, saying, "It's perfectly normal for friends to call each other by pet names." Charlene frowned upon hearing the words friends. "Then call me Your Majesty. Just call me Your Majesty, Charlene." She gave a forced smile, secretly thinking it sounded even longer than usual, and moreover, it sounded like a candy name. Well, that's fine too. Others will never know Charlene's pet name their whole lives. Thinking this, she smiled and replied, "Yes, then Your Majesty must also call me Lady Letty. I hope you will call me by that name often." "All right." After saying that, both fell into an embarrassed, blushing state. Scarlet quickly turned her face and changed the subject. "Then, Your Majesty Charlene, while you are free, I would like to go talk to Glenn for a moment." "Just a simple talk, not an interrogation?" "Don't worry, I will extract the most secret memories, even if they are as tiny as a speck of dust at the bottom of a well."
Glenn must have been doing something, this and that. Suddenly, with a panicked expression, he called out, "Letty!" Then he screamed, "Ah, Letty! You all let go! Charlene, save us!" Charlene said that interrogating and watching this group was exhausting, so in the meantime, let me hold them for you. Only by holding them did I realize how heavy they are, perhaps even heavier than a bouquet of 10 flowers. If you keep holding them like this for too long, Lady Letty will get tired. I'm fine. Spoiling them too much will make them spoiled. That won't do. Moreover, Lady Letty is especially weak when she's with fairies. Do you all know that? Really? Is that true? In that case, Your Majesty, please take them away. She helplessly thought that she had hoped they would become closer, but it seemed that was a bit far-fetched. That evening, Glenn exclaimed, "Whoa, wait, sister." His sister then demanded, "Tell me about the dark witch who imprisoned you. You must tell me everything, even down to the punctuation marks. I am now a ruthless and unsparing person, so don't expect me to go easy on you." Glenn pleaded, "Wait, sister," but she continued, "Try to remember, otherwise I'll keep tickling you." Seeing this, Charlene secretly thought, what a cruel sight. Glenn, unable to bear the tickling, immediately replied, I remember. Heck, I remember now."
All right, tell me. I often feel lightheaded when I hear his voice. What then? It seems the key to suggestion is to look directly into each other's eyes. Suggestion through eye contact? If I hear his voice, would I recognize that dark wizard? No. Why? Every time I hear his voice, I immediately feel lightheaded. What is that lightheaded feeling? Feeling floaty. Floaty. In other words, your eyes lose focus. Charlene spoke, saying, "It seems there's a dark wizard who specializes in using hypnotic power. You, no, young master, just need to be wary of losing focus." Scarlet thought to herself, "Then I can use Glenn as bait instead of Baron." Meanwhile, Shirla thought to herself, "No harm was done, and all bombs and traps were avoided. It's truly unexpected that besides the knights and soldiers who died when Lost was first sent, no one else has perished. Now, there's nothing to laugh about. Charlene Callio's winter wind power is stronger than I thought, and it's growing stronger, and the silver ring glows faintly whenever he swings his black sword. Very suspicious. I need to examine it more closely. If my prediction is correct, then it's a holy item."
Wait, did he take the holy item from the library vault just like we did? But Barshiko, the guardian of the holy item, was guarding it there. How did he get it? No matter how close they were, Barshiko isn't someone who would easily allow anyone to take a holy item. Or did he steal it? But that ring, it wasn't until I saw it flash for a brief moment that I realized Callier was wearing it. An object imbued with divine power, how could its aura be perfectly concealed? Perhaps Callier truly is a monster. The biggest problem is the fairies, 3 of them even. How did Scarlet Armin control them? Even when facing fairies, making a contract shouldn't be possible. Yet those fairies seem to be able to grow even larger. Ancient records state that when the fairy kings matured, because fairies hindered the resurrection of demons, Yahello, who was connected to the fairies, was defeated first. And the method of contracting with fairies has long been forgotten, yet they're entangled with that woman Armin. But there's no need to rush. Right before me is my homeland, the Diarl territory, the final trap, and the place I escaped from Barsha's library. There I can make Callier fall into enchantment and deal with that woman Armin once and for all. And my former lover is also with Callier. Might as well eliminate them all at once. Meanwhile, elsewhere.
The seal is the power for absolute protection of the master. As long as it exists, it will protect the master from any danger. Although not yet perfect because it still lacks blood, we still need that power. Izar thought to himself, the Duke is calling it power, not treating it as a mere object. It's Armin's seal. But what does he mean by saying Armin alone isn't enough? If there's no Aaron, no that bitch Scarlet, that bitch surely knows where the seal is. Now I must bring that bitch here and get the seal. Izar thought to himself, honestly, I don't understand anything. But anyway, there's important information, so I must inform Scarlet immediately. Muttering like this is useless, and Scarlet has already gone to the war zone with His Majesty. War zone? Foolish. Doesn't she know that Diraludo territory is nearby? Diraludo territory. Finally, their persistent lives have come to an end. Taking this opportunity, I will obtain Armin's seal. Sooner or later, Armin's master will change. I must celebrate before that day. Bring me a steak.
After the knights and soldiers retreated, countless monsters seemed to be waiting, wanting to corner us into the war zone. So as a precaution, we changed direction towards a nearby territory, and unfortunately that turned out to be Dia's territory. Damn it, what an ironic fate this is. It's not even time for the original story to begin yet. This is truly unfortunate. Sister, what's unfortunate? Actually, how should I put it? That's right, it's a double trap. A double trap? No, I just suddenly thought that this might be a double trap. The move to push us into the battlefield seems a bit too obvious. Moreover, our opponent is a dark mage who can use powerful tricks for extended periods. Someone like that must surely know about us, right? That's right. Yet they opened up such a wide path as if inviting us to the war zone. Of course, we came here because we felt suspicious, but the monsters I encountered on the way here were nothing new.
Those were all monsters I could easily defeat, just as they had predicted I would. The Prime Minister spoke up. Because we wanted to find the fastest way, as the young lady suggested, we accidentally ended up here. So it is, isn't it? There's no basis to confirm it, but I still feel a bit uneasy. Charlene said, "All right, that makes sense. Let's stop here for now." Glenn seems tired. Was the interrogation too harsh? While resting, Charlene walked in and called out, "Scarlet, so you're here. Do you have a moment?" Scarlet thought to herself, something's not right. She asked if something had happened in the meeting, as Charlene looked unhappy. "I'm worried about something. Shall we take a walk?" Scarlet silently followed behind. A moment later, Charlene told her, "Look at this. This is the ring the god gave you before, isn't it?" Scarlet observed. Charlene replied, "I feel my movements are lighter, and it's definitely not my imagination. Perhaps it's due to its influence." She then exclaimed, "Look, the ring is glowing." "That's right," Charlene continued. "Before it only glowed when I defeated monsters. Now it's glowing for no reason at all." Scarlet said, "Who knows, maybe it's a good thing." That's very possible," Charlene mused. "Barsha said that if the power of divine artifacts is used effectively, it would be very useful."
Scarlet happily held his hand and continued, and her body also felt lighter. Surely this was a good thing. Charlene smiled and replied, Suddenly, Scarlet was bewildered. What's happening? Suddenly, I really want to kiss him. Thinking this, she shyly covered her face. Snap out of it. Don't think such improper thoughts. Your Majesty, actually, I have tried very hard not to be influenced by prejudice. Prejudice? What prejudice? I tend to view people I dislike in a negative light, and then I make mistakes. You mean there's someone you don't like? Who is it? What did they do to you? Your Majesty, have you forgotten? Shouldn't it be Lady Letty? All right, Lady Letty. If it's someone you hate so much that you lose your reason, it means that person has hurt Lady Letty a great deal, Charlene said coldly. Then just kill that person. Scarlet exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Charlene continued. Or lock them in an underground dungeon, in a place even deeper than the prophet's dwelling.
Your Majesty, there's no need for you to do that. That's not the problem. So what is the problem? Although I have tried to suppress my suspicions about that person, the situation has become so clearly suspicious. At this point, if there's anyone who makes me suspicious, it's definitely someone from the Diril territory. Is it a member of Lord Diril's family? I know that family only consists of the Lord and a young lady. It's not that the person did anything wrong. It's just that I am unilaterally dissatisfied. I have the ability to see prophetic dreams thanks to Armin's power, and Lady Diril also appeared in such a dream. Once, while dealing with the problems of the elders of Armin City, Lady Diril appeared in the dream and heard some information from someone. Just as she heard, she went and found the replacement tool for Cabal here, and that's when she found Slime Zepeto. This means someone tipped her off. At that time, I also found it a bit strange, but told myself it was probably normal and ignored it. Until I met Glenn, that's when I truly became suspicious. I saw it clearly. She shouted, "My beloved Glenn Messier." Then she thought to herself, it wasn't a dream foretelling the future, but a scene she had seen in the original work.
Seeing Charlene's somber expression, Scarlet asked, "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" Charlene recalled Scarlet previously shouting, "You killed Glenn Messier, my beloved." He said, "I once met someone who said the exact same thing." Scarlet turned pale with alarm. "What? It's already happened? Damn, I spoke too soon." Charlene said, "You must have seen a prophetic dream about me in her meeting. So why did I meet that lady?" Scarlet thought, "Actually, His Majesty met Lady Yahello and immediately fell for her, but I absolutely cannot say that." Charlene continued, "Well, it's nothing bad. There's no need to say it." Scarlet thought, "It's nothing bad, but it's something I'd hate, and I'm dying of curiosity." She secretly thought, "If I keep being questioned like this, I'll have to confess. Absolutely not." While she was thinking awkwardly, Charlene said, "If you don't want to say it, you don't have to." "What? Is that it? Really? No more questions?" Suddenly she paused and asked, "Why are you laughing? I'm talking about how suspicious Lady Yahello is." Let's just say that," Charlene replied. She lowered her face gloomily and answered, "Oh, this isn't fun at all." Charlene still smiled broadly. "All right, I understand." She suddenly wondered, does he know I like him? No way, impossible. I'm a great actress. Afterwards, she insisted on going back alone. After walking a short distance, she stopped. Is that Glenn? He's not sleepwalking, is he? She secretly wondered, where is he going at this hour? What if he encounters a magical beast? Thinking this, she quietly followed him, and he finally stopped. Luckily, it wasn't deep in the forest, but why here? She spoke up and asked, "Glenn, what are you doing here?" Seeing him not respond, Scarlet seemed to realize something and cried out, "Glenn!" He turned around and coldly asked back, "Sister, what are you doing here?"
On this side, Charlene thought to herself, it's Chairla Diril. I don't know much about Lady Diril, but I'm bothered by the woman who called Glenn Messier her lover. At this moment, a voice announced from outside, "Your Majesty, it's Clover. As you requested, Count Lumen's report has arrived. Come in." Receiving a written document like this in the middle of the night, has something happened? Nothing special. Charlene read silently.
The current lord of the Diril territory is the former Baron Diril's younger brother, so Lady Diril is the former Baron's daughter. Recently in the territory, there has been unusually thick fog, and fewer people are coming and going. Indeed, many things are suspicious, but what's important right now is, she said she doesn't like me and Lady Diril being together, didn't she?
Seeing Charlene constantly smirking when thinking of Scarlet, the Prime Minister secretly wondered, what's going on? Why is she suddenly smiling like that? Is the report content really that serious? Another voice rang out. Your Majesty, it's your second aide. I apologize for interrupting, but I have something urgent to report to your Majesty. What is it? The person who was rescued when attacked by a magic beast? That matter. Why are you stammering so much? That person is Mr. Just then she walked in. It's an honor to meet your Majesty. I am Chairlade. Thank you for your assistance. Back with Scarlet, she asked Glenn, why aren't you sleeping? What are you doing out here? Are you worried about me, sis? Of course. Even though you said you're armed, you still need to be careful when going alone. What's wrong? Did something happen? No, nothing. She thought to herself, what's wrong with him? Behind that is the dumb mansion, isn't it? Have you ever been there? This is my first time. I'm not sure. More importantly, sis, have I ever told you about the place I was imprisoned? Just as I thought, Glenn's expression and the tone I sensed were different from usual. But why? Didn't you say last time that you didn't remember?
Well, because at that time I had to flee frantically and just kept running. Then I looked back and found myself already at Armin's border, so it couldn't have been this place. What am I saying? What I remember is the atmosphere of that place. I have a feeling that mansion was where I was imprisoned. Why do I suddenly feel that way? Do I still feel that way now? Yes, I had the same feeling as that place right after leaving the military camp. Is that so? If that's the case, then Glenn suddenly startled and exclaimed, "Oh, sister, I'll have to torture you with more tickling. Only then will you remember, won't you? Don't worry, I'll be gentle with you." Then Glenn screamed, "Ah, but do you know we have guests today?" No, I haven't heard anyone say anything about it. It's someone I've never met. Over there, who is that person?" Seeing Charlene and Cherla standing together made Scarlet silent. She slowly approached, ignoring Glenn. "I'm coming along." She walked over and called out, "Your Majesty Charlene, it's quite late. Are you still outside?" Lady Letty. Oh, you're with someone I haven't met before, aren't you? Who is this person? Is this your Majesty's guest?" He stepped forward and said, "Not exactly. I'm not disturbing your Majesty, am I?" "No, it's one of countless things you don't need to worry about. Don't mind it." Meanwhile, Cherla, standing behind, cast a dagger-like glance at Scarlet. Scene shifts to Barsha's location. Wow, this is quite dangerous. The moon is really floating on the lake's surface, as if it's in heaven. Unbelievably, when I touched the surface of the lake, it disappeared and didn't reflect back underwater.
Looking at her reflection projected under the water, Barsha was secretly surprised, and what's more, this was her true form. It was not an ordinary lake. Why on earth was this thing here, and its size was so vast? She involuntarily spoke up and asked, "Will you tell me the answer? Because at this moment I'm asking the sun god, right?" He didn't say anything at all. "Does that mean you know the answer but won't tell me? Are you really not going to answer me? Don't pretend to be asleep."
The essence of this lake is a mirror reflecting true feelings, not the truth. It is an item used at the time of sealing the demon god a very long time ago. Turning back to Scarlet, initially I didn't think that woman was Chair Ladiril at all. She approached and said, "Nice to meet you, Lady Armelon. I am Chair Ladiril, and I live in the mansion behind us." Indeed, she had blue eyes and red hair, but the facial features of the Chairla I knew weren't this gentle. Not just her features, even the corners of her mouth, her nose, and her eyes were different. Is this person really Chair Ladiril? She smiled and said, "I came out alone because no magic beasts can appear here." And then, just as a terrifying magic beast was about to attack me, fortunately, His Majesty's escorts intervened and saved me. Scarlet thought to herself, her personality is different too. She continued, "And coming here, I got to see His Majesty's appearance. He is just like a god." In the original story, I clearly felt that Cherla was a tough and upright person, but now she looks like someone pure and lovely. Why has she changed so much? She looked at Glenn and asked, "But there's something I'm very curious about. Who is that person?" Glenn was secretly astonished. Strange. Why do I suddenly feel so dizzy? I am Glenn Mossier. What is this familiar feeling? He told himself to be cautious. Scarlet suddenly observed Glenn and noticed his strangeness when he saw the Diril mansion. I suspect Chair Ladiril is connected to the Dark Wizard. Indeed, Glenn looked very focused, so he probably really doesn't know who that person is. Although Glenn knows nothing about Cherla, I thought it might be different if they met in person, but I guessed wrong. At this moment, the Prime Minister came out and asked, "It's so late, what are you all doing out here?"
Clover, are you asleep? The Prime Minister replied wearily. Yes, but hearing the noise outside, I couldn't sleep deeply. Perhaps the young lady doesn't know, but normally we must sleep very deeply at night. Only then can one maintain a good state the next day. Scarlet thought to herself that he seemed to be criticizing her indirectly. The Prime Minister continued, So, that's enough talk. Everyone head inside. Sleeping early is very good for your skin.
Charlene merely frowned without answering, and Scarlet replied with an awkward smile. All right. The Prime Minister turned to glance at her and continued. Also, Lady Dirl, you may return to your residence now. Although it's nighttime, the mansion is right before your eyes. A lady certainly cannot sleep in a place like this. Oh, I'm fine. The Prime Minister gritted his teeth and retorted, What do you mean, fine? That gloomy wind blowing even a single strand of your hair is already bad luck. I don't think Lady Dirl is suited for this place. You should cherish your hair, lady. She replied blankly. Yes, everything's done, isn't it? Let's disperse, immediately. After returning to the room, Scarlet asked, Your Majesty, do you remember what we talked about in the forest? Of course I remember, he replied. Wasn't it what we just discussed? Why? She secretly thought with disappointment that he wasn't cautious at all. Oh well, forget it. It looks like I'm just jealous. Thinking this, she replied, Nothing. Lately you've been like this, not finishing your sentences. Have I, Your Majesty? Ah, but Your Majesty, can those people change their faces? Are you talking about dark mages? He asked. They can, but I would recognize it immediately if they used magic. That face is real. In that case, isn't Lady Dirl a dark mage? So without using magic, one cannot change their face? Probably. She lowered her face, thinking that their deep digging had turned out to be useless. Suddenly, Charlene remembered and said, If it's a disguise spell, one can still change their face without using magic. But why are you asking about this? Well, it's because Lady Dirl is a little different from what I know. If what you say is true, then it's quite suspicious. Suddenly, Scarlet gasped and cried out, Your Majesty, what is that? It's not a magical beast, is it? It looks like a bird. Look, it's just a normal bird. Normal, but it's glowing. Suddenly, the bird looked at her, then hopped onto her shoulder and rubbed against her very intimately.
Charlene saw that and told herself this bird was a mass of magic, perhaps sent by Basha. Can something like that really be done? This feeling. I heard Basha's magic is pink, but this little one is blue, Your Majesty. Look. I don't know what its purpose is, but it's harmless. Look, there's a flower on its tail. Is that so? She looked behind Charlene and said, Glenn, did you hear that? That's right. Our bird friend is incredibly beautiful.
Glenn, why haven't you come in yet? Why are you just standing there? What are you doing outside? Have you heard anything we've been saying? Don't tell me you're scared of the interrogation. Is that why you're like this? After a long moment, Glenn spoke up. Sister, I remember now. Charla Dirl is someone I know. She's my childhood fiancé. Scarlet released the glowing bird and said, But Miss Dirl treated you as if she'd just met you for the first time. I don't know the reason either. Charlene pondered for a moment and then said, That's good. It's just in time. Miss Dirl invited me to her mansion because she wants to repay me for saving her from danger. Scarlet was secretly astonished. Charla Dirl invited him? They've already talked to each other? Charlene then said that if she had questions, she could ask them then. Just a moment ago, he said she was suspicious, but he enthusiastically accepted the invitation. Even if I struggle, can I not fight against predetermined fate? At that moment, the central axis of life seemed to shift towards her. This is clearly envy. Sometimes when I recall the scene of them meeting in the original work, my heart feels gnawed at. This hopeless love is more tiring than I thought. I shouldn't have bothered them.
If Charla Dirl truly is a dark sorcerer, it means there are even more concerns. But for Charlene, for the fated love in the novel, I might be able to help Charlene escape that group of dark sorcerers and eliminate them. Therefore, coming to find Charlene this late at night is purely out of curiosity about Charla Dirl's suspicious nature. Thinking this, she went to Charlene's room and called out, Your Majesty, it is I, your servant. Are you asleep yet? Suddenly, Charlene spoke from behind her. Lady. He quickly put on a robe and asked, What brings you here at this hour? Ah, about that. Your Majesty mentioned earlier that Lady Dirl was suspicious, so I became curious. I wonder how she is suspicious. Come in first. By the way, I also have something I want to ask you. May I ask first? Of course, what is it? Don't you wonder why? About what? I mean, Lady Dirl's invitation. Ah, so it's about that. Now that I think about it, Lady Dirl has a very pure beauty, doesn't she? You know, Your Majesty, what if you change your mind someday? If Your Majesty finds the one you love, please let your servant know. Why would you kill them? Do you think I'm you? Kill what? Of course not.
I want to say that at the appropriate time, we will break off our engagement. Charlene turned around, his voice cold as he called, My lady, then approached her and leaned in close. Don't joke like that. What would you say if it were you? Why is he so angry? If this were a romance novel, because this man likes me, I would have screamed that out loud. But the other person is Charlene, the one with the fated love in the novel. She clenched her hands and replied, I would say. Suddenly she paused and asked, Why would His Majesty be angry about canceling the engagement with me? Charlene stated frankly, Because I like you. I like you, Scarlet. It's your turn to answer now. What about you, my lady? Your Majesty must have realized by now, I am completely opposite to Your Majesty's ideal type. While there might be some superficial similarities, I am not that much alike. I am just an ordinary person, not good at anything. I don't like being the center of attention. My nature is gentle, and my way of thinking is very ordinary, completely different from Your Majesty.
Therefore, how could your majesty possibly love me? Why does your majesty always act as if you have feelings for me? Your concern for me makes me feel awkward. While we're on the subject, your majesty doesn't act this way with other people, do you? Act like that? What are you talking about?
She softly whispered in response. He said he loves me, with a radiant expression like now, and also said he would take me anywhere, together. Although I like your majesty, I have nothing to say. Anyway, I am trying my best not to like your majesty anymore. Why do you have to try so hard? You just need to ask to break off the engagement. You've always wanted to break off the engagement with me, haven't you? She was secretly astonished. When did he know? You didn't say anything about divorce and gave other excuses. Why? Are you trying to keep yourself from opening up to me? That statement, because this heart already belongs to Charlene, is that why I deliberately tried to stop it? Moreover, Charlene said he likes me. His liking for me goes beyond friendship. Charlene kissed her hand. Answer me, Scarlet. He held her hand tightly and asked, right? You have feelings but are trying not to show them, isn't that right? Scarlet softly replied, yes. Hearing the answer, Charlene smiled like a child. It's true, you do have feelings for me. So something like that, from now on you don't need to try so hard anymore. Scarlet blushed and asked, why? Because I like you, Scarlet.
As soon as he finished speaking, he bent down and kissed her, his hands tightly embracing Scarlet's small body. In the dim light, two people with hurried breaths looked at each other with deep affection. This was not a dream. In other words, now was the perfect time. Scarlet looked at him and also expressed her true feelings. I like you too, your majesty. The very next day, everyone discussed that Chair Ladiril was likely a dark magic user, so what about bringing the young lady back to the Empire? Compared to this moment, we could face even greater danger on the way to Diril territory. There's no guarantee that my return will be safe. I will stay by your side, and I might even be quite helpful. Upon arriving at the mansion, Glenn was brought along with the elders. At that time, the elders mentioned that her mother was a distant relative of Yahello. Although Brian and Adrian didn't know the details, when trying to deduce based on Scarlet's diary, the fact that they said strange things like other half or something similar to Scarlet, it was highly likely that she could use magic. Lady Adrian said, perhaps, according to what we know, that person might be born with Yahello blood. Therefore, the substitute head of the family would be especially fortunate.
The lucky things that have happened recently don't seem to be coincidental. Lan said you're like a symbol of good luck. Just staying put is helpful. I didn't say anything because I thought it wasn't necessary, but my intuition is very good, especially with dark mages. Why only with dark mages? I don't know how, but it has nothing to do with the temple. I'm the kind of person who recognizes such individuals based on instinct. Can you really do that? Clover cleared his throat and said, from now on, may I interject into your conversation? Up until now, His Majesty has fiercely pressured dark mages, and this intuition has played a very important role. Among the actions that people have described as massacres carried out by His Majesty, some were related to dark mages. Scarlet asked, that intuition, has it never been wrong? Of course. His Majesty even dealt with a monster that had infiltrated the crowd. It was only after killing it that they discovered it was a monster. Oh my, I didn't even dare to believe it at first.
His Majesty is practically the archenemy of dark mages. My intuition is sharper when I'm with that sort. I didn't expect Charlene to have this ability. He's much more talented than described in the original work. It's a good thing he's not my enemy. Along the way, the fog was really thick. If it weren't for the flower the little bluebird gave me, I would surely have been poisoned by this toxic mist. How did you guys know about this? We know everything. We just have a way of knowing. During the time we didn't meet, these three little fairies have gradually matured, because even if they were by my side, they would quickly disappear, so I hadn't seen them for a long time. When I met them again before we set off, I wondered if they were really my children. Have they grown so much recently because they wish to mature? Because the children said they would eat a lot when they grow. Scarlet instructed, kids, we're at Diril Manor now. You must hide very well, okay? We're very good at hide and seek. Finally, we arrived at Diril Manor. Your Majesty, please come in. Thank you for coming out to greet me, Lady Shirla Diril. I greeted Lady Armin last night, didn't I? Now that I think about it, there are some people here I haven't met before. You are very perceptive, lady. Allow me to introduce. These two are His Majesty's knights in attendance. These two are Charlene's disguised knights, numbers 1 and 2, and this is Lady Samia Esther. She was not present last night, so she has come today to greet you, lady. Scarlet smiled brightly. As for the others, they are preparing for the raid on the unidentified magical beasts. They are waiting outside. But I heard something quite surprising. Glenn said he knows you, lady. Are you sure you don't know Glenn, lady?
I had always perceived Cher Ladiril as a strong person. Her hair was dark red, but at this moment, something caught my attention even more than her hair. Her eyes. Cherla's eyes were clearly bright blue, but for some reason, I had the feeling they were the eyes of a dead person. Cherla, looking surprised, said, oh my, now that I think about it, my memory is quite vague. Although I've never met him, my father told me that I've had a fiancé since I was young. Speaking of which, I knew a little about him when I was a child. The young lady didn't ask about that boy's age, did she? Oh, about that. If it's about young Master Masir, I have heard about him. Is that so? It's her first time seeing her fiancé, yet the young lady seems very calm.
If you feel surprised, then that would truly be my disrespectful behavior. I see. Speaking of which, young Master Messire is no different from Miss Laty's younger brother. Therefore, your status is also lower than Miss Laty's, and you can be considered her younger sister. Yes, as your Majesty said. Given that, from now on I want you to have an appropriate attitude towards Miss Laty. Yes, I shall do that. Churla secretly cursed. Callior, that good-for-nothing, dared to be insolent with me. I will definitely eliminate you with my own hands. She then said, "You treat me so intimately, I truly don't know what to do. Thank you, your Majesty. So let's save our heart-to-heart talk for later, shall we? You must be tired from your long journey here. I will lead you to your resting place." Although it's unknown whether Churla Darrell is involved with dark magic, Glenn was dazed, which was not good at all. It might also be because she seemed suspicious that I felt this way. At least when he was with us, Glenn didn't look like this.
At the same time, what trick was Churla Darrell pulling? Even so, could she really exert such a strong influence on him in such a short time? If that woman is truly the high-ranking dark sorceress who kidnapped Glenn, what should I do? Moreover, though it was quite faint just now, I had a strangely familiar feeling. It's unsettling. Entering Charla's room in anger, the actions of the Prime Minister and the guards were gradually irritating me. The Tyrant didn't react to my enchantments, not even a little. And then there's Scarlet Armand, and this strange feeling. Since when did my cheerful mood disappear when I saw Scarlet Armand? What is this indescribable feeling of unease? Anyway, seeing her going around Messire like that, it seems their relationship is quite close. To pursue him all the way here, that's truly commendable. But exploiting Messire has become much easier than before. Callior and Armand, two who dug their own graves. I will make you regret it. The need for a sacrifice remains unchanged. Whenever Glenn Messire dies, I will no longer be involved. As for those trivial matters, after I retrieve the sacrifice, I will properly confront you all, little by little.
The next day, somewhere, Barsha thought the work was progressing faster than expected. I wondered if Scarlet had encountered a dark wizard, but to enter the central area connected to their headquarters, fortunately no one is there right now. At least their leader isn't there temporarily, so she won't be in any serious danger and is capable enough to handle it. The problem is Glenn Messire. Although I've never spoken to him directly, I know exactly who Glenn Messire is. Not as skilled as the Armand brothers, but born a perfect sacrifice. Unfortunately, Glenn Messire will die this time. This is the second time. Even Rashi Hell's luck won't be able to save him. But why would they want to kill Glenn Messire? The Dark Wizards themselves aren't foolish. The idea of killing Rashi Hell's people in that situation isn't easy. Callior, Armand, Rashi Hell. To obtain the power of these three families, first, kill everyone in the family. Second, absorb the abundant source of power and kill the one born. Because a fragile vessel can never contain a great source of power. If everyone is killed, those tiny sources of power will gather towards the nearest suitable vessel outside the family. On the other hand, if the abundant source of power is absorbed and the one born is killed, the power will not go to the fragile vessel within the family, but to a suitable vessel outside the family. At this point, there will be no power left for the people of the other two families.
The Dark Mages caused Rashahel's downfall through the first method, while Callior had intended to absorb it through the second. Therefore, of the two current options, the situation leans towards the first. Furthermore, if Glenn Messire were to be killed now, that power would primarily go to Scarlet Armand, who possesses her family's powerful abilities. If that were the case, from the Dark Mages' perspective, this would only benefit Scarlet. If the Dark Mages were rational, they wouldn't choose to kill him there. Could it be that they are completely unaware that Scarlet has received Rashahel's bloodline? No, with the abilities of the Dark Mage group's leader, they would have discerned it from prior investigations. Then this side is merely a discarded pawn. The Dark Mages of Dyrel territory are being exploited, but there's no reason to waste the remaining Dark Mages.
This is luck created by Rashahel. Should this be considered the fault of the Dark Mages? While searching the entire mansion, I didn't see any Dark Mages attacking. If so, could they have attacked Glenn? We must go to Glenn immediately. Charlene called out, "Guard 1, Guard 3. In fact, I tried to connect using the communication orb just now, but it failed. As expected, we have to go look for them ourselves. As soon as she finished speaking, Scarlet saw a pool of blood, with Glenn lying in the middle of it. Scarlet cried out, "Glenn?" Scarlet ran over, and was immediately attacked by a large amount of dark magic. She clutched her chest, struggling to breathe. Charlene called out, "Scarlet, my lady, are you all right?" "Why here?" He was surprised. This is the power protecting the head of the household, so that thing is dark magic. When I woke up, my mind was astonishingly clear. "Scarlet, are you awake?" Charlene's face looked at her, full of worry. Scarlet slowly opened her eyes and called out, "Your Majesty? Are you all right?" "Yes, I feel very refreshed." "That's good. Even so, don't overexert yourself." "I'm fine. On the contrary, my body is more energetic than before. If by any chance you feel unwell, you must tell me immediately." "I understand." Her eyes widened in surprise when she saw the people nearby. "When did everyone get here? Have I been unconscious for that long?" "Not long, just unconscious for a bit." A knight reported, "My lord, the young lady has also safely regained consciousness. I will now report the incident. Apparently, when I accompanied young Master Messire to his room this afternoon, he showed no unusual signs whatsoever."
About an hour later, before dinner, the butler announced he had brought a servant along, but after they left, the young master's condition gradually became strange. Strange, you say? Yes, my lady. Clearly, they were ordinary people, but the young master seemed as if hypnotized. Then at that moment, the young master suddenly pulled out a knife and stabbed himself directly in the heart. At that very moment, the only thought in our minds was to pursue the dark sorcerer, but the two of us made a mistake by leaving the young master. Even during the pursuit, we didn't know what had happened. We couldn't sense any traces of magic or dark magic at all. Information transmission was also interrupted, so we couldn't report this. Amidst all that, we didn't think the young master would disappear. In short, to be able to deceive you all to that extent, it must be someone capable of amplifying dark magic, yes, or a shadow knight exploited after death. If not, then it seems to be a dark sorcerer so powerful that we couldn't sense them.
No matter who it is, the fact that there is the strongest dark mage among all the foes we've ever faced remains unchanged. The strongest dark mage, you say? That means a single attack won't be enough to kill that dark mage. Scarlet thought to herself, so 2 attacks would kill the dark mage, right? She didn't understand, as she felt no fear. She must be imagining something strange again. Anyway, it's a relief that everyone is safe and sound. What about Glenn? Young lady, please don't worry, as the young master's injuries are not fatal. Is that so? Yes, we just need to hand the young master over to the fairies like this. Charlene asked, but Scarlet, you seem a little different. Huh? What? Oh, that's right. I'm not nervous anymore because I found the symbol of the family head.
The symbol of the household head is not something with a specific shape, but rather refers to inner strength. Before arriving at the D mansion, Izar contacted me through the orb. Scarlet asked, so how do we draw out that strength? He wasn't sure. Scarlet smirked. When we get back, we must show it off in front of that old baron. I feel a bit sad. Scarlet looked bewildered and asked, sad? Sad about what? Because every time I look at you, I feel a flutter, but you don't. Huh? Is that not the case? No, not that kind of flutter. Earlier you were scared, but now you... He interrupted. I know. Do you really know? What's with that expression? Scarlet quickly turned and kissed his cheek. Now you know, don't you? My heart is racing wildly. It's not just a simple thumping. Charlene also lifted her chin and said, I understand. As they were sharing a sweet kiss, the little sprites called out, Letty, Letty, we've made a little brother. Stop smooching. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, Letty. Scarlet, urged by them, let go of Charlene. Shall we go over there? Charlene's face darkened as he replied, I suppose so. Letty, we did a great job, didn't we? He's the baby brother.
It turns out that Rashahel's resemblance to a fairy is true, so this is the infancy of a fairy. Everyone looked at the baby in their arms in surprise. Oh, Glenn! The baby slowly sat up, rubbed its eyes, and called out, Sister. Scarlet's heart felt pierced as she exclaimed, Oh, how adorable! It seems to have retained its memories. An ordinary person has transformed into a great fairy. The situation seems to be resolved. Let's go now. Scarlet turned back and said, Not yet. Before we go, I have something to do. What do you have to do? Did you see a prophecy when you fainted? Not that, but the divine artifact of the bonfire goddess. It's a wonderful divine artifact with healing abilities, even the power of resurrection. If it's me right now, carrying the power of the family head within me? As she spoke, she turned her back and walked away. Charlene warned, Scarlet, don't do anything dangerous. It's okay. A strong, warm current surged from her heart. A brilliant golden power gathered at her fingertips. I'll concentrate the power at my fingertips and bring it close to that spot. If I do this, Scarlet extended her hand, using the power of the family head, and a powerful golden light emanated. The knights exclaimed in awe, What a brilliant light! Is that the power of the Armin family head? Amazing. Is it divine power? It doesn't seem like it. It's more than divine power. After a moment, Scarlet stood up and said, It's done. A vibrant green appeared before their eyes. Letty, that's amazing. The grass isn't dead. It's lush and green. If it were divine power, it could be considered reversing the object's time. There's no way the grass could be this lush otherwise.
Clover wondered, what exactly is this power? Charlene said, It's truly miraculous. It's not divine power. This phenomenon is truly unbelievable. If it feels much warmer than other places, it's like purification, isn't it? That's right. And just now, when I used the power, I felt a resonance with my divine artifact. I don't know exactly what Your Majesty's divine artifact's power is, but the fact that the moon god doesn't exist in this world is not normal at all. Assuming these divine artifacts are connected to the power of the 3 clans, the events that have occurred so far might not be coincidental. Charlene, you are using the sword Offer, which holds the power of the Kalior clan, and I have now awakened the power of the head of the Armon clan. I don't know what happened on Rashahel's side, but they must have used some kind of trick. There are also divine artifacts that react to the power of the three families. Scarlet was secretly worried, but why did she still feel so restless and uneasy? She couldn't shake off this feeling of being drawn in. To stop the Dark Mages, it felt as if they had been chosen to be the protagonists. Anyway, we must go to the main family. Scene changed to Armand Manor. Thank you, venerable elders, for your assistance. Although we received contact from His Majesty the Emperor's close associates, there is still no evidence that Dark Mages will attack the manor. What needs to be done now is probably just to check around the manor. We hope for everyone's assistance. Young master, someone says. Actually, we came here intending to report the situation verbally. Izar turned and said, a report? A few days ago, I decided to modify the golems and turn them into guards for the entire territory, didn't I? The modifications were completed early, but the problem is, someone who isn't a researcher interfered with our research institute.
Initially, during my golem research, I took great care to ensure their obedience. However, some golems spiraled out of control, so I launched an investigation. The culprit turned out to be someone other than the researcher. That individual had murdered the previous researcher and donned his skin. I had suspected Dark Mages were behind this, but to act so directly, so openly. Dark Mages cannot endure long in the Armen domain, yet that person drank holy water. Holy water? Does this imply Dark Mages in the temple are in league? And there's more. The river flooding, which caused hardship for the domain's people, might also have been their doing. Could this have been accomplished without dark magic? I believe it's not solely dark magic, but this isn't a natural phenomenon either. In fact, I consulted the Elfine. On my way here, I heard their answer. What did they say? They said a god had intervened. Not a priest, but a god doing such a thing. It can only be a demon god.
Only Elder Alphine remembers the demon god because this deity has been sealed for a very long time. What if the Dark Mages, the Divine Temple, and even the sealed demon god are all in cahoots? Although the young master has no basis to believe that the Dark Mages will attack this place, my thoughts are a bit different. If I were them, I would move to the Divine Temple first. Even though the Divine Temple's power has weakened, they might have contingency plans ready. Are they the ones who preach heresy? The Divine Temple is a place of worship for all gods. Although corrupt and financially weak, they can still exert a powerful spiritual influence over the people across the continent. If they directly attack the royal family and the Armand family, not only would they face dark magic, but if they also had to face the Divine Temple, the situation would completely change. Scene changed to Charlene's side. Your Majesty, is it all right if everyone returns first? What about them? No matter how you look at it, they attacked and cornered us here, just like a trick of a dark mage. Scarlet said, I didn't see Chairladia use dark magic, but her story about being chased by magic beasts seems like an act, if she's capable of such acting.
She definitely knows how to deal with magical beasts. For now, according to the seers, the path back will be unobstructed. But you don't need to worry so much, Scarlet. They've already reached the Imperial Palace. Scarlet asked, startled. Really? This means their goal isn't simply to kill people. Perhaps they won't pursue because there's a temple in the capital. If so, wouldn't that be a big deal? Let's see, Charlene, what's the answer? I'm dying of curiosity. He smirked. It's fine, because preparing to deal with the threats posed by dark mages in the temple is their duty. The capital is also the Imperial family's territory, so you don't need to worry. Has His Majesty collected all the evidence related to dark magic? That's right, but whether there is or isn't, it makes no difference. But if there's evidence, we won't have to listen to such nonsense anymore. Like during the Messire family massacre, Charlene won't have to bear responsibility for the dark mage's wicked deeds anymore. Even if someone intentionally publicizes the reason for killing someone now, I don't mean to justify what happened, but at least from now on, a legitimate reason should be considered.
Among all those who have been killed so far, excluding the Dark Mages who absolutely had to be killed, Your Majesty's ill repute will be greatly reduced, so listen carefully. Well, he looked at her intently and replied, Even if only a few people could actually kill that group, those who want to punish them must be the overwhelming majority. Your Majesty, please don't become everyone's common enemy, because I'll be worried. You're worried? Her cheeks flushed as she replied, Of course. I don't like those who don't understand anything about Your Majesty going around speaking ill of you. After saying that, she thought to herself, Why is he suddenly so quiet? Did I overstep my bounds and make him angry? Suddenly, his hand moved quickly to grasp hers. Scarlet's mind immediately raced. Could it be that at this moment, the image of them kissing before reappeared? Could it be? Scarlet closed her eyes, waiting for a kiss from him. Seeing this, Charlene burst out laughing. Scarlet opened her eyes wide. What is it? Why are you laughing? Charlene's body trembled as he replied, Nothing? Why are you laughing? I want to laugh too. Hearing this, Charlene stopped laughing. He gave her a deep, affectionate look and said, I love you. I suddenly wanted to say this to you. The next morning, Izar contacted Scarlet. Izar, what's wrong so early in the morning?
It's urgent. There are rumors now that the temple will act. It's likely the heretics. The heretics, they're probably planning to use the temple's inherent authority to announce to the entire continent that our family and the royal family are heretics, because only then can they easily control the capital.
To prevent dangerous situations from occurring, we have elders like Adrian, Brian, Elphine, and Freya here. How fortunate. Thank them for helping you. Although nothing has happened yet, I'm telling you this so you're aware. You just need to finish what you're doing and return safely. I understand. Scarlet thought to herself. Even if it's just an hour, I must hurry. I must meet Barsha. Somewhere, Barsha said. The mirror's seal inspection is complete. Shall we depart? Which way should we go? Towards the capital and towards the war zone. If something happens in both directions, joining Scarlet would be better. The god of death, progenitor of the three families.
Because the story of the ancestor is widely spread across the continent, the temple cannot openly oppose the three families. The temple here worships the god with the highest status, but it is also a place of worship for other gods, so the temple has no other choice. Currently, they are sleeping gods without divine power. It seems that all those who possessed divine power there have been expelled. I thought Barsha was one of them. It seems that's not all. We need to investigate more thoroughly. Charlene looked at Scarlet, thinking. Her face always looked strange when she thought about something unusual. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. He looked at her and said, "Your expression looks quite amused." "Oh, really? Not at all. So what were you thinking?" Nothing special. Now that I think about it, the temple is currently considered to be confronting the descendants of the god of death, right? If so, before the temple conspires to rebel by declaring heresy, what if we make the temple lose its honor first? Fearing that their honor would be diminished, they wouldn't be able to carry out their intention of declaring heresy. That's what I mean. And restoring the honor of priests like Barsha would also be a good thing.
The next day, we finally arrived at the moon-reflecting lake that Barsha had once visited. "But, Your Majesty, young lady, why have you two stopped?" Scarlet looked at the lake surface, thinking to herself, "Barsha Braco, what is this person truly doing? This place is overflowing with Barsha's divine power. In other words, the energy of the god Barsha worships covers the entire lake as if hiding something. A human could never do this. If it were said to be the work of a god, it would be believable." On Chelicota's side, he wondered, why did it turn out like this? The original plan was to use Glenmat's death to cause nightmares and cast a curse upon Callior and Armin. But even in my dreams, I couldn't have imagined it ending in just a few hours. Why did that woman suddenly faint? Did she see the body, panic, and then faint? But Scarlet Armin isn't that weak, so what exactly happened? From one thing to another, why do you always mess things up, Scarlet Armin? On Charlian's side, his sword also stirred. Offer suddenly called out, "Scarlet." "Yes, father." Offer said, "The world is about to reach a state of completion. A complete world once had both gods and humans. Such a world was split in two because there was no other way to seal the gods." Offer said that, and Scarlet stared blankly at the sword. The sword not only resonated, but also spoke. If the Holy Temple knew about this, the situation would surely be reversed.
Clover said, "If the god that was sealed back then is the god you're referring to, the one the Dark Mages are currently trying to unseal, originally he wasn't called the demon god, but rather the chief god. The chief god, Your Majesty, means the god of gods. But isn't the current god the sun god? It is said that the current sun god was the deity who led the sealing of the chief god in the past. This tale has been passed down through many generations. To seal a god of the chief god's caliber, what could be the reason? The demon god was sealed because he wanted to steal humanity's free will. To stop him, the other gods allied. But people say that because they couldn't casually diminish the chief god's status, they chose to sacrifice themselves. The sealing was successful. In return, all the gods fell into a deep slumber, so that humans wouldn't have to sacrifice themselves in the gods' battle. The three representatives of Callior, Armon, and Rashahel also perished. But how did that sword know these things? Charlene pondered for a moment, then raised the sword and said, "My benefactor, who helped me become a sword, said so."
Hold on, that benefactor, could it be? Surely not Barsha, right? Charlian said, "All I know is that he's a high priest with pink hair and pink eyes. No matter how I look at it, he resembles Barsha. How old is that person? I don't know, but I'm sure if I meet him again, I won't let him off easy. How could someone who is a high priest allow dark mages to easily steal what he was protecting? Impossible. Exactly. The sacred artifact must have been stolen on purpose, and it's highly likely that he knows everything about what the dark mages have been doing. But what method can possibly deceive someone so talented? We need to make him reveal himself, leave him no other choice. Although I don't know what it is, it seems he's secretly doing something. He doesn't intend to kill us. On the contrary, it's as if he's training us." Charlian asked skeptically, "Is that true?" Scarlet shot him a look and replied, "It is."
With that, she turned and walked to a rock, powerfully hoisting it onto her back. Everyone called out anxiously, "Young lady!" She trembled and replied, "What's this task compared to what I've faced?" Then she threw it into the lake. The rock fell with a loud splash, shaking the barrier that Barsha had created earlier. At the same time, Barsha, who was walking, sensed something and stopped. It seemed someone was at the lake. "This presence is Scarlet's. I thought she had already gone to the battlefield. Why is she here?" Very quickly, Barsha appeared and called out, "Scarlet, what are you doing?" Scarlet was surprised. "Oh my, long time no see, Barsha." Scarlet chuckled with amusement. "Barsha has appeared. Everyone, it's your turn." Yes, just leave it to us. Barsha stepped back. What are you planning? Why are you getting closer to me? The group of guards flashed dangerous smiles. If you cooperate, you won't get hurt. Immediately, Barsha screamed, "Oh no!" Very quickly, Barsha was tied up. Scarlet walked over and asked, "Barsha, is the god you worship truly the sun god? How do you—" "It's true."
Charlene was also very curious. What is this complete world? Voxa said, "Do you two know what a mirror is? A mirror. To seal the undefeated chief god, the best solution the gods could come up with was a game that toyed with the entire world, or a trap disguised to look like one. The gods succeeded, but also failed at the same time. The demon god fell into the trap world. This world and the world beyond the mirror were separated into the world we now live in. Therefore, the essence of the book I possess is actually the original world imprisoned in the world beyond the mirror. And that world is also a dead world." A dead world? Exactly, because time does not flow and stand still. There, similar events repeat themselves and remain motionless at the moment the gods fell into slumber. Ultimately, what is called becoming complete means that if the mirror breaks, everything will merge into the original world. In short, people in this world are like shadows. If the world becomes complete, the shadows will return to their original form. Wait, in other words, are we currently reflections in the mirror? You could say that.
Lana said if the mirror breaks, Charlene and I will be sucked into it and absorbed by the entity on the other side. That's not wrong, but the absorption only happens after the demon god is thoroughly dealt with. What else? The gods have a plan to make this world real, because the demon god was only sealed, not completely eradicated. If the demon god regains its power at any time, everything will be destroyed, regardless of whether this world is real or fake. We must follow the sequence. If the demon god is killed here, this world will become the center. Because it's where a high-ranking god dies, the world's central axis could change its position. How can we kill the demon god like that? Even if the seal is removed, the demon god cannot immediately become a god. Before regaining its divine status, it must first experience human status, so it will possess a human body first. While still unable to separate from the human body, if it dies at the hands of a god, it will die completely. We can still fail. In that case, we'll be stuck here.
Because this is an artificial world. However, that is the worst-case scenario. Time in the real world has stopped, which is akin to death, so we must save this world. But Barsha, even though the demon god is still in mortal form, no gods have awakened in this place. How do we kill the demon god who has descended? Barsha replied, "Why are there no gods? There are 2 of them. Do you mean relying on the descendants of the dead gods?" Exactly, because the dead gods govern the realm beyond the sleeping gods, which is this very world. In short, my father and I, who wield divine power, must confront the demon god. His descent was undoubtedly orchestrated by a dark sorcerer. Regardless, this is what we must do, Father. Seeing Charlene lost in thought, she called out, "Father?" He said, "I have a question. How are you so sure this world is artificial?" Because time in the other world has stopped moving. The demon god is the deity who governs time. He was sealed, and the world where time is affected is the real one. That god is not dead, so why has time in that other world stopped moving? Furthermore, the demon god was sealed in the other world, not this one. Sealing him in the fake world was intentional, wasn't it? It's not as you think. Then it was random? It seems the demon god won't be easily defeated. How annoying. Scarlet asked, "Master, why is this world the only one without a moon from the very beginning? If it's a mirror, shouldn't it reflect it as well?" Because the first god to fall asleep was the moon god. Other things didn't disappear at all. Only the moon did. Why is that? I heard that the moon led to the death of 3 gods. First the moon god, then she, the goddess related to fire. That's why a shining reflection cannot be created in this world. Scarlet added, "Let's see, shouldn't it be the other way around? Falling asleep is to activate the mirror, isn't that right? If that's the case, then the reflection has already been created. The moon god falls asleep and the moon disappears. That being said, who knows? Perhaps the demon god was sealed in the real world, not the fake one."
One more thing. This holy relic has reacted multiple times with a god who is supposedly in a deep sleep. If that's the case, has the moon god awakened? Somewhere that guy hasn't seemed to appear lately. Driven mad, so I can't keep up. How can it be? I don't know. For a dark sorcerer, this frail body cannot withstand the power of a god. If I cannot fight back against the power of the sleeping god, then this power is useless. Even so, this world now only has the 2 of us left. If it's like this, we'll only run into trouble. Furthermore, the dead gods haven't weakened at all, and if we can't defeat one of them, he will get angry. The demon god is the master who granted me, a dying wretch, new power and mighty abilities. I must repay this favor to him. With just the 2 of us, how can we win? The elves and descendants of the dead gods? What did you say? He stepped forward and lifted Shirla up. You said they are with the elves. That's what happened when I encountered Armin's group earlier. Their power is not ordinary, but it's not yet alarming.
Are you sure you're seeing this right? Who do you think I am? That's what you should be saying. Why didn't you tell me Scarlet Armin carries Rashahel's bloodline? I only found out recently too.
Charlotte blared, scoffing, then waved his hand dismissively. Regardless, we must accelerate the descent. Just the two of us, I wonder if we can do it. Although there are still deficiencies, the descent has already begun. What? My god has directly commanded action. The missing elements have been destroyed, but they will gradually be replenished. Therefore, Cherla, go forth loyally, and now fulfill your duty. Meanwhile, on Scarlet's side, I always thought this side was fake, but it turns out the other side was the fake one. No wonder the gods have been in such a deep sleep for so long. All this time, the gods have been trapped in a false world. I was very worried when it dragged on for so long, but when the divine artifact appeared in this world, it became clear they were gradually waking up. If that's the case, the power of the descending demon god will be stronger than expected. With just the power of the two of them, they cannot confront him. Nor can we keep preventing the seal from being broken indefinitely. I've wandered for years, binding my life to the gods, only to be deceived.
The path to completely eradicate the demon god is still too far off. Charlene, annoyed. It's too noisy. Do you need my help to clear your head? Scarlet gave a wry smile. Bear with it for a bit. He's probably very shocked. In short, the gods are fighting each other. In that war of gods, temples, and dark mages, everything has been linked together. I really want to throw them to the other side of the mirror so they can fight among themselves. Otherwise, bring all the divine artifacts here. Scarlet, bewildered. Bring all the divine artifacts? Charlene asked. Is that okay? Of course. Barsha, listen. Assuming this world is real, if we bring back all the divine artifacts and find their masters, can we deal with the demon god who has just descended? That's a brilliant idea. It might work. Just in time, Fairy is here. If we combine our strengths, we can do it. What a clever child. Barsha was untied immediately after. Scarlet, I'll go look for books or divine artifacts and follow behind. If we can't meet on the way back, you just need to go to the temple. Why the temple? It seems the god being worshipped in the temple is a demon god. Now we can openly destroy it. A few days later, on the way back to the capital. Fortunately, Barsha hadn't been gone long before he found the book, so he immediately joined us. The two gods had disappeared.
Clover asked, "How can you carry a book containing divine artifacts so easily? What's going on?" Besides the divine artifacts, I can sense the presence of sleeping gods. But before that, the book was stolen by two dark mages, and now I can no longer sense their divine artifact aura. Divine artifacts are the last vestiges of the gods. The sleeping gods can awaken when divine artifacts are used, but the divine artifact aura has vanished. When I went to retrieve the book, what was the situation with the dark mages who stole it? Barsha replied nonchalantly, "None." Scarlet asked suspiciously, "What? So where and how did you get that book?" Retrieving it was very simple. When the thieves weren't present, the book would automatically return to where I summoned it, so there was no problem. No wonder I found it so quickly. So what was that none about? I could only summon it when I was near the book, so when I approached the book, I tried my best not to be detected by the dark mages. I had memorized the magical energy of the one who stole it, and if I encountered danger, I would immediately retreat. But no matter how much I looked, I couldn't sense any trace of the dark mages who had stolen the divine artifacts. It seems no one has touched the book recently.
Or they left the books there and went far away. That's possible, but it's a bit suspicious if even the divine artifact disappeared. Truly, nothing is easy. Suddenly, Scarlet felt dizzy, clutching her head in pain. Charlene asked worriedly, "What's wrong with you?" "Well, I can feel that the divine power I imbued earlier has been forcibly removed. A few days ago, on the way back, after giving the divine artifact to Father, I saw someone resembling Chair Ladirl in a dream. I felt suspicious because the appearance in the dream was very different from the person I've seen recently. At that time, I felt something very unsettling inside me, so I imbued a bit of divine power into the divine artifact, and that power has now vanished. At that time, it must have been Chair Ladirl. If so, it means the entire plot of the original story was Chair Ladirl, the dark sorceress, intentionally approaching Charlene. Barsha, can you sense Chair Ladirl's magic? She's not nearby, so it will take about a day, but I'll try. Also, I can no longer sense the enchanting divine artifact that dark sorceress was carrying. So, Chair Ladirl. Later, upon arriving in the capital, I realized that the divine artifact had become 2 sacrifices for the descent of the demon god. To kill a god, sacrifices needed.
Just as it was long ago, when 3 gods had to die to seal the demon god. If this place were the real world, even if the number of people possessing divine artifacts increased, a sacrifice would still be necessary. Callior wields the power of the East Wind and Judgment, while Armin carries the power of luck and prophecy thanks to Rashahel's strength. One of them would have to sacrifice themselves, and that person would undoubtedly be Armin. Callior's power to eradicate evil must certainly remain. Somewhere, the demon god had awakened, and he said, "It's not yet complete, but it's not bad either. This is thanks to the 2 divine artifacts my subordinates brought. If they had brought the sacrificial offerings from the families of the deceased gods, perhaps they wouldn't have lost their lives. Unfortunately, to complete the full descent process, I must acquire the sacrificial offerings within 3 days. Charlene Callior, Izar Armin, and Scarlet Armin." The soul had once been split into 2 and then rejoined as one. One of the separated parts had vanished, yet somehow it had returned and merged. But I must make it a sacrificial offering. That night, as Scarlet slept, she heard a voice calling, my child, the sun god and I, residing within your body, have tried to calculate, but the demon god's aura is fluctuating abnormally, so we cannot find any other method. Scarlet wondered, this is the voice of the fire god.
Has he awakened from his deep slumber? That voice echoed again. You and Calior. This time, one of you will have to make the sacrifice, so make your choice. Should you choose to sacrifice yourself, I can return your soul to the place you once lived. Scarlet clenched her fists. What are you saying? I was split in two, and my mother sent me to another place. Your soul inherently belongs to this world, and this is your true home, child of Armin. I can only discern the traces, but even with that much, I can take you to the place your mother sent you. The moon god and I will help you. I will help you directly plunge your sword into that incarnate body, and the moment that incarnate body dies, I will return you. The important thing is that before doing this, you must annul the contract by breaking off the engagement. Only then will Calior's child remain unharmed. There isn't much time left for a decision, but call me when you make your choice. Scarlet sprang up, yelling, Despicable! Gods cause problems and then force humans to clean up their mess.
You think I'll just do as you say? The next morning, Scarlet sat in front of the mirror. She felt lucky. Even after staying up all night, her face was still bright and fresh. The magical contract that humans wrote upon engagement, even in death, remained in effect. First, she had to annul the engagement. She didn't know what to say to Charlene. She called out, Fire God. A voice rang out. Have you made your decision? Not yet, but there's something I want to ask. You said that it takes the death of a god to kill a god, didn't you? Indeed, but at present only the descendants of deceased gods can take action. But how did you awaken? Because I have come into contact with you, a descendant of the deceased gods. Furthermore, someone named Boxibraco used the last power of the sun god to stay. Since he was a subordinate of the sun god, that deity also awakened early. So if I touch them, all could awaken?
In the past few days, you and Calior's child have touched hands, awakening many gods. If you use mine, you will be able to awaken all of them. You mean exchanging divine artifacts, correct? Don't worry about that. Once the gods have awakened, they will find the suitable person themselves. If possible, try to use the power of the moon god and get close to those dear to you. Is that so? Regularly using divine artifacts will make you a subordinate to the gods, so you must be careful. But right now, it's very useful. Thank you. The results obtained exceeded expectations. All of it is useful information. What's more, there's one thing that needs to be done immediately. Make Charlene kick me. Later at the meeting, they said bad rumors about the temple led to negative public opinion, so they tightened security more than before. Therefore, I will open a dog hole, not a new entrance on this side. Suddenly seeing Charlene silent, Clover asked, Your Majesty, is something wrong? Charlene replied, Offer has something to convey. It is warning that the incarnated body is inside the temple. Therefore, we must be more careful than ever. If so, isn't this a big deal? We no longer have time to exchange and use divine artifacts. Scarlet spoke up. Focus on the matter at hand. Barsha, go to the temple immediately and search for the whereabouts of the incarnated body.
If there is a barrier around the incarnated being, safely dispel it. In the meantime, we should stay away from the priests. After planning and quickly setting off for the temple, I spoke the words I had delayed earlier. Scarlet said, Father, our engagement, let's call it off. Finally, I was cast aside by my tyrant, Charlene. At the same time, Barsha Braca was searching for the place where the incarnated being might manifest. Barsha asked, So if we lock this door, the escape route will disappear, right? That's right. The demon god itself will not be able to escape. It will only be able to remain inside this temple. Although it has been occupied by the demon god's subordinates, this building has long been the residence of the priests. Despite undergoing numerous renovations, its critical mechanisms from before still remain. Even a demon god would be powerless. Are you sure this time? What if it's like last time? Didn't I say I would help with everything? Trust me, if I still feel something is wrong this time, even if I die, I will no longer believe in gods. Barsha proceeded to lock the door and then turned back to ask, This side is almost entirely dealt with, isn't it? Is the high priest about to die? They have obstructed us so much, they must have colluded with the demon god. That person must not die, but must receive judgment from the royal family, so that our majesty's ill repute may finally vanish. Should we contact Count Lumen? We should stay here. The sages cannot be absent either. In that case, after discussion, everyone turned their gaze to Clover. Number 1 spoke up. The most useless prime minister here, go deliver this item to the imperial palace.
Clover reluctantly carried the high priest on his shoulder and left. So we'll rely on the prime minister. Barsha, have you found the location of the incarnate's body yet? Almost, but what about Scarlet and Charlene? Oh, I'm not sure either. After detaining all the rebellious priests, I stayed with them until the petition was submitted to court. I heard the two of them wanted to talk privately for a bit. Meanwhile, our engagements? Let's call it off. What's the reason? If you hear the reason, will you call off the engagement? I don't know yet. Perhaps I won't. Charlene ran his hand through her hair, caressing it.
Even if you hate me, I can't let go of you. So, Scarlet, why do you say that? She said, the thing is, actually, our marriage contract will hinder this matter.
So, let's cancel the contract first. After the war ends, let's get married. The gods are fighting amongst themselves. There must be some sacrifice involved, but I won't do what they want. Let's follow our own will. Contracts, engagements, I don't care about them. Charlie Ann, will you marry me? Hearing these words, Charlie Ann joyfully lifted her up, saying, I love you, Scarlet. A perfect answer. Then the two exchanged a sweet kiss under the beautiful afternoon sun. Thus, the contract magic between Charlie Ann and me was cancelled. Afterward, Charlie Ann and Scarlet, along with everyone else, entered the temple. Everyone's here, shall we go in? They entered the place where the demon god was waiting for them, marking the beginning of the quickest and most anticlimactic war in history. He's not here? It's too quiet. A voice echoed, You're too late.
Nevertheless, having the courage to come all the way here, you are truly commendable. Should I make an offer? If you are children of a god, it's something worth hearing. What do you think? Do you want to hear it? Charlene drew his sword, but it was useless. He looked at the sword in Charlene's hand and said, Did you bring that troublesome item with you? But that's all it amounts to. Scarlet said, Don't underestimate us, Uncle Demon God. He showed his displeasure. I see no reverence for a god in you, Scarlet Armin. Charlene's gaze immediately turned murderous. Scarlet quickly handed over a book and whispered, Charlene, don't react. Hold this for me. He asked, Right now? Yes. As both touched the book, a powerful golden light appeared. The demon god remained seated and said, Is that the power of the fire god? A power not worth dealing with. Truly foolish, obstructing to the very end. My subordinates planted in the capital need more time to prolong their lives. Listen to me and do nothing in vain. Join me in this mundane and meaningless world. Scarlet looked at the book and thought to herself, More, just a little more. A field of light enveloped the entire temple. Scarlet, what are you doing? Stop it. If this continues, the gods, damn it, if you awaken the divine artifacts on your own, all of them will belong to Scarlet.
The moon and the sun, fire and the east wind, various divine artifacts, if used simultaneously, power will weaken and lead to crippling. What exactly are the two of them thinking, after all? Scarlet thought to herself, adding to the story she had heard about the gods in this world until now, that the souls of gods are contained within bodies, which is why they need vessels. Only when entering a vessel can a god awaken and use divine power. If that's the case, if the vessel of an awakening god can be destroyed, then how can we kill the god without needing either of us? The demon god glared at the two of them. I told you it was all meaningless, yet here we are. No matter how I look at it, I don't know how you two merged into one. Armin and Yahello, it's truly you. His hand reached out, wanting to seize Scarlet tightly. Immediately, Charlene plunged his sword into him. He looked at Charlene with hateful eyes. How dare you, just a mere human. He easily pushed Charlene away, and at the same time his body emitted terrifying black fumes. Charlene covered his nose with his hand. Is it poison gas? Barsha warned, don't breathe it in. I can't repel this poison by myself. What should I do? Suddenly, a small hand touched Barsha's shoulder. We'll help.
Ugly demon god, don't bully my friend. Number 1 rushed to Scarlet's aid. My lady, are you all right? Those children are... Glenn approached, touched Scarlet's hand, and called out, Sister. Scarlet was overjoyed. It's Glenn. The book, as if imbued with power, burst open, and the divine artifacts were returning to their positions. My lady, I don't know what you intend to do, but can we clear a path for you? Yes, help me. The group of knights leaped forward to clear a path for Scarlet. At this moment, the voice of the god rang out. Child of Armon, right now while his subordinates have not yet gathered all their strength, when he extends his demonic beast towards you, I will help. That's easy for you to say. This is practically telling me to commit suicide. Only when he carries divine power within him can he be killed. Therefore, I will wait until he completely devours you. Scarlet slipped off the clogs on her feet and replied, That's utterly ridiculous.
This whole charade was just to please others. Instead, Scarlet seized the opportunity, grabbed the wide-open book, and leaped up, slamming it into the demon god's face. Take that. The divine artifacts combined, destroying the demon god to everyone's astonishment. At the highest point of the divine temple, a beam of light shot into the sky, then exploded as if breathing life into the entire territory. Where the demon god had stood, only a faint wisp of black smoke remained, slowly dissipating, signifying the demon god's demise. Scarlet stood firm until the demon god completely vanished, then immediately fainted. A week after the incident, at the Armon mansion, the madam asked, Are you going to meet His Majesty the Emperor tonight? Yes, madam. I have safely recovered, so I wish to pay my respects to him. Although the others have returned to their proper positions, it still took them 5 days to regain consciousness. I'm afraid you're overexerting yourself. His Majesty has been very busy lately. Only today does he have time. Scarlet, you are the head of the Armon family. Only if you are healthy will the family be strong. Have you already forgotten? In any case, now that you have the family head seal, it's fine.
You found the family head seal? You didn't tell me? When you confronted the demon god's incarnated body, you almost died.
I'm only alive thanks to it. Moreover, it's also thanks to the little fairies who unconsciously linked with me. It was quite a shock when they suddenly grew up. My little ones are royalty, aren't they? I'm sure they'll grow up to be fine. I wonder whose children they are. So you really almost died? The lady recalled earlier. I promised to teach you things that only I could teach, but you haven't had much time lately, so I couldn't teach you anything. But now you have time, don't you? Yes. So now, from the duties of a household head, family history, internal issues of the territory, to all the tasks I've undertaken both inside and outside, from past to present, I will teach you things that aren't in books. Scarlet broke out in a sweat. That lady, she immediately switched to strict teacher mode and said, I will teach you thoroughly. Scarlet replied fearfully, Yes. Scarlet secretly screamed internally, I didn't want any of this from you. That evening, in a flower garden, Scarlet walked in and called out, Charlene. Hearing her voice, he turned his head to look. A man who had spent his entire life immersed in a sea of blood, for the first time, felt someone was truly adorable.
Scarlet walked in and asked, Are these all flowers? He couldn't even utter the words, I will make you happy, because he wasn't a good person. Even if all the false rumors out there were dispelled, he would still be a tyrant. He also wasn't confident that he could become a perfect benevolent ruler. Charlene walked over and called out, Scarlet, it was an emergency back then, and there was no other way. We broke off our engagement and are no longer bound. But I want to ask you again, seriously. You, if you find happiness by my side, will you agree to be my wife? Scarlet was a little surprised by this sudden question. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she covered her surprise with her hand. Then she removed her hand and smiled brightly, replying, I do. I think I will find happiness. Perhaps he saw this a long time ago. Afterwards, Scarlet said to Lucy, I was actually planning to do it first. Do what? Propose to His Majesty. Our family plans haven't even been decided yet. Suddenly, Lucy sighed and held her head. Scarlet asked, Lucy, what's wrong? Do you feel pain somewhere? Or am I not beautiful? Lucy smiled brightly and said, Not at all.
You look very happy today. Scarlet linked arms with Izar and asked, Izar, are you still crying? At this rate, you'll cry your eyes out. Izar reminded her, Lower the corners of your mouth a little. No way. How can I stop smiling on such a beautiful day? What about you? Are you at a funeral or something, crying all the time? The one giving you away sees how pitiful you are. That's why he's crying. So what? Scarlet playfully stomped on Izar's foot, and Izar cried out, You're crazy. Be quiet. At the end of the aisle, Charlene, already in his wedding attire, waited for her. The moment he turned his head, the eyes of the two men who loved her met with little goodwill. Charlene decisively took her from Izar's hand, pushing Izar aside at the same time. Scarlet secretly thought, Oh my God, doesn't he look even more handsome than me like this? No, he's the most beautiful person in this world, especially those lips. The butler had just begun to say, Now the groom may, when he became speechless. Below, the guests and family members stared at the main characters with wide eyes and open mouths. Charlene couldn't wait another second and locked lips with her in front of everyone. A kiss marked a happy ending. It's true that when you're not shy, others will be. Thank you for reading the entire story. May you all always be happy and full of energy. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, and leave a comment below the video to give me more motivation.